In the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation, the battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nodirbek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Ding Liren makes a return to the board after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Hello and welcome, and as we head to the coastal village of Wijk aan Zee, amongst that cold winter landscape, get ready for something spectacular, because yes, it is round 4 of the ever-dramatic Tata Steel Masters, and it is here, in this playing location, where the best chess minds from all over the world will meet and fight their battles. Amongst them, we do have Anish and Alireza who are leading the tournament. I'm International Master Jovanka Hauska, and as always, it's gonna be both entertaining and exciting to be calling the action against, well, with the one and only Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Dania, haven't we been treated so far?
Good afternoon. Yovi, welcome to the show, everybody. We most certainly have. It might be cold and wintry and windy outside. It always is in Wijk aan Zee. It's really windy. It's hard to make it to the playing hall, but once you do, there's a lot of action that awaits. The players are certainly warmed up. This is going to be a really important round. It's a marathon. We talk about it often, but even marathons eventually come to an end. You have to rack up the points. That's what the players have to start doing. White has to start winning some games as well.
Definitely, because there's something interesting that you said there, because there have been 11 victories, and from those victories, 10 have been in Black's favors. And yesterday, 4 decisive results. Guess what? It was the players with the black pieces scoring those points again. Jordan van Foreest, Anish Giri, Ding Liren showing us why he is the champion, and Nodirbek Abdusatorov all ratcheting up some points. And if we were to move on to the standings, take a look at this one, because, well, Alireza the early tournament leader, he's been caught up by Anish Giri, both players on 2.5 points out of 3. But, Dania, you said it yourself, this is not a sprint, it's a marathon 13-round event, and anything can and will happen.
Indeed. And talking about the leaderboard, talking about the leaders is still fairly meaningless. Of course, it's nice to get off to a good start, but somebody like Jordan van Foreest, who has 1 out of 3, all you need is a string of 2 or 3 victories. It's really easy in this field. You don't really have anybody dangerous. I think it's very likely we're going to see 5 or 6 game winning streaks. Just kidding, of course. But if a player heats up, they can break away toward the second half of the tournament. But obviously, that hasn't happened yet. Such an exciting day of action yesterday. Such an amazing playing field, Yovi. It's not a coincidence that we're getting this kind of chess day in and day out. There is the perfect mix of experience, talent, youth, ambition, drive. It's the first tournament of the new year. Everybody wants to get off to 2024. Glad I got the year right, in a good fashion. And so everybody's hungry for victories. And you're seeing all of those forces contribute to some amazing chess.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you think it's also contributing to Black's massive score? 10 out of 11 victories, all in Black's favor.
That is really hard to explain. I'm sure that the chess record keepers and historians of the world are busy at work trying to find a parallel or analog in the rich annals of chess history, which I'm sure exists. I would venture as a cynic in my advanced years that this is largely coincidental. I don't think that there's a nefarious force behind this, but I think there's maybe quite a few contributing factors, such as the feel that you have to press with the white pieces. Of course, that always contributes. Some of the players have overpressed with white, but by and large, I think that these statistics are going to dilute themselves as we go further into the tournament. I think white's going to start winning more games, but you never know. Maybe this is the tournament where black wins 50 out of 51 decisive games.
That would be certainly something. I'm going to go down the superstitious route. I think there's something in the air in Tata. And talking about something in the air, let's head over and check out today's matchups. And once again, we are spoiled. And there we can see Alireza Firouzja, tournament leader, taking on Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who won his game yesterday against Maksudlu. And then another one, Ding Liren, playing Praggnanandhaa. Now, this one is going to be a fight for the ages.
And Gukesh versus Giri, battle of the generations. Jan versus Donchenko, another difficult pairing for Donchenko, who lost to Giri yesterday. And Jordan Van Forest will have to pick up momentum with another win against Vidit if he wants to stay in the tournament.
And there we see Max Varmadan against Women's World Champion Ju Wen-jun. And wow, and there we can also see the matchups. I think this is going to be very exciting. I'm really curious about one thing. I mentioned fate and superstition. Are you a big believer in those?
Not as much. Correction, by the way. I didn't mean to say stay in the tournament. This is not a knockout. Jordan will presumably play all of his games. I meant to say stay relevant. I am not particularly superstitious. I think I'm as superstitious as most players. Like if I win with a certain pen, I'll try to bring it to the next round. Those kinds of small things, yes, I will do. I will not wear the same t-shirt to every round. I usually try to spare my opponents that kind of horror, although I've heard of that as well.
Well, there's a reason I'm asking, and that is because last year in Tata, Ding Liren played Gukesh with the black pieces, won. Last year, he also played Praggnanandhaa with the black pieces. Sorry, with the white pieces, and lost.
Oh my gosh. Should he even bother showing up to the game?
Yeah, I don't know. And the funny thing is, the person who mentioned this peculiar little pattern was Ding himself in yesterday's interview. I'm just wondering whether this moment lives on rent-free in his head. And there you can see Gukesh. He is getting ready for his fight against one of the tournament leaders, Anish Giri.
Yeah, big game, big opportunity for Gukesh to rebound. And Nodirbek Abdusattorov there with a win against Parham Maksudlu yesterday that really cannot be characterized. I don't know if there is any adjectives to describe that complete roller coaster insanity of a game that we saw, but I'm certainly not complaining.
No, I think you did summarize it. You said this is like a Die Hard movie. Action-packed
Yippee-ki-yay,
blockbuster.
Parham.
Yeah.
Replace that last word. I want to keep my commentary job.
Yes. And then we see Ding. I also saw a very sweet photograph where Ding's mother was there visiting Ding at the playing hall and taking pictures. It's very nice in such an event to have your network, your support system in place, just to keep yourself occupied. And there we also see Praggnanandhaa in the background. Nepomniachtchi, he faces off against Donchenko. Donchenko is one of the lowest rated players in the field, so Nepo will want to be scoring there. And a handshake between Ding and Praggnanandhaa.
That's going to be a really interesting game. Ding rewarded, or maybe I should say punished, with the white pieces after a sparkling victory yesterday against Gukesh. It was such a clean game. It was such a well-calculated game. Ding getting back to form. Pragg is off to a solid start. Nothing special, but nothing wrong with making a few draws and kind of settling into the event. Again, it's important to avoid big conclusions after only 3 rounds. Pragg very much still in the running. And I'm really excited what we're going to see from Ding today and what we're going to see in general across the board. Some really exciting openings yesterday, Yobi. We were spoiled across the board. We had Sicilians and we had this crazy gambit by Nodirbek. I mean, Firouzja versus Nodirbek is very likely to produce another firework-filled game.
Yeah, completely expect that one as well. Although maybe Nodirbek, he is a more positional player. He might look to shut down Farouja's activity. And there we see Farouja getting ready. What will he begin with? What do you expect? E4, D4, something else?
I was just trying to figure out if his sweatshirt's a Supreme, but I was trying to find the S and the U and I couldn't find it. And then I realized it doesn't exist. It's been replaced by an apostrophe. I'm expecting one E4 from Alireza. That is the move of his soul, if you will. But all of these top GMs, by necessity, as they say in Russian, you have to play from both hands, either D4 or E4. You have to constantly catch your opponent by surprise. So I'm not too confident in my prediction.
Yeah, and there we just saw Farouja adjusting the knights, moving them sideways. You know, E4 did work out very well in his game against Paramaxulu, but, you know, well, it worked once, it might not work again. So we'll see. Nodirbek also can employ solid moves like E4, E5. And there we also see Fiona Intoni in the background, one of the interviewers.
Indeed, she has been doing a stellar job of interviewing the players, and just a very well-run tournament. It's almost like it's been going on for 80 plus years. I think they figured out how to do it. And let's see if the players have figured out how to win some games of the white pieces. Round 4 is underway. We start with the bird's eye view. E4 from Alireza Farouja, E4 from Wei Yi, E4 from Nepomniachtchi, E4 from Van Forest, E4 from Dingley Ren. Oh my gosh.
But what is that I see on the top right corner? Maxudlu, well, you know, he's only got half point out of 3. Yesterday suffered quite a defeat at the hands of Abdusatorov. He's employing a Karakan, you know, that very spicy, sharp opening.
Oh, extremely. Yeah, Benny Watts is smiling in glee, as are all chess fans across the world. But let me repeat this E4 from Dingley Ren. That is not a sentence that has been uttered many times throughout, you know, recent human history. But again, we shouldn't be surprised at anybody's opening choice anymore. The idea of a narrow repertoire doesn't really exist. I mean, Ding is a D4 player, but the element of surprise is much more important at this point than necessarily sticking to what you know best. Max Warmerdam, deviating from the popular opening choice, he is the only one in this round to play a move other than E4, and it is one C4. Amazing.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some situations of deja vu. I'm also seeing that Alireza Farouja is into the Berlin. No, sorry, that is not a Berlin. That is an open Lopez. I was sidetracked by a knight appearing on E4. And we also see Lopez in the game between Ding Liran and Pragnananda. Incidentally, the two did play an E4, E5 setup in their last encounter in Tata Steel, but there I think that they went for an Italian game, a long, tense, maneuvering position.
Selfishly, I'm happy that we're seeing a Rui Lopez, which is an opening that's a little bit closer to my heart, and a Najdorf in Nepomniachtchi versus Danchenko. Nepo playing this very fashionable move, Bishop D3, that has gained a lot of traction in recent years. It's become a very dangerous attempt that requires a lot of precision from black. And a 4 knights in Ben Forest versus Vidit, that could go several different ways. We can start from Farouja versus Abdusatorov. Yovi, I'll give you the choice of where we begin our journey across the games.
Yes. Okay. Let's head there because they are the ones who have played the most moves.
Good strategy. Good call. We have an open Roy, and I'll rewind this a little bit for viewers who might be less familiar with this variation of the Rui Lopez. After Bishop B5, in contrast to the Berlin, where the knight comes out immediately in the open Roy, you throw in A6, Bishop A4. Now, after knight F6, castles, knight takes E4, the insertion of these moves may seem insignificant, but it actually alters the character of the position completely. White pushes D4. In the Berlin, the knight drops back to D6, hitting the bishop. But now there's no bishop to attack, and so instead, black plays B5, followed by D5, giving back the pawn, but solidifying the knight. This is very well-known theory now for well over a century. Bishop comes out to E6. C3 is the main response, and bishop out to c5, one of the more ambitious ways to play the open Rui. And this can get very sharp, Yovi. There's a lot of variations where black actually takes the pawn on f2, which goes against common wisdom that states that two pieces are better than a rook in the middle game. But in this particular variation, with some very active play, black can supersede, these typical principles.
Yeah.
Super theoretical line.
In fact, that is the main line, right? So white is going to go knight bd2, and after black castles, white is very uncomfortable having a black knight there on e4 entrenched in the center of the board. So usually bishop c2, the bishop steps back to put pressure, and the main line there is, as far as I know, knight takes pawn.
I'll put this all on the board. Bishop c2, knight takes f2, rook takes f2, and I know that this has been very fashionable. Here I forget, do they play f6 typically, or do they take on f2 immediately?
No, they play f6.
They play f6, trying to open up the king side as much as possible, and you get this very, very wild, very unbalanced middle game that we're likely to see on the board, so it's probably not worth delving too deeply into it, but this is essentially what we're likely to see.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that Alireza is surprised by Nodirbek's opening choice? Once again, I don't recall Nodirbek playing so many open Lopeses.
Yeah, the open Rui is one of those lines that is kind of perennially underrated because it doesn't have a lot of regular practitioners. I would say maybe Shakir Mamedyarov is the only player at the top level who plays this very regularly. Sam Sevian, the talented American junior, also plays it, but Lemley. But it's somehow always hiding in the shadows, and somehow it always seems like a surprise when it's played, even though it's a full-fledged weapon, as we see the moves being played as predicted.
Yeah. And you mentioned Shaq there. He, of course, is the most famous practitioner on the black side of this opening. He's played some fantastic games. It's well worth checking it out. Okay, so whilst things have developed there, I am expecting white to drop the bishop back to c2 and perhaps, it's happened. There you see they have followed the path that has been well trodden, and we do see the knight come to f2, and we're expecting f6. Maybe we can move on from this theoretical position and check out the other games.
That sounds good. We'll let this game kind of gain some traction and enter new territory before we revisit it. But right now we're completely in very well-known territory. Back to the bird's eye view we go. Okay, so that Caro-Kann in Wei Yi versus Maksudlu is also proceeding along fairly predictable theoretical waters. The short variation essayed by Wei Yi. Kind of an interesting four knights in Van Forest versus Vidit, and a reverse classical Sicilian in Giri versus Gukesh.
Okay. Let us head to the most interesting one. You choose. I can't make up my mind, actually.
Let's go to the Jan game, because I have some thoughts and experiences to share in this bishop d3 Najdorf, and a funny story.
Okay.
So off to Nepo land we go. Okay, so this was not a dragon. This started out as a Najdorf, although there's absolutely no way to know that. Looking at this position, the reason black has a bishop on g7 is because in response to this very fashionable bishop d3 variation, which has always existed, this has always been a known line in the Najdorf, but it was always considered to be a kind of a third-rate sideline. Recently, with some new ideas, it's become kind of a first-rate sideline. And Danchenko responded with the dragon setup, g6. Jan plays this just like you do in a normal dragon, f3, bishop g7, bishop e3. So about a year ago, I played an over-the-board event, and I faced this line with the black pieces in the second round. And I actually played g6, so we had this position. Mm-hmm. I ended up winning the game, but I had a really bad position, and I didn't like what I got. So the following round, this is 2 rounds a day, right? Typical American tournament.
Yeah.
I have no time to prepare, and I'm paired against Andy Woodward, who incidentally was the runner-up in the Puzzle Battle Championship just a couple of days ago. And
Isn't
Andy
he like 14 years old?
He is. He's almost a GM. Very, very talented. He's also a Najdorf player. So I'm sitting at the board. I kind of blitzed out the open Sicilian. He plays a6. I'm like, what do I play? And I'm like, wait a second. I have just the brightest idea. And I played bishop d3 with the white pieces in the next game. And that was the first time that I had played both sides of a position in consecutive rounds. And I managed to win that game as well. So I have good memories with both colors in this bishop d3 variation.
Okay. And like, well, interesting enough, how did you handle this position with the black side? I mean, did you just castle? Did you go develop the knight to c6 or knight goes to d7?
I'm definitely not proud of the way that I handled it. If memory serves me right, I started with knight c6. Now, what you often see is white's bishop retreating back to e2. So people shouldn't be too surprised if you see that, because the bishop in the dragon setup is quite misplaced on d3. And then I played the move h7, h5, which is not unheard of in the Nodirbek, nor in the dragon, just trying to prevent white from expanding on the king side and preventing this typical queen d2, bishop h6 idea. My opponent ended up castling kingside and getting a nice positional advantage, so I still didn't like what I got.
Okay.
Something tells me that Danchenko is probably going to play this more conventionally and either castle or push b7, b5.
Yeah. And well, I also have a question about Danchenko. You know, he's on half point out of 3. In his game against Wei Yi, the first round, he took a very sharp approach. In his game yesterday, we saw him play in a really positional way. He tried to keep everything solid and draw against Anish. I mean, which approach should he be taking? He's chosen a sharp position. Should he now kind of go to something solid, or should he just go, you know what, this is my moment in the spotlight. Let's play as ambitiously and as aggressively as possible.
Yeah, I mean, he has essentially 2 openings as far as I know. He can play the Caro-Kann, which is his more solid choice, and here he's gone for his more ambitious opening, the Nodirbek, and I really like that. I mean, Jan is the kind of player who's going to give you chances. Like, if you can get a really sharp position, this is how you score an upset against someone like Nepo. So I like the choice of a Nodirbek, but I'm a little bit worried in the early going that Danchenko doesn't seem too fresh in his memory of this line. This bishop d3 variation is very dangerous, and like I said, you can slide into a bad position very quickly in this system if you're not precise. So let's wait a couple of moves until I give you my verdict, but right now I'm a little bit worried for Danchenko.
Okay, then. Well, let's go back to the bird's eye view and have a look at some of the other games.
Okay. The Firouzja Abdusattorov game has quite a few developments with a black knight on d4. Wow. I'm kind of taking all of that in. The Dingliren Pragg game looks a lot more like an Italian now than Ruy Lopez.
Okay. And and I'm just checking out the Caro-Kann because that one is piquing my interest, because Magsudli chose a line that is known to be relatively solid. So we've seen a change of approach from Magsudli. Knight e7, c5.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at that Caro-Kann. The white's last move, bishop c1 to g5, also seems kind of awkward, but clearly, not so clearly part of Wei's preparation, but most likely still part of Wei's preparation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's an interesting opening that black has chosen. What black wants to do with putting the knight on e7 and the knight then on c6, as Dania is indicating, the other knight on b8 heads to d7, and then you just want easy development, castles. And you tend to meet this against most white setups. So it's quite a simple system to learn and master. But bishop to g5 is not something that I've especially seen. What is the point of making this bishop move? Because to my eyes, I would just be playing bishop e7, block the attack. And
yeah, this is
what is the problem?
What is the issue with bishop? I mean, I would understand if you could guarantee that black has to play queen c7. Then if you can induce queen c7, maybe white can go something like knight c3 and try to quickly get the knight to b5. Try to play this very tactically. There's also some sacks on d5 that could potentially happen. For example, knight takes e5. Already you have to start calculating knight takes d5. And this could get very unpleasant. Or knight to b5. But black
Knight
is
to
not going to do that.
b5 is something to be very worried about. Yeah,
Yeah,
there
black
you
is
can
just
see.
underdeveloped.
Yeah, totally. And
But
white is soon gonna stick a knight into d6. No, you don't. You don't want to be going in this direction.
absolutely not. But the big question is, as you said, what happens after bishop to e7? Okay, presumably white's going to swap the dark squared bishops, which is not necessarily in either side's favor. It really depends on the position. Maybe the idea is to play this weird move, trying to get a handle on this position. Knight d4. Another candidate move is to play c4 and try to stick the queen on d6. What do you think about that? c4?
Yeah, c4. You tend to meet that with d takes c4. So I don't see why that isn't a great reaction here.
And if I stick my queen on d6, you can just probably ignore and get your knight out and start hitting my weak pawns
Yeah.
on c5 and e5. Interesting. Maybe in this position, instead of queen d6, I can try to get my knight out from a3 to c4 to d6.
Okay. Well, it's a nice plan, but I guess you can go queen takes. I'm just making sure that there's no tricks or anything. And if you just go queen takes c5
I'll pick up the pawn.
and then castle.
Yeah, this kind of position is hard to evaluate because the pawn on e5 is sort of the classic, both a strength and a weakness at the same time. It's an anchor for the d6 square, but of course it's also a liability at the same time. But after rook c1, feels like white's position, I don't know, maybe a smidge more pleasant.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's not easy to develop the knight on b8. Like, you might have to be doing some weird things, just retreating the queen, going to e7 or something, or maybe even d5. But I agree, it's not entirely pleasant. So maybe there's something there for white. Okay, let's rewind.
Let's rewind. So the current position is after bishop g5. This is the decision that Parham has to make. So we are very cold on queen c7, just because, I mean, it runs into a host of things. That queen is very awkward. Other than bishop e7, of course, there is the move f6, but honestly, nothing Parham does really shocks me anymore. But f6 would be pretty shocking.
Yeah, I've never seen f6 before in this type of position.
Yeah.
I normally have a guideline that I play for f6 if c5 has been obstructed. That's the only time that I'm playing f6 very quickly, not in this type of position. So for me, it's so much more natural just to go bishop e7, and maybe after c4 finding a better idea. So maybe it's also occurred to me that I could also, if we go bishop e7, bishop takes, not after you wanted to challenge immediately, which I think makes a lot of sense. Otherwise, black is getting in their knight d7s and putting pressure on the center, and that feels to me like it's fine for black. Queen takes.
Yep.
So the time is now. So c4, and I feel like you have to take on c4.
Have to take on c4. Yeah, queen takes c5. CD looks very seedy.
It's all pawns and no hope, as you see there in the chat. And okay, knight a3.
Yeah, so this position is very likely.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering whether instead of going queen takes c5 immediately, maybe you can go make moves like c3. Maybe you can also go knight to d7.
I really like c3. This is a very typical motif. Your logic is, okay, I'm already losing the pawn, so I might as well give it up in a favorable version to ruin your pawn structure. Now, if white just plays b takes c3, then after queen takes c5, I think with the presence of these very weak pawns, okay, queen takes c5 apparently is very bad for some reason. Maybe it runs into this nasty... and this move is not possible because now suddenly the bishop is controlling that square. So sometimes your moves have unintended consequences. But okay, black doesn't have to touch this pawn. Black can just start by castling.
Yeah, and then you can back that up with knight d7, knight takes c5. I kind of really want the maximum positive outcome for black. I'm very, very biased in black's favor. I will work hard to prove that black is fine.
Yeah, I was going to say, if only we were talking with someone who's ridden something on the Caracan, knows something about the open. That would be kind of nice.
But you know something, I was thinking about the things that chess improves. We make a big deal about how chess improves, your concentration, your creativity. I can add another one: stubbornness. Most chess players I know are incredibly stubborn people. They don't know when to give up.
Absolutely, which is a good quality on the board, maybe a good quality off the board, sometimes a very bad quality off the board. But I think there's something to that. You have to believe in your openings, especially at the lower level. I think at the top level, the players are truly universal, so they don't necessarily develop as much of an emotional connection to what they play. But I definitely feel that way about the King's Indian, for example. Like, I want it to work out, and I'm not going to concede the point until all resources have been exhausted. So very interesting move, Bishop G5 by Wei Yi, challenging Parham Maksudlu to an early decision. And I'm thinking it's very likely the game will unfold exactly along the lines that we described. But with Parham, you never know. He can make a move like Queen C8, and we've come to expect that.
Okay, well, let's go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at some of the other games in progress. There's been a lot of developments. Where should we go to?
I think we're going to break our, generally we tried to kind of go around the horn, but there's actually quite a few explosions happening. Van Forest versus Vidit. I think we should maybe go back to Firouzja Abdusattorov for just a minute and figure out what's going on there, because Nodirbek continues to blitz out his moves, and Alireza is the first to take a longer think, especially because these are two tournament leaders, and then we can keep perhaps going around the horn.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, most of the other games, they're on move 10, between move 7 and 10. This one on move 20, and they're still in theory. I mean, there's 4 games in the database that I've got here in front of me.
Ooh.
And maybe we can rewind a bit and see what happened after the knight took on f2. So presumably, the game followed the way it should, with rook takes knight and then f6. And after, knight f1.
Okay,
Knight
I assume
f1
this
is
is the main move? Or no?
It's not the main move. I think the main move is pawn takes pawn.
Ah, right.
I've commented a lot on Shaq's and Liam Lia's games, so they're normally going e takes f6, or facing that rather, and knight f1, bishop takes, king takes, and now fe5. Yeah, you have to go back with the king to g1.
So White gives away the pawn, but buys himself some time and tries to reach safety with his king. Interesting idea. Okay.
Yeah, so everything played here is pretty normal. Even after knight e3, which looks, I mean, it looks like black is simply going to go bishop takes knight and start looking at the white king. But in fact, that's not the best move. The best move is actually to retreat the bishop. It's the most played move.
Wow.
I think it's on account of the fact that, yes, the white king is exposed, but the knight can drop back to g2. The bishops are now pointing towards the black king, and all is fine.
Yeah, wow. This is some computer chess. Bishop g4 and back d6. Obviously, Nodirbek is fine with a draw by repetition out of the opening of the black pieces, and Alireza is not. So he declines repetition with this move b3. Okay, opening up a little diagonal for his dark squared bishop, and now the central strike by Nodirbek. d4, boom. C takes d4, knight takes d4. We get a big trade in the center. Takes with the queen. Okay, and very understandably, if Firouzja agrees to the final trade, queen takes d4, e takes d4, black will get this massive pawn phalanx in the center. That looks like a very unpalatable position for white, because the c-pawn is just rumbling forward to c4, and so Alireza moves his rook out of dodge, and Nodirbek gets his rook into dodge, rook a to d8, putting pressure on white's queen. And you're saying that this position has still seen precedent, occurred a couple of times.
Yes.
Do you see which games? Anything high level?
Okay, so I will check into, relatively high level. So you have Jan Krzysztof Duda with the white pieces facing off against Igor Lishish. Maybe you can help me with that.
It means bald in Russian, yes. Believe it or not. Igor Bald.
MVL? MVL played at Tabatabai, and then Jonas Bear against Igor Lisi. Now I know the pronunciation. So it's got a score of 3.5 out of 4 for white.
Okay, not the most flattering statistics, but I know that Lissy is actually an opening expert. So if he's playing this, then that must mean there's something to it. Okay, so what's going on in this position? What is white thinking about here? Well, my instinct for white is to play a move like queen to e2 and try to get the dark squared bishop out. I mean, you would love to play bishop b2 and chase the queen out of the center. So my question would be, okay, what is black's intended response to a move like queen to e2? I wonder if this is among the moves that were played by white.
Queen e2 was certainly played. It's interesting because Lisi did try queen e2, and then he also switched to queen e1. So he's tried both of those ideas. And black's idea was just to go bishop f5.
Bishop to f5, swapping, using tactics to swap light squared bishops. Wait a minute. And if white plays bishop to b2,
then
the queen can drop back
to
yeah?
b6.
Understood. Looks pretty fine for black. I mean, you have 2 pawns and a rook for the pieces, and after bishop f5, rook f5, yeah, this feels dynamically equal. I mean, maybe white plays king h1, the rook drops back. Looks okay for black.
Yeah, I mean, Lisi showed a nice tactical point that you could go rook f4.
Ah, very nice.
And so the idea is after bishop takes e5, well, there's too many pieces on the e line. And look at that. That is a nice geometrical pattern.
Yeah, one black piece just sandwiched in the middle, but picking everything apart. So if white can't win the e5 pawn by force, black is super active. A lot of open files for the rooks. Okay, the engine is giving approximate equality. Yeah, this is obviously what Nodirbek is hoping for, and this is a great choice. He's not necessarily playing the most ambitious line, but another case of great preparation by Nodirbek, which he seems to display regularly. Queen e2 on the board.
It is definitely great preparation, but it's a preparation with a lot of risks because the position is very imbalanced, obviously, with a rook against her 2 pieces. And it also means that, again, if white doesn't coordinate their pieces in the right way, or black doesn't do the same, then they could be in big trouble. It really isn't like a position where the sides are playing for that small, slight, stable advantage. Here, it's going to be all about piece harmony.
Yes, and if you're Nodirbek, you have to do your homework. And doing your homework does not just mean, blitzing out all of the prep moves, but also understanding where the rooks belong in the ensuing position, how to keep white's pieces at bay. As you indicated, white's bishop on b2, very active. And I think Alireza may be breathing a sigh of relief, like, okay, I'm not going to lose by force. At least the position has stabilized. Nodirbek now taking a little bit of time. Doesn't mean that he is out of his prep. He might just be remembering his file. But I think we're very likely to see bishop f5, bishop e2. Okay, now that the smoke has cleared on this board, there's a lot of more smoke to be found on 2 other boards. The Nepo game and also Van Forest versus Vidit is going absolutely crazy. So perhaps we should swing over there. What do you think?
Let's go over there because it just looks like white has formed a cluster with their minor pieces. And let's have a look at what's happened here. And also, Van Forest is a pawn down.
Yes. Okay. What is happening?
No, sorry, it's
here?
a pawn up. Vidit is the one that's a pawn up is what I meant to say.
Correct. So this was a 4 knights, which started out very peacefully, but it wasn't a 4 knights scotch with d2, d4. It was a traditional 4 knights with bishop e5. Okay, yeah, everybody who's passing this board is casting a glance at it because it's a very interesting position. Let's rewind a little bit and give people some context on how we reached this super unbalanced position. Okay, so after bishop e5, Vidit played the most topical move, knight into d4. Now there's kind of a drawing line where white takes on d4 and pushes e5. Obviously, Van Forest is playing for more, so he drops back to c4. Bishop c5 is a very standard pawn sacrifice, but I don't know much about it. Knight takes e5. Jordan takes up the gauntlet. Queen moves into e7. Knight back to f3 and d5. Yeah, I've seen this type of idea before. This pawn is, well, it's touchable. Jordan took it with the knight. If you take it with the bishop, black can just recapture and take on e4.
Yep, that's the main line.
And queen takes e4 check. Knight has to drop back to e3, otherwise you lose the knight. Bishop out to g4, hitting f3. Bishop back to e2, only move. And a trade on e2.
Yep. And so far, 15 gains in my database. And black has a choice. More often than not, black has castle queenside. But the second and most popular move is to castle kingside. But I'm kind of curious, if the king goes to the left, what is going to be happening?
Yeah, and castle's queenside is more tempting to me because it also activates the rook. The king seems relatively safe in both locations, but clearly black is the one down a pawn. Black has to demonstrate a lot of verve in fighting for the initiative, and castle's queenside just seems more consistent with the spirit of the position, at least to me. But Vidit is already taking his time, so he's clearly out of his prep.
Yeah.
What does white usually do here? D3?
D3.
Okay.
So it was this particular variation was played between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So in the Global Chess Championship finals. And there, the queen drops back to e7, bishop d2, and Wesley being Wesley, and I think it's probably a good idea, goes bishop d2 and then castles queenside.
Bishop d2, and Wesley was what? I actually commentated that game. I remember it. I think Wesley won.
Wesley lost. No, Wesley won. Sorry, Wesley won. Hikaru was playing white.
Trapped Hikaru's... Oh, Wesley was black.
Yes, yeah, I got my...
Yeah, your Wesley's confused.
It's not that early here, but it's snowing, and there must be something wrong. Hikaru was white. Wesley was black.
I mean, Wesley plays the exact same stuff that Hikaru does with both colors. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they've had this with reverse colors as well. I'm assuming black will bring the rook into e8 and try to go knight d5.
That's exactly what happened.
That
was exactly it. And it became a situation where black had the bishop pair, white had two knights, and the bishop pair, especially in a blitz game, they were just so much better than the two knights.
Yeah. If I recall, Hikaru had a very decent position. Clearly, black is great compensation for the pawn. He didn't necessarily lose because of the opening choice. I think he lost due to a tactical blunder later in the middle game. By the way, castle's queenside and d3 is on the board. So we are following, very likely, this exact path. Vidit taking his time, figuring out where to put his queen. Obviously, queen e7 is not the only move. There's a check on b4. You could drop back to e6. You could maybe contemplate bishop takes f3, although I would not opt for that pawn down endgame. That just seems like torture. So we'll see what he decides.
Yeah. And just to kind of point out, the main line is actually to drop the queen back to e6.
E6.
Perhaps.
Apologies.
Yeah. So perhaps preventing this idea of castling queenside for white.
So black aims at the a2 pawn. And if white is forced to castle kingside, well, the kingside is a more volatile place. Black could eventually send his pawns up the kingside. So, yeah, I mean, this really depends on how well the players know the position. I think objectively, it's probably balanced. Black certainly has enough compensation, but unlikely to be more than that. I think the next couple of moves are going to be really critical in determining the flavor of this game.
And it's quite interesting, though, because it's Jordan who hasn't used any time on the clock. And Vidit, that is the one that's burning the time. So, okay, I would therefore just, as judging by that, just say that Jordan is the one in preparation. Jordan knows how to handle this.
Yeah, at this point, there's no question that Vidit is not. He's not bluffing. He's not remembering. He is legitimately thinking where to put his queen, because he's already spent now over 3 minutes on this move and 20 minutes in total. Not, I think, the biggest of tragedies. This is not the kind of position where you're panicking necessarily. Oh my gosh, like my opponent is blitzing out his moves. I think I'm lost. But it's unpleasant. It's unpleasant because you are down a pawn. You feel the onus to prove the compensation. And you feel that if I misplace my queen and I make an inaccuracy, I might end up suffering for a very long time. That is the nature of these long-term pawn sacrifices. So very curious to see how Vidit handles the next couple of moves.
Me too. But let's go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at the other games. And
Sounds good.
it is funny because my eye is just drawn to the games that we've already looked at.
I'm exactly the same. Yeah.
So I'm just like, for instance, the game between Max Farmadam, Ju and Jun. Well, that one is in Catalan territory, but I am drawn to the game between Nepomniachtchi and Alexander Donchenko.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the bird's eye view. And I don't think anybody will blame us for, focusing on the most interesting games to start. We will ultimately look at all of the games. But if you look at the, lower left, Dingler versus Pragg, it could not be more conventional Rui Lopez / Italian waters. We'll let that game kind of ripen a little bit, I think, before we bring the magnifying glass on it. Same goes for Warmerdam versus Ju and Jun. It's a fairly balanced Catalan where a lot of the pieces have gotten traded. We can let that middle game unfold a little bit. By the way, Firouzja Abdusatorov, exactly the position that we predicted, with the light squared bishops having been traded. But the Nepo game has taken another very interesting turn. Donchenko has sacrificed a pawn for the bishop pair. And I kind of like what I see from him. But the first impressions, of course, are very deceiving in positions that are this complex.
Yeah. And first up is, what is Donchenko's idea? Because he has given up a pawn. And that, as you know, always concerns me. So I understand he has the bishop pair, and there are some dark square issues around the white king, but a pawn is a pawn. And my first reaction is, first up, stabilize the knight on b4 and d4 by playing c3.
Yeah, that's an annoying move. Yeah, just like Papa is here, the party is over. Everything is protected. Yeah, I'm also curious how Donchenko is going to position his pieces, especially where is the knight on d7 going to go? And is he going to castle kingside and allow the white knight to jump into d5? So if black starts by castling, I think you're allowing this very unpleasant knight d5, knight takes e7, knight c8, and white lives to tell the tale, Yovi, because white is in time after that to castle kingside, and 2 pawns down is not acceptable in this position for black, I think.
Yeah, and the reason the knight lives to tell the tale is because it can exchange itself off as well on e7. For the bishop, and then the white king quickly gets out of harm's way.
Okay, so what about starting with bishop b7, covering the d5 square first?
That makes a lot of sense, and as long my knight has a hiding place on c2, so let's castle.
Kingside, I assume.
Yes. Yeah. I was sorry about that.
It's all good. I castling queenside is for a bullet game and for nothing else. Now again, if black castles kingside, now white can maybe grab the pawn with the queen and also live to tell the tale because the queen has an evacuation route back to h4. So again, black has this problem with the e pawn. Maybe black would have to burn a tempo on a move like knight c5.
Okay. That is... I'm wondering whether I should just go rook e1 and saying you can burn more tempo defending e7, or whether I should actually take some steps to keep my light square bishop on the board.
Yeah, rook e1 makes a lot of sense, trying to discourage castling. Bishop c2 makes a lot of sense, just keeping the bishop and opening up the d3 square for the knight. If I had to give a estimate of what's happening here, I think objectively, white might be a smidge better. But I actually like, from a practical perspective, this pawn sacrifice. I think if black is able to castle kingside, which apparently the eval bar doesn't like, maybe it's because of, I don't know, knight d to c6 or something like that. But we're just trying to illustrate the general contours of the position. There's a lot of tactical details here. Black has to decide in what order he's playing castles and maybe push e5 at some point. But the bottom line is, if black is able to get the king to safety, black's got a lot of ideas here to develop the initiative, particularly in the center. I'm talking about moves like rook a d8, maybe e5 and f5 at the right moment, pushing a5 at the right moment. So black has a lot of exciting ideas. At the same time, you are down a pawn. White does have a 3-on-1 on the queen side, and Jan doesn't have any immediate flaws in his position. So it's hard to give an exact diagnosis of who's won the opening battle. I would also point out Jan is now on minute 14 of his thinking in this position, and maybe he's not too happy at having accepted this pawn.
Yeah, perhaps. But one thing I can say for sure is this is going to be a very intriguing battle, and we will keep our eyes on this one. But let's get back to the bird's eye view. And, well, actually, let's not go to the bird's eye view. Instead, let's wonder whether Nepomniachtchi will be able to get a handle on the complications. But we are going to take a quick break now, and when we return, we will bring you a lot more of the action. See you in a few minutes.
It's crazy.
Oh my God.
I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth.
Turn the thermostat up.
Please, no milk. No milk.
No f***ing milk, James.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance.
What's up, everyone? Chess is hard as it is, but we're about to make it even harder by playing chili chess. For every type of piece we capture, we are gonna eat a chip with some hot sauce on it, starting with the pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, a queen, and then the loser of the game is gonna eat this drenched chip over here.
Ready to go?
Yeah. Here we go.
And here we go.
Oh man, we battled a lot in the. It's like you're letting me take it, bro. We get it.
Instant, you must be hungry, bro.
I'm too scared to capture.
Take it, bro.
No, because then we have to eat the.
You know what? Now you gotta eat the freaking chip.
All so big. Oh.
Yes.
Oh
Right.
man. Oh. It feels like I'm inhaling a barbecue. I hate that one.
That's pretty good.
God. That is the official.
Your turn, buddy.
Mm.
Beautiful.
That one's weird, man. It's like citrusy, but like
Correct.
kind of tastes like.
You know what? That's exactly what it would taste like.
I'm rolling up mine. We got the end game of the chips. This is
Hey,
torture.
which one do I want? Okay. None of you back.
I like how silent psychological battle. Nobody's drank milk yet.
Right.
We're like, okay. All right. Word looks different when you high on spice.
Oh man. I'm hitting different.
Oh.
Ship's kind of hot to be chilling like that. Oh, it's definitely getting hot in this room, guys. You didn't turn the thermostat up?
Oh, I took a pawn, mister.
Oh, you took a pawn. You did. Damn, bro, you catching everything.
Ah! Oh!
Let's check.
Oh my God, I lost on time! No! Oh my God!
You know. Okay, so the problem is, I don't feel it yet because there's so much spice already in my mouth. So it's probably gonna be like how Magnus said, creeps up on you. Yep, now it's starting to creep up. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go to the ambulance. I'm gonna call them people right now.
On my hand.
Please.
No milk.
No milk.
No milk. We doing this with no milk. No fucking milk, James. It's like two brothers. We in a ditch somewhere.
Yep.
Explosions all around.
No milk. We ask him, I'm like, you need a Band-Aid? No, I need no milk, son. No milk.
Cool.
I'm gonna feel that for a few days,
Flag
2
me,
hours.
bro.
I did, bro. I did. But your brain don't work right with all the spices and
No,
stuff.
man. Bro, I can't feel my fingers.
Oh,
Same time next week?
say, sure. It's a date.
Back with all the action of Tata Steel Chess Masters round 4, and there you see Ding. He was runner-up in 2015, 2016, but he's now returning to Tata Steel 2024 as the reigning world champion. Let's take a look at some of his impressive stats.
Wow.
There you can see he reigning world champion. Yesterday he showed us exactly why he is one of the best players in the world when he played a superb game with the black pieces against Gukesh, 3-time Chinese champion, 2019 Singapore Cup winner, 2017 Grand Chess Tour winner. In 2023 he became world champion. What a player.
Pretty incredible track record. Obviously, hasn't played a tournament in a while. He's been fairly quiet since picking up the throne, but still very young. Chess fans have a way of exaggerating, I think, the effect of age, and to suggest that someone's a dinosaur after having skipped a year. That's it. He's consigned to the backwaters of chess history. I mean, he's only 31 years old. It's great to see him back in form. Back in top-level chess. I think he's very much still a favorite in this tournament, especially after his victory yesterday. And he faces very difficult opposition in the form of Pragg. Now, again, if you looked at this position with no prior information, you would bet a silver dollar that it came from an Italian. At least I would. Not that I own any silver dollars, but this actually came from a Ruy Lopez that sort of transitioned into, even I would say directly transposed into a position that could arise via an Italian move order. And Pragg is spending loads of time, Yobi, in this position. Ding has over his initial time. He has 1 hour 41 minutes. Pragg down to an hour 5. Might he be calculating something very concrete like c5, c4 in this position?
Knowing Pragg, most certainly. He will be calculating all those concrete lines. I also wonder whether he's going to be looking at moves such as bishop e6 in order to trade off light squared bishops. But knowing Pragg, it will be something very active. It will be either that, some kind of d5, some c4 push, some bishop e7. Certainly he will not be calculating whether he should play bishop e7 or bishop e6. But one thing that's quite interesting about this particular game is that in last year's encounter that Ding himself mentioned in an interview, the position was very closed, and they've gone for something very similar here. And so, yeah, you were right, Danya. C4 was the move that Pragg wanted to play.
But right now I'm very puzzled as to what is the genius scheme that Ding is rolling out here. He continues to move instantly. Bishop takes bishop on the board. Rook takes b6. Okay, of course, Pragg's idea is very simple. If white plays dc, then black will respond bc. White has to play bishop takes c4, and black picks up the pawn on b2. And clearly in that position, black is doing fantastic. White is going to be saddled with weaknesses on the queen side. Black's knight is ready to jump into f4. I'm kind of at a loss as to what Ding is going to do here. I mean, of course, you don't have to take on c4. You could drop the bishop back to c2. But the issue with that is that after the trade on d3, not only can the knight constantly jump into f4, but already black will be, I think, almost ready, as you predicted, Yovi, to push d5 at the right moment. And if that happens, I mean, I might actually prefer black here. So I think Ding might be bluffing a little bit with his time usage here.
Okay, well, there are a few moves that he has. You mentioned the bishop dropping back. There's also a5, just seizing space, but relinquishing the tension in the center. What else is there? I personally was thinking about bishop a2.
Yeah,
And
that makes sense. Mm-hmm.
yeah, bishop a2, just again to keep the pressure on c4. And yeah, knight f4 is possible, but then you could capture on c4 and then maybe play moves like queen to d2. I think Black's plan is to put pressure on the b2 point. White's plan is to put pressure on d6.
Correct. So I also think bishop a2 is kind of a critical move that we have to examine. I'm going to put some moves on the analysis board just to bring everybody up to speed. So once again, d takes c4. I wouldn't rule this out. I mean, if Ding decides that his position is no good and he wants to bail out, we might see d takes c4, bc, bishop c4, rook b2. And if white really wants a draw, yeah, you can probably make it with a move like rook e2, but white is slightly worse in this position. Maybe there's a more accurate move. Maybe rook to a2 is more accurate. But if Ding is afraid, then he will go for this.
And I just wanted to point out one thing. The rook on b2 looks like it could be trapped by bishop b3.
Mm-hmm.
But queen b6 rescues the rook. And
in style.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a James Bond style rescue. And the dagger sticking out of your shoe, and white is forced to retreat back to c2. That would be miserable. Well spotted. Okay, so if white tries to keep some life on the board and play bishop to a2, here I was thinking that black can play c takes d3. Black can also jump into f4, putting pressure on the d3 pawn. Not sure which of those options black should choose.
It's an interesting one, right? Because if the knight jumps into f4, white does have the choice. You go pawn takes pawn, or you can kind of play d4 as well, which looks a little bit ridiculous because you're literally allowing the knight to entrench itself on d3. But one good piece does not necessarily make an amazing position, because the rook will step to e2 and, of course, dislodge the knight. And what you should always be wary about in these type of positions is that you need to be thinking about the end game at every precise minute. You need to be thinking what's going to be happening when pieces get traded off, when pawns come and make their breakthrough. And this could be even like 10, 15 moves ahead, but you got to be thinking long term.
Definitely. And these strategic Italian Rui Lopez positions, you have to have the short-term view and the long-term view. But my short-term read on this position is very favorable for Pragg. And if we continue this line, first of all, again, DC-BC looks pretty unappetizing. I mean, the pressure on B2. The pawn on C4 is not such a big weakness. It can be protected with a well-timed bishop to E6. So this doesn't seem too appealing. Yeah, I think D4 might be the best way to keep some intrigue alive. But even here, I mean, Black doesn't have to play knight D3, but he can, forcing this awkward rook E2 move. And okay, at a minimum, Yeah,
I was just thinking that knight can try to. At the minimum, you've got knight F4, but I don't think somehow even White has to be worried about sacrificial ideas of bishop takes H3. There's a hook on
Yeah, definitely on the radar. Even something very primitive like bishop to E6. I mean, Black cannot be worse in a position like this. Everything is protected. The knight always can move back to F4. No, I think what we're seeing here is that did he miss C4? Maybe not. Maybe he spotted it and underestimated it, but clearly this was not the case. Not a case of super deep opening preparation. This is a case of Pragg calling Ding's bluff and living to tell the tale. I think Black is doing great here. White is very much on the defensive.
I mean, could White, instead of retreating the bishop to A2, first up, maybe play A5? I don't know whether White will regret this closing of the particular wing and then go bishop C2.
Apparently, the eval bar hates the move rook B8, which to me looks essentially automatic. I mean, maybe rook B7 is better for some reason, but I wonder why the hate for rook B8. You wanted to play bishop A2 here?
Yeah, no, maybe bishop. Okay, one of the things I'm really training on is first up going through all the options. And this option is, of course, to go pawn takes pawn. We should consider that at every move.
I like this option because now A6 is a long-term target. And maybe this is there's more juice to be squeezed in a position like this because at least White has something to attack. There's also the D6 weakness. Maybe in this position, White has something like knight F5.
And I also wonder whether I can try to trap the rook with bishop B3. I know you can rescue it with bishop. Yeah, exactly. I know that there's a bishop E6 in the air, but it's something to think about in your calculations. White will back that up with knight D2 and then queen C1.
Yeah, the issue, though, is that White, I feel like it might be too slow. I'm jumping into F4, and now knight D2 can be met with knight D3. But definitely something to keep track of. This rook looks very impressive, but you need to be very careful when your pieces are alone in enemy territory. I would be tempted, again, to play this move rook to E2 and try to just get rid of this rook entirely and also try to build the battery against the A6 pawn. So that would be one option. But I'm curious, actually, what the best move is after A5. If it's not rook B8... Spoiler alert, it's either rook c6 or rook b7. It's rook c6, apparently.
Well, okay. And then now White really is playing pawn takes pawn.
And Black responds, and Black goes for this structure that we kind of discussed with a massive clamp on the d3 square. Again, this knight is coming into f4. And again, everything is nicely protected. Bishop a4. No big deal. You can just drop back. You can move forward to c5. Doesn't really matter. C5. Rook c5 might be even better because you're hitting the a5 point.
You're hitting a5 point.
White is falling apart.
Totally. And okay, so you can't play d takes c4. So you have to step back with a bishop. I would probably go c2.
Yeah. But now it feels like Black is spoiled for choice. I could do something as simple as developing my bishop, or I could already start calculating, c takes d3 and then try to quickly engineer the d6, d5 pawn break.
Yeah. And one thing I wanted to ask, so say you did go bishop e6. I was always taught that white plays d4, but only when you can, and these are the words, catch black on the wrong foot. So here I'm thinking d4. d4 is coming and it's got the big idea of d5.
Yes, that is a big that threat must be addressed. Probably by moving the rook back, maybe to c7, maybe to c8. But this is, I think, the absolute simplest, the path that requires the least calculation for black. I'm just developing my pieces, and even here, I think black is very comfortable because this bishop is also very bad. It has no prospects in the long run.
That is true.
So I'm a pessimist as to Ding's position.
No. One always has to be an optimist for both sides. Whether you're winning, you're defending, you're losing, optimism is the way forward, in my humble opinion. And whoa, hang on a second. I just had a look at the bird's eye view and another game. And let's go back there and let's check out what's happening, because I see in the game Jan Nepomniachtchi against Alexander Donchenko something I never even dreamt about. And I think you even said it's for bullet. The king has gone queenside. The white king, that is.
Insane. He has castled queenside.
It's the game in the middle. Take a look at that. It's incredible.
Wow. I'm just soaking that in. Jan Nepomniachtchi has castled queenside in a position where he's got a pawn on a4, and black has essentially all of his pieces developed, including that dragon bishop on g7. Also, the Giri Gukesh game, interesting strategic battle. We will go there next. But oh my gosh, big news. Castle's queenside happened. Black has just castled kingside. So we finally have what we asked for from a Sicilian, an opposite side castling position. Now, what is Nepo banking on? The reason that he's doing this, I think, is because first of all, his king is surrounded by pieces. There's 2 knights in the vicinity. The light-scored bishops are on the cusp of getting traded. And black doesn't have clear targets to attack. Okay, the a4 pawn, yes, it's weak. Yes, it sticks out like a sore thumb. But how exactly are you going to approach it? This is, I think, what Jan is saying. Okay, he's not saying anything, proverbially.
Yeah, but he is also flouting the rules, let's face it, because black often dreams of giving up a pawn in order to get these 2 open lines for the rooks to just stare down. Yes, there's no clear point of attack, as in there's no pawn breaks or anything like that, but the bishop on g7, that's a monster. And I can see a scenario where the rook comes to b8, the other one comes to c8, the knight springs to c5, and it's just, I feel like black's attack plays itself.
No, I mean, if you ask, it reminds me of this funny commercial. I was going to say, if you ask 10 title players, who would you rather be here? Okay, maybe you can find one that's going to say white. I mean, white does have the pawn, but the vast majority are going to say black. It's like this old commercial for dentist-approved gum where, 10 dentists are sitting in a panel and they have a green button for approve and a red button for disapprove. Do you approve this gum? And they're all clicking the green button, and then they get to the 10th dentist, and there's a fly that's buzzing around his head. And somebody swats the fly, but hits the dentist's head. He falls unconscious, and he accidentally falls on the red button. So 9 out of 10 dentists approve of this gum. 9 out of 10 title players will approve of black's position. When you look at the eval bar, yes, probably it's objectively closer to equal, but I don't know if Jan is thrilled with the outcome of the opening, particularly having played bishop d3, hoping for a nice stable advantage. He's instead gotten this insanely sharp position, which may fit his style, but not necessarily his preferences in this specific game.
Yeah, it's just one-way traffic, though. That's what worries me. If white makes a mistake, that's it. They're going to lose. And I just don't think it's necessarily that natural for white to come up with some moves. So let's try to do some repair work for Nepomniachtchi. I mean, is step one just to go king b1? Although I feel like the king isn't that safe there either.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's not clear exactly where you want to keep your king. By the way, Nepo he's been thinking he's actually down on time, which is exceedingly rare for Jan. King b1 is definitely, I think, on his radar. Okay.
Now you can see the evaluation bar go down, so it just goes to show that Jan's position's on a knife edge. You can't waste time with precautionary moves. I mean, presumably it's probably because of rook to b8 and rook starts eyeing up on b2. Maybe in that case, Jan has to actually not play king to b1, but instead go knight, put a knight on c6.
Yeah, knight bc6 or dc6.
One of them, I'm not sure.
One of them to c6. You should look at Danchenko and says, okay, you choose which knight I'm putting to c6. But one issue there might be the black knight coming to. And by the way, analyzing a position like this in sort of the commentary booth is hard because you need at least 10 to 15 minutes to even get your bearings without the engine. So obviously, we're not going to suggest the top moves here. It's almost impossible to choose a move even after having spent 15, 20 minutes, much less in just a couple of seconds. Yeah, knight c6 is a very kind of concrete move, but I feel like white bites off more than he can chew. Black might respond, knight f6, and suddenly all the pieces are sort of tangled up in the center.
Okay, and you can see immediately I've lost the position for white. Okay, well, what about moves like bishop takes bishop then? Let's try to get on the expressway to an endgame.
Oftentimes, the simplest approach is, okay, let's just simplify the game. Queen takes b7. And actually, now I think you called the right idea. Now, knight c6 looks a lot more palatable. The best move here, the only move to avoid being worse, is knight d to c6. This is a difficult move because it seems like it runs into a5. It seems like it runs into all sorts of things. But tactically, this move works out. If black pushes a5 and tries to separate the knights, obviously there's e7 that's hanging with check, but it's not even clear that white should take it with the knight.
You can maybe take it with the queen and do a counterattack on d7.
I like queen takes e7. Black plays a takes b4. Now you have to play queen takes d7, and we will, of course, get liquidation. And the intrigue continues into the endgame. Black punches through on the a file, threatening rook a1. And I'm not convinced that white is even better in this endgame because you might have to abandon the b pawn as well.
I'm not even convinced white is surviving this endgame. Rook a1 is threatened. The bishop on g7, such a good piece. Dangerous.
Okay. Very dangerous.
Okay. And there we see Nepomniachtchi. He's leaning forward. He understands that he has to play very precisely right now. Complicated position. Do you think Jan will manage to navigate all the complexity?
I think so. I mean, I think it really depends on the next couple of moves. And you're not exaggerating when you say that, okay, maybe you're like not one mistake away from getting crushed, but if you commit an inaccuracy with white, then you're already fighting for survival. If you allow black to get his pieces into the queen side, again, it's not an exaggeration to say that this attack, it only takes 2 or 3 moves to build up. So I think Jan will successfully navigate these waters. But we saw that even if he plays all the best moves, we might see a double-edged endgame. So Danchenko's not at his chair. He's walking around. He's got to be feeling really thrilled and excited. This is exactly what he wanted out of a Najdorf. And we will keep a very close eye on this labyrinth of a game.
And incidentally, what was the best computer move for white?
It is bishop takes b7, queen takes b7, and then knight d to c6.
c6. Okay. Well,
not easy.
Not an easy find whatsoever. Okay, let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's take a look at a game that we haven't looked at. And that would be between Anish Giri and Gukesh. Anish yesterday winning a very nice game against Donchenko. And it is there in the bottom left.
And a quick update as we get to that game, Firouzja versus Abdusattorov. They've swapped queens. That game, I think, is likely to end in a draw. It's a very dynamically balanced endgame on the top left. White will win the e5 pawn, but black's rooks are still super active. Okay. Wei Yi versus Maksudlu still in that very sharp, very complicated Caro-Kann middle game. Also hard to make any hard and fast conclusions. And Van Forest versus Vidit. Looks like Vidit has successfully navigated the opening challenges and stabilized the situation into an equal endgame. So also a game that might end in peace. But I agree. Let's take a closer look at Giri versus Gukesh, which definitely is a game that Anish is playing ambitiously in. He played kind of a sideline English, and he's not trying to kill his opponent out of the opening. He's trying to get a long strategic battle, and I think he's kind of gotten what he's asked for, looking at this position for just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, he's making his intention very clear with this b2, b4 pawn push. He wants to step up with the pawn to b5 and create a weakness that he can target. And yes, black does have the bishop pair, but this bishop on f6, it's really no good. It's not only biting on granite, but it doesn't have a good diagonal at its disposal.
Yeah, and white has a very clear threat, a very clear plan of pushing b5. It is much more of a threat than a plan, because if it is allowed, black's queenside collapses, and the last thing you want is to be saddled with a long-term weakness on c6. So the big question for Gukesh, how do you prevent b5? Definitely not by playing b5 yourself. That would yield a big outpost on c5 for the knight. That looks very unappealing, at least to me.
It looks unappealing to me as well. But the problem is that queen's side weakness is going to be incoming regardless of what is played. Yes, you can get the queen out of the sight of its counterpart by moving it to, I don't know, just e7. I'm just picking a random square. But b5 is still coming. There's still also knight c5 targeting b7. And either way, the scope of the bishop on f3, it's been lengthened.
Exactly. Behind the c6 pawn, there is a b7 pawn, which is also a target. And so black, it is not enough to, as you said, to deal with a pin. You also have to deal with the after effects of this diagonal opening up. So how is Gukesh going to do that? He's already been thinking for about 8 minutes. I think that the instinct move is something like queen e7, but then again, you have to figure out a response to b5. Maybe tactically, you can hold things together. One idea that I just spotted is if black plays queen to e7, and white responds with b5. Here, I actually think black can play c takes b5, rook takes b5 would be a blunder.
7.
Because of bishop d7. Yeah, this very nasty retreating move. And you might say, but wait a minute, rook takes b7. I'm still pinning your bishop. But no, bishop takes a4, and black wins a piece. There's too many hanging pieces for white, and the queen is protected. So, for instance, rook e7, obviously black takes the queen, and you're losing everything. Both of your rooks are hanging. Incidentally, white does not have to play rook takes b5 here. This is another bothersome point for black Yovi. I think white could jump into b6, and that knight is wreaking some havoc.
It's going to go to d5, and that is the definition of an octo knight. And still, black's pawn side weaknesses on b5 and b7, they persist. The bishop on f3 is fantastic. Okay, so queen e7, I'm not sure it's good enough.
Yeah, I don't like queen e7.
Okay, so Gukesh is an active player. And I'm just wondering whether he would... I'm thinking of moves such as rook a7, trying to double up on the A line, and getting ready to meet any b5s with queen a5. That was also a possibility. Tactically, I think it's a little bit dubious.
It's interesting. Rook a7, b5, queen a5.
Yeah,
no, it makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and actually after bc6, it's not that dangerous. You can actually pick up the knight.
Yeah, it's a lovely idea. B5, queen a5. And as you're pointing out, yeah, BC, queen takes a4. And at the end, black can simply blockade the passed pawn with the rook. So white is reduced to moving the knight back. But even here, I think white's got a smidge of an advantage. Okay, black maybe plays c takes b5. Maybe this just exacerbates the situation. And Anish should be very happy to have a position like this. He's got a nice positional squeeze, exactly what he wanted out of his English, right? Just relatively risk-free position and long torture sessions. Anish Giri's paradise, in other words.
Yeah, no, it's a dream for white. The knight's coming to d5. It's got control of nearly every single line there is to be controlled. So, yeah, that's not a solution either. Okay. You know what? You know how you said b5? It was definitely not unappealing. Now it's becoming a little bit more appealing to me.
Yeah, we're ruling out all the alternatives, so we're inexorably moving in the direction of just the nuclear option, just preventing b5 in its entirety. But rook f to d8 is on the board. Gukesh, as you hinted, is trying to solve his problems tactically, setting up this deflection idea of bishop takes d3 or rook takes d3. The knight on a4 is now in the crosshairs of the other rook. Okay, interesting idea.
Definitely very interesting. And again, just provoking Anish to perhaps make some very committal decision. Still a tough position for Gukesh to currently handle. Well, we will see later on whether he can withstand the pressure that Anish Giri has. And whilst we take a look at the playing hall, check out those spectators, it's Anish Giri's turn. Will he be able to find a way to meet Gukesh's rook to d8? And there we see tournament leader Alireza Firouzja. I think it's the perfect time to take a second break, but don't go anywhere because more fun to come in just a few minutes.
All right, first game we're gonna play is rapid fire.
All right.
I'm gonna name a sport, and you're gonna tell me who the greatest player is. Basketball.
Kobe.
Kobe, all right. Baseball.
Shoot. Well, the ones who play at the St. Louis Cardinals, they have some young players. I think Mike Matheny up there.
Mike Matheny?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah,
okay.
I meet him also.
What about soccer?
Lionel Messi, because he's very consistent.
Okay.
Also, since back in college days, he was already number one, and he's still until recently number one.
Football.
Mahomes, I watch him. I watch also his commercials.
Okay. Tennis.
Djokovic.
All right, I love it. Golf.
I guess everyone says Tiger Woods, but there's this very pretty girl, Paige Spiranac.
All right, I like it. All right, what about poker?
Gosh, I only know Jennifer Shahade. yeah, I only know her and Grischuk. So.
You hear that, Jen Shahade? You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT of poker. All right. Chess.
Danny Rensch.
Okay, come on. You're the best. I appreciate it. I'm going to say Wesley So then.
You said favorite, right?
The favorite? Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
GOAT?
Yeah.
Hard to choose. I'd say Fischer for now. But okay. I suppose the right answer is Carlsen, but I'll say Fischer because he's American.
Okay. Chess boxing?
I'll pick my boy Kanti.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, he hasn't done it yet, but I think he might be one of the greatest ever when he's done.
Probably, yeah. He's pretty good.
Your favorite movie?
Well, say Lord of the Rings first comes to mind.
Okay.
Classic. I can watch it over and over again. But
Oh.
there, I don't know, the newest the Batman,
Okay.
3 hours long, the
I
latest
like,
one. So
I like it.
Yeah, I think
It
it's the
was
best
good.
Batman movie ever.
Okay. Favorite TV show?
Is The Crown a TV show?
The Crown? Yeah. it is.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna go watch it right after this tournament, the latest season. I love it.
That's great. That's great. Favorite author?
I'd say Sam Shankland if he writes more books. Well, that's the first thing that comes to mind. Like, I really want to read Levi Rosman's book, so I'll
Okay.
get there one day.
Well, on Levy, I'll ask you, who's your favorite chess creator?
Well, Hikaru. I love his Twitch streams. Although since his Twitch websites, I've been following him less.
Yeah.
But when he was in Twitch, like, I enjoyed watching his Title Tuesday stream, especially like
Blitz or classical?
classical,
Online or OTV?
over the board,
E4 or D4?
E4.
Fischer or Kasparov?
Yeah, hard question, but I go with Fischer at the moment.
Closed or open positions?
Open positions.
Searching for Bobby Fischer the movie or The Queen's Gambit on Netflix?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but I go with the Queen's Gambit.
Okay.
Hello and welcome back to the coverage of round 4 Tata Steel Chess Masters, and there we see on the screen one of the tournament leaders, Alireza Firouzja, just making his move against one of the world's strongest youngsters, Nodirbek and Dusatorov. And there you can see their head-to-head scores. Alireza Firouzja just 20 years old, whereas Nodirbek 19. And there you see that was 1 win to Alireza, 3 draws, but Nodirbek never yet having won a classical game against Alireza. But can that record be changed today, Danya? I'm looking at the position and I'm thinking very unlikely, because if we were to do some quick maths, I see that Nodirbek with the black pieces has a rook and pawn versus a bishop and knight. Bishop knight worth 6 points in total. Rook and pawn also the same. Does that mean everything is even, Stephen?
Yeah, I mean, very unlikely that Black wins this game. Despite some very impressive preparation by Nodirbek, I think Alireza has done a very good job, all things considered, of keeping some intrigue alive. And if I had to choose a side, it would probably be white. He's got very nicely positioned minor pieces. The knight on e5 is completely safe. And he's largely disarmed Black's pawn majority on the queen side. If Black pushes c4 too early, then white will swap pawns and then go after the c-pawn by shifting the rook. So I think it's equal, but slightly more equal for white than for Black, to, paraphrase Animal Farm.
Some positions are more equal than others. Yeah, I completely agree with that sentiment. When there is one thing though, the Black rooks are very active, and if Black were just to not change the structure of the position and perhaps just move the rook to d5, maybe bring the king into the fray, what is White's plan of attack? Because the bishop and the knight, they work very well in a middle game when they find a target. In an endgame, when the position is open, isn't it the rook and the pawn that has a slight advantage?
Yes, and I think in theory that's true. In practice, I think the concrete specifics of the position can dictate otherwise. Here, I think the c5 pawn is a long-term target, and if white's king is allowed to get to f4, that will free up the rook to shift over to c2 and start pressuring the pawn. That is why the best move in this position, according to the computer, is a very difficult one. It's not a crazy move. I mean, it may look like a crazy move, but it's actually to prevent king g3. And there's only one way of doing that, which is actually to play this move rook to d3, using the pin along the e-file to keep the white king at bay. If white takes on d3, white essentially loses the game instantly. You never want to do something like this. You never want to leave the minor pieces on their own because they're going to be completely incapable of dealing with the combined forces of the rook and the pawns. But of course, white could just ignore the rook and work around it. If white slides the rook over to c2 now, then black could lift up the rook to d5, and now rook takes c5 is a threat, forcing the knight to move back from its very active post.
Mm-hmm. And could we even see a repetition? For instance, if white were to go rook e2, the rook comes back to d3.
What a repetition that would be. It's very possible.
Okay. And okay, well, even so, there's still a lot of play left into the position, knight f3. And if the white kings enter the fray, I'm just thinking it could park itself on... I wonder how bold the king should be.
Like how
is it
where does it go? Yeah.
Exactly. Maybe okay, we have a move there from Nodirbek, and well, you got to the crux of the position. So did Nodirbek. Rook d3 played. There is no white king going to be activated on his watch.
This is why they pay them the big bucks, and this is why they've got a 7 in somewhere in their rating. Generally in the hundreds place. It's because they're able to find the best moves on demand. Rook d3 is very important because, again, the way that you lose these endgames is you make incremental concessions. It looks like everything is fine, but first you allow the king in, then suddenly your opponent gets more active, and then before you know it, you're staring down the barrel of a very difficult position. So you have to nip this in the bud as early as possible, and Rook d3 epitomizes that. So I fully anticipate, Yobi, that we are going to see that line, rook c2, rook d5, and my guess is that Alireza will want to play for it, and will feel like he's the one with his who knocks. He's the one with a foot on the gas pedal still.
Okay. And before we leave this game, can we experiment on how Alireza will continue? So, for instance, you showed this line, rook c2, which I kind of liked. Rook c2, then after rook d5, knight back to f3.
Mm-hmm.
And then
what does black play here?
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to find a move.
Maybe bring in the king, just because.
Totally possible. I mean, you could try to go for a quick c4, but we've already discussed that move is double. I like the look of rook e4 and c4, but yeah, king f7 is totally reasonable. Bring in the king. I mean, it's and here again, as you said, white can play king g3. Black can maybe make a chill move. I don't know if you were thinking king e6 or maybe just something like h6.
I was thinking passing, to be honest with you. What I want to kind of stress is what's going to happen if black does nothing. Just hold, doesn't push the c-pawn, doesn't push anything on the queen side.
Yeah, I struggle to find a clear plan for white. It's one of those positions where you would like Magnus Carlsen on your side.
But there is actually a plan of improvement for black now. I think about it a little bit more. You can play a5 and a4.
True. And if eventually try to make a pass c-pawn that way.
Exactly.
It's sort of the mirror idea with c5, c4.
Well, both sides have their thrills and spills, actually. Not so one-sided. Okay, and there we see rook to d5.
Decision time for Alireza. He's going to go knight f3. I mean, rook e2, I think it's too early to repeat. I think he needs to make a push for it, and he does. remember that he declined repetition earlier in the game, way before in the opening. So it's not like he's that afraid of Nodirbek's prep. Now that the smoke has cleared, it's quite clear that white is not really risking. Knight f3 is on the board, and I think we're in for a pretty long haul in this endgame.
Okay. Well, let's leave the players to this endgame and move on to the bird's eye view and have a look at the other games in progress.
Okay, so Anish, Giri, and Gukesh have liquidated into what is very likely to end in a draw. Opposite colored bishop middle game with a slight advantage for white, more active bishop, but with plenty of time on the clock, Gukesh should not have too many difficulties holding that position. What else do we see? Pragg, I think, still very much in the driver's seat against Ding after correctly pushing c4. And where do we go? Nepo versus Danchenko continues to heat up. Jan found all of the best moves. Maybe we should do a quick update on that position before we go any further.
Yes, let's head there. The others are more or less in endgame territory.
Yeah, except for Wei Yi versus Parham, which is still like on move 5.
They're still thinking hard. But this game, so we looked at the lions after queen takes queen. We thought that they were pretty dangerous for black. Queen b6 instead played by Danchenko. Rook takes a4. Not a threat for now, but definitely a threat in the future. b3 is also another thing that Nepomniachtchi has to be considering. Yeah, he's entirely in defense mode.
Definitely. I mean,
maybe
Danchenko...
now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no. I must confess, I do not play Sicilians for this reason. I like my end games. I like my stable advantage. I like my clear, closed positions. This is just a barn burner.
Absolutely. And Danchenko's still having more fun, although it's one of those paradoxes where if white finds a string of perfect moves, he's probably better. But, you know, black is the one who's smiling all throughout that process. Now, a couple of important things here. Rook takes a4 is not actually a threat because white has 97 check. So in terms of what is black's next move, it probably is b3 if given the opportunity, or even something like king h8 to take away this 97 resource. At the same time, if white pushes a5 here, I actually think Danchenko has loaded up the potentially devastating exchange sacrifice rook takes a5. This should not be allowed by Nepo because this is exactly the kind of position you want to avoid because the king has nowhere to run. It can't run toward the center. You're going to get a lot of bad things are going to happen to you. It can't run toward the queen side anymore. Even worse things are going to happen to you. You're going to get checkmated with queen a1 or queen a2 on the next move. So that's out of the question. And if you're not playing a5, how are you keeping your position stable? Probably the best approach is to play a calm move like king b1 and get the king out of the line of fire of black's heavy pieces. But that means you're allowing black to push b3. That's very scary.
That is incredibly scary. But okay, you need to have nerves of steel in this type of position. King b1. Okay, now b3.
Yes, and c3 is terrifying. I mean, leaving this pawn on b3 alive for the foreseeable future is really scary, but so is c takes b3, allowing queen takes b3. The best move here, I will point out, is one of those moves that, okay, it kind of makes sense when it's played, but it's a very difficult move to actually put on the board. It's rook to d2. Okay, wait, let me double check that. No, sorry, it's not rook takes b2. Here there's the brilliant bishop takes b2. Insanity.
Yeah.
Just cracking open the king. Actually, this makes a lot of sense. King takes b2. Really beautiful. Takes, and suddenly the rook comes in, picking off the knight, and it's hunting time against white's king.
Yeah. And yeah, I was looking even further. I was like, oh well, the rook will come to b8. Okay, yeah. So you can't do that. So you have to go c takes or c3.
Yeah, c3 or cb.
But then you feel like with the pawn on b3, that is setting up all kinds of checkmating ideas on with the queen on a2. So first up, I would be looking at moves like king to h8. And we have a move from Jan, by the way.
Okay, it's 97 check. So he's gone a different direction. Let's take a look. Let's go back to the live board. 97 check on the board. King h8 and knight back to d5. Excellent maneuver, getting the knight into the center. Okay, so there's a plus and a minus to this idea. The positive is that now a4 is nicely protected and black's queen has been unsettled. The negative is that black's king is essentially the safest piece on the board. So if black can find a nice square for his queen, such as b8, for instance, he is reinforcing all of the old ideas. I think after something like queen b8, the ball is still very much in white's court.
Yeah, definitely. Still, because the problem is that you want the queen to remain on d7 to keep an eye on a4. So it's actually not easy for white to initiate a queen trade. So I really like queen b8. And I'm sure there are people asking why doesn't white play b3? You know, after all, you have a nice pawn chain, but you've just lengthened the scope of the dark square bishop. c2 is weak, and all black needs in order to win the game is a battery with the queen and the bishop along that long dark diagonal. So yes, not advisable whatsoever. But okay, queen to b8. Queen to b8, and there's still... Could you maybe go rook h e8 after such a move?
Let's take a look. Queen b8, rook h to e1.
Sorry, rook h e1. Sorry.
No, totally. Yeah, b3 probably black will throw in. And again, we might get this b3, c3 routine.
Mm-hmm.
And now, maybe I can involve the sleeping rook from f8. I don't know, rook to d8. No, apparently that's not the move. Okay,
queen,
obviously.
Queen takes f7.
Then I was thinking I can play rook takes a4. And both sides are mating each other.
Yes, the queen on f7 is both a great defensive and offensive piece.
Yeah, it's like the old story about Alexander Alekhine. He was giving a simul to a bunch of amateurs, and he comes up to one of the boards, and his opponent looks up at him and says, Mr. World Champion, I announced made in three moves. Mr. Alekhine says, congratulations, but I'm checkmating you in 2 moves. So it's like, who can claw his way to the other side's king first? In this case, it's probably white. Rook takes a4, and you said rook e7?
Yeah.
Yeah, rook e7. Absolutely.
Oh, hang on a second. Isn't there... I was wondering whether there was any bishop h6. Oh, can we just show this line? Bishop h6, check.
Oh, wow.
King b1.
King b1.
You cannot play king b1, but it would be a terrible mistake because of rook a1 check. Oh, no, hang on a second. Oh, there's rook a7.
Insane.
How could I miss such a thing? Yeah.
No, but this is the classic mating pattern. It's so rare to have one of these lateral defensive moves, rook a7, and white wins. And actually, this is the reason why, because if after bishop h6, white had blocked with the pawn, okay, this still is winning, but okay, black has bishop takes f4 check. And if white plays queen, okay, no, never mind. The rook is defending also. But I was going to illustrate that if you can deflect the knight, then rook a1 is checkmate. But okay, try calculating this line. You know, Nepo, I never thought we'd be saying this tournament, but 46 minutes is not a lot of time in this position. How did we get here? All of this analysis is predicated on Donchenko moving the queen back to b8, which is not a given. He could also play queen to c5, but I don't like that move because the queen on c5 is kind of in the middle of things, and white could also bring the queen back and offer a queen trade more easily if black's queen is on an undefended square.
Yeah. I like queen b8 because it's one of those long range moves. threaten queen e5, setting up that battery. That's a very dangerous idea. Queen c5 looks good, but it's just a queen by itself, not doing too much. One question though. Is it possible for Jan just simply to hit the brake pedal and make moves such as queen b5 should push come to shove?
Yes, I think queen b5 is a huge resource, and after one of the benefits of queen b8 is you notice is that queen b5 can be met with queen to e5, and black kind of zigzags out of there and builds the battery, and that just looks pretty devastating. But that's the reason I don't like queen c5. Queen b5 looks like a very nasty resource. And let's remember that if the a file opens, it doesn't mean white is checkmated, because rook a1 check is just that. It's just a check. White can escape into the center. So big moment. We will keep an eye on it.
It is a big.
Dodchenko has a lot of time to make this decision.
And talking about two players who have finished their game, well, we have our first result of the day. It is between Alireza Firouzja and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. That game did finish in a draw. Maybe we can see the last closing moves. Because Alireza did eschew a repetition, but it looks like he went for it anyhow.
Yeah, he should have repetition, but he offered a draw. The last moves, as also great call, a5 was played by Nodirbek. Alireza played king g3 and accompanied this move with a draw for kind of just not in the mood to push pieces around here for a couple of hours, which I understand. I don't think Nodirbek would have lost this. I think white has maybe a tiny pull here, but there is no winning plan. If black just bides his time, even with something like h6, white is not getting anywhere. The king is not crossing the e-file. The c-pawn is relatively unassailable. Totally understandable result and great prep work by Nodirbek.
Yeah, definitely. Well, can we check out the bird's eye view and see if there are other games headed towards a draw? I'm primarily looking at Anish Giri and Gukesh. That looks very drawish. There's also an endgame in Jordan van Foreest against Vidit. That one is a lot more dynamic.
Yes. Also, I would point out Ding versus Pragg. Ding is very much on the back foot, trying to grovel for a draw in that position. So I think a draw is likely in Ding versus Pragg, but it will take some serious further defensive effort by Ding to secure half a point. Pretty incredible. Once again, the white pieces are under some serious pressure. Also, Wei versus Maksudlu is heating up, but we can look at the Van Foreest Vidit endgame first. It's your call.
Yeah, let's check out the Van Foreest Vidit endgame. Make an assessment here. It looks like Vidit is better.
Okay, so material is now equal. Vidit initially playing the pawn sacrifice line, but he's gained the pawn back. He's got a bishop. Van Foreest has a knight. Van Foreest also has double g-pawns, and this might be the reason why things are looking quite nice for black. f7, f5 is also being prepared, I think, by Vidit.
Certainly what it indicates. And one of the things about this position is that there is a pawn imbalance. And also Vidit is the only one who is able to generate a passed pawn very quickly, basically. I'm just thinking move at f5, and after the trade of pawns, then g4, f4, they're coming. The rook will come to h2. You know, I said I was an optimist. I think I've got to revise that opinion. I feel like I'm now sounding very pessimistic.
No, but this is actually in a really annoying position. It's one of those positions where you have to be extremely precise in this particular moment. If you allow f5 and the situation spirals out of control, you're going to be suffering for the rest of the game. And Van Foreest has been very sloppy, especially in the first two games. I think he's doing a much better job in the last game and now in this game, taking his time. How does he deal with this threat of f5? I think he deals with it by not dealing with it. I think you have to allow f5. There's nothing you can do about it. But after f5 is played, I think it's very important to avoid g takes f5, because that is what's going to give black's pawn majority its mobility. So, for example, let's take a obvious move like rook a1. Black responds with f5. And here I think white just needs to say, okay, let's calm down, chill everybody. Black doesn't really have much of a threat. And I think a really good defensive resource here would be to push d4, creating this anchor square for white's knight and counteracting the possibility of f takes g4. What do you think about that?
I'm grabbing your pawn. It's very rare that you see a triple pawn there, but I'm really there up for the chess aesthetic there. But I'm not sure about this actually, because the bishop outweighs the knight, and also the fact that the rook can come to h2 indicates to me that white is still suffering. Are you? I really am hesitant in allowing f5. It's not just the materialistic part of me that wants to avoid losing material, but I was thinking knight to d4 could be a way to prevent the advance of that pawn.
That was also my initial instinct, just pile up on the f5 square. My worry, of course, is that you're kind of leaving
Yes.
the g pawns out in the open, but at the same time, white is threatening rook takes f7. Maybe rook h2, rook takes f7. Okay, let's, for example, say rook h2.
Rook takes f7.
Yeah, rook takes g2.
And now the knight has to work for its living. And I was thinking knight to b5.
Yeah, tempo move hitting c7, forcing the bishop back, let's say, to b6, and maybe even a4, a5 can be considered.
Actually, yeah, a4 is a great move. You're getting ready to meet a6 with a5.
Exactly. Very important. Actually, black can get checkmated here. That's a really pretty mating construction. a6, the whole point is white pushes a5 anyway, and if black greedily gobbles up all of the pawns, you can see the eval bar shoot up. A file opens, 7th rank opens, and suddenly it's a back rank checkmate on a8. Mates are very much possible in the endgame. So that is exactly how the game is going to end. That is what we're used to seeing from Vidit, of course.
Yeah, no, not quite, but it's certainly running through their minds, right? The danger involved. But even the position that we saw, yes, the knight looked okay going to b5, but still, Vidit and Jordan will be calculating what's going to happen if black is the one doubling on the second row. The position is still very, very complicated, and I can understand why Jordan is taking his time. Does he play your move, which I actually quite like it, rook e1 and e4, sorry, d4. What's wrong with my coordinates today? And then, jumping in with a knight to e5, or does he gamble with knight to d4?
I think that's the question. Also, knight d2 is a candidate move as well.
Yeah, knight d2 is somewhat safer,
around to c4.
Right? Yeah, maybe knight d2 is much safer. I like that move.
But still, it worries me to leave these pawns out in the open like this. Black could also grab the knight on d2 and play rook h2. Either way, I think it's clear, like the general assessment here is that if Jordan finds a string of accurate moves, position is probably equal. But if he makes a couple of missteps, things could get very dangerous. Black's position is perhaps more exciting, is the proper way to put it.
Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye on this game, but let's go back to that bird's eye view and take a look at the other games. Where should we go?
I think we have to go to Wei Yi versus Maksudlu.
Yes, of course. I missed that one over there in the top corner. And what is this I see? The knight has been allowed to get to c7. That is not what I recommend in a Caro.
A very rare guest at the top level to see a construction like that, the knight trapping the rook. Now, obviously, Maksudlu saw that, and he is opting for an exchange sacrifice, but what a turn of events in the last couple of moves of this game. We're only on move 13. It's crazy, and we're 2 hours into the round. Okay, so what is Black's idea here? I'm assuming he wants to start with d takes c4 with a discovered attack against the queen, and then bring out the b8 knight in order to be able to generate at least a minor piece in return for the rook.
I also thought that it was possible to go d4 as well, but I like dc4.
Okay.
d4 can be met with bishop d3. That's
Yes, although actually d4 could be a thought. There are some ideas of a discovery against the knight on c7. So maybe you're right. I mean, the reason Parham is thinking actually might be because he's taking d4 seriously. But dc is the instinct move, and that's what most people would play in blitz. Then, let's say, for example, white moves the queen to the side, queen c1. And now a very important position. Does black play knight d7? But
it makes sense. But you
looks
can
kind of
leave the knight
full.
on a8. If you go knight d7, and obviously knight takes rook will be played.
Yep.
My point was that you can actually capture on e5 with a piece.
Right.
And the knight on a8 is still trapped.
It looks very flimsy. I mean, you're currently down a rook. If you pick up the knight and you're able to play b5, yes, I think black will be in pretty good shape. But something tells me that in this particular position, probably white has some tactic. Okay, maybe apparently not knight takes e5. But okay, white would have to take his time in this position and try to figure something out. Maybe something more positional like queen to f4. I don't know. Apparently the best move is knight back to d2. Okay. Just trying to take the pawn on c4. I mean, you're basically saying, yeah, black can play rook takes a8, but you can't get everything you ask for, because if you play b5 here, now suddenly I play a4, and kind of a hilarious situation. If black now plays a6, as you would normally do, after a takes b5, a takes b5, suddenly the knight is defended.
Yeah, that is a very impressive. But what do you think the chances are of seeing knight to d2? Because it
Quite
all
low.
hinges on. Yeah, I mean, it's a backward move. I mean, I was also looking at forward moves of the queen coming to g5, maybe to f4. You almost feel like psychologically the knight on a8 is lost, so let's just not bother with that and get developed. But instead, the computer is laughing at us and saying, let's extract the highest amount we can for that knight and activate the rook. Target c4. That's why computers are good. They laugh at us, Danya.
They always do, and their moves always make sense in the end. You understand exactly why it's played. Okay, just obviously go after the pawn on c4. But obviously, when all of the wrong options are excluded, a move like knight d2 starts to make a lot more sense. From a human eye, you want to maximize the tempo that you have, that black will spend taking the knight on a8. But there's nothing better to do than to take the c4 pawn. So that's one path that this game could take. Maksudlu is still thinking. Clearly, there's an option he's taking pretty seriously other than d takes c4. I will reveal that d4 has almost exactly the same evaluation as d takes c4. They lead to completely different types of positions. d4 is an even sharper move because it prepares the move d3.
Yep. Okay, put it on the board then. It's the
d4?
move that I was instinctively drawn to. Okay, so d4. Okay. Why? I mean, you pointed out that after bishop d3, which is very logical, just to stop that pawn from advancing, doesn't work. In fact, probably loses after bishop takes bishop and then knight to b4.
Yes, the lateral connection between the queen and the knight, very easy to miss. Knight to b4, or even knight takes c5, maybe even better, and queen takes c7 picks up that pesky, not just the pesky, but the knight on c7 that makes the world turn for white. That means you have to allow the pawn to get to d3, but probably you should start with the move rook e1, creating space for the bishop. And after d3 bishop f1, I mean, another completely chaotic position. No clue what's happening. No clue what black's best move is. It maybe is knight a6.
Knight b4.
Knight b4. And going to c2.
Yes.
Yeah, let's two can play at that game, is what you're saying. Wow, what a
I am
position, knight
saying that
c2.
indeed. I'm knight
Jeez.
c2. And then here, I mean, knight takes a1, knight takes e1 is coming. It's just chaos on the board. But it's funny because the computer just says white is slightly better or much better. But to the human eye, this just looks like maybe black is... Okay, it's skirting on the edge, but it could even turn around in black's favor.
Exactly. If black is able, well, when black takes one of white's rooks and recovers the knight on a8, if black is able to keep the d3 pawn alive, white could be essentially lost. So everything is very concrete in a position like this. And I think this might come down to both sides having to find an accurate move in certain critical moments. This is going to be a really fascinating game. And it could take two different paths. Both paths are very interesting. And I could totally see Parham taking, 30 minutes on this moment and kind of toggling between d4 and d takes c4. It's like the Russian chess anecdote that says, the journalist once approached Mikhail Botvinnik and asked him, Mikhail, when you're at the board, do you ever change your decision about a move? And he says, yes, only when I haven't taken one. So let's see when Parham makes up his mind. But this is going to be a cool one to watch.
Yeah, this is one that I can really get stuck into because of my Caracan bias. But I agree with you. Let's put this one to the rest. Let's see what Parham comes up with. But just a word of caution, Parham should not be using all his time just to kind of flip a coin and come to a decision, because the best is yet to come. There are more complications on the horizon if we've seen anything. And let's go to the bird's eye view and check out what is happening. And I was just having a look at the Jordan Van Forest game, and I feel that in the game of predictions, you emerged the winner. D4 having been played by Jordan.
Yeah, he's gone down the most principled path, carving up the e5 square for his knight. And, okay, we will see if we go down that f5 rook h e1 path. Vidit also has to keep an eye on his clock. But a game we haven't been to in a while is that Dingley Ren versus Pragg affair that has taken a pretty disturbing turn for the world champion, who either overlooked or underestimated the pawn push c4. And things are not getting better from there. I think Pragg very much has his foot on the gas pedal and has a sizable advantage. Shall we take a quick look at whether Prague's winning chances are realistic here?
I absolutely agree. And could history be repeating itself once more?
That would be insane.
But the thing is, though, it was Ding himself that mentioned it, that, last year he had beaten Gukesh with the black pieces, lost to Pragg with the white pieces. And yes, so he was kind of curious to see what would happen in today's match. And I'm sure that is just running through his head, because it was a really kind of similar opening trajectory. It was closed positions. And then suddenly Pragg just played the c4 and things just keep going downhill. And it's primarily because of black's pressure against the b2 pawn.
Yes, black's pieces are perfectly positioned. Everything is in its proper place. The knights are kind of confined to a spectator role. But at the same time, I don't think Ding is too worried. Mm-hmm.
Isn't there a tactic on h3?
Ooh. Whoa, bishop h3 and rook b3.
Yeah.
That is lovely. That needs to be investigated. So let's put this on the board. Bishop takes h3, snapping off the pawn. Okay, white takes back. And suddenly rook b3, the lateral fork. Queen takes d6. Trade. And rook takes f3 with a very pleasant edge in the endgame. This is
enough to win?
I mean, not, I think, with proper defense by white. I think this should be a draw. But still, it's a very hard option to resist if you see it. And something tells me that Pragg sees it.
If I saw it, Pragg will see
No,
this.
I did not occur to me at all. So very impressive spot. Bishop takes h3.
Yeah, but this is Pragg's and Gukesh's and Arjun Eragaisi and all the young Indian juniors. This is their bread and butter. They are always looking for those captures. It's like they were born, and the first thing they learned, they didn't learn how to speak. They learned how to calculate. I mean, I'm pretty sure Pragg is going to see it. Rook b3. I mean, is there a kind of difference between rook b3 and bishop takes pawn?
Yes, I mean, if you start with rook b3, then when all is said and done, white is not forced to take the bishop. After bishop takes h3, white has nothing better than to take the bishop. Otherwise, white is just down a pawn. But of course, there are other ways to apply pressure on the position. You could play this a little bit more slowly. For instance, you could try to get your knight across to c5. That's kind of the lazy man's approach. But it came to my mind as a way to try to cover the weakness on d6 and limit the influence of white's queen, which is a very good piece, by the way. It's both protecting b2 and it's pressuring d6. I think it's essentially keeping Ding afloat, this queen on a3, in conjunction with the plan of applying direct pressure on the d6 pawn. Given the time situation, which is very much in Ding's favor, I don't think Pragg is going to take too many risks in this position, which increases the likelihood of bishop takes h3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. And also there's the psychological factor that you see that you've won a pawn and where you're going to reject that opportunity instead and play in a more positional sense. It takes nerves of steel to do that. So I do like knight d7 and relocating the knight to c5, which is the dream square, by the way. But bishop h3 is just too tempting. But Pragg is thinking. How many minutes has he used for this particular move? And over 10 minutes. No, just under 10 minutes.
Yeah, right about 10 minutes. I mean, it's move 27. It's not the kind of position where you're terrified of having 15 minutes on your clock. And the best move, according to the computer, is g7, g6, which is very anticlimactic, but again, super positional, just limiting the scope of white's knights. That actually reminds me of a good Yasser story, but I think we might be going on a break. What's the plan?
You can tell that story after the break, Danya. But for the time
Deal.
being, we are going to leave these two players. We're going to find out after the break what avenue will the young Pragnananda choose against world champion Ding Liren. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
What's the best way to follow any chess event, from the World Chess Championship to the candidates, the Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Can you beat Magnus Carlsen? Okay, yeah, probably not. But what if we give him a few distractions? Can you beat Magnus while he's cooking? What if he's playing football? How about Magnus skiing? Surely you can beat him sleeping. Now there's a Magnus for everyone. This month on chess.com.
Hello, and we are back with round 4 of the Tata Steel Chess Masters. And there we can see Gukesh facing off against Anish Giri under some pressure. It's been a mixed bag this round. We've seen some games head straight to an endgame. We've seen a lot of tactics. And in this particular position, it is all about the endgame, but there are opposite colored bishops. And as they say, the person with the initiative will have the advantage. And it is Anish Giri who is just pressuring Gukesh's position.
Yeah, he's had a nagging positional advantage for quite a long time. And if anything, that advantage has expanded. And Anish is having a fantastic time in this position. Zero risk. He's got long-term pressure. And it's very easy to look at this position and just conclude, okay, instant draw. What is there to analyze? All the pawns on the same flank, opposite colored bishop, that's it. But there's a lot more than meets the eye. We know that with queens on the board and rooks on the board, the presence of opposite colored bishops does not imply that a draw is imminent, sometimes actually the contrary. And a case in point is that black is unable to fix his pawn structure with the move g6, obviously because white is able to capture the pawn with the queen. And actually queen g6 becomes somewhat of an idea in certain positions. So it's hard for black to cover all of the avenues and inroads into his position. The queen could also slide to b3. threatening rook b8, and the bishop on d5 is just an incredible piece.
Yeah, and also ideas of queen to g6 in the right circumstance, utilizing the pin that the bishop has against the king. This bishop on d5, it's just a monster. It's very difficult to find a way for Gukesh just to neutralize this piece. I mean, can he get away with perhaps playing rook a5 just to take it to the moves?
Yes, this would be very, very nice if rook a5 worked. Let's take a look. Rook to a5. And okay, the eval bar has not skyrocketed, which means that it seems to work. If you could engineer the rook trade, I don't think that still doesn't mean it's an instant draw. White still has chances with his queen, but I think it alleviates black's task somewhat. White could play maybe rook takes a5, queen takes a5, and now somehow pile up on the f7 pawn. Not sure, not totally sure how. Maybe queen c4, also trying to get into c8.
Yeah, and unfortunately, black has to just seize the defensive and play queen a7.
Yes, now I check you on c8. King has to move, and now I have this very nasty check on f5. And actually, the most prudent, maybe the only course of action is to give up this pawn, because king h6 gets instantly checkmated, or you bishop with bishop e4.
Yeah.
You have to drop back to g8 and give up the pawn. And maybe one of the things Gukesh is doing is trying to figure out how drawable is this position. It's pretty drawable, but I mean, white is going to go g4 and g5 at some point. I don't think he's going to go for this, exact position.
No, as a tale of two bishops, the black bishop on f6 is so poor, whereas the bishop on d5, and you're a pawn up. No, I agree with you. I don't think Gukesh should go for simplifications at the cost of a pawn. So let's rewind, go back to the game position, and have a look at other potential options. Like I mentioned, that this position is bad because of this bishop on f6. Ideally, I would love, if I were black, to play g6, just to form some kind of blockade against the light squared bishop. But that isn't even possible because of this queen takes g6. What to do then? What happens if you were to kind of pass with the king? Put it on h8. Yeah. Oh no, king h8. No. That would be bad because of queen b3.
But maybe here, actually, maybe black can defend calmly with queen d7. Okay, apparently not. But my idea is just the check on b8 in and of itself is not that dangerous. So maybe this is the way to set up the move g6. Apparently there's a more accurate move here. But something like this, queen maybe to e7 is better to keep the bishop protected. I'm honestly not sure. This is a hard position to figure out. Yes, apparently queen e7 is the best move, and black keeps everything together with g6 on the next move.
Okay. So maybe this is the key, actually, just to get g6. You get g6, you can park your king on g7. And you grovel for your life.
Yeah, and this could go on forever. It's a white, even if white's immediate attempts fail, even if black is able to play g6, it's still not the end of the story. It's not like, the torture session stops. White could continue to poke and prod and set traps. So Gukesh knows full well that he is in for, the long haul. He has to set himself up mentally for a long defensive session. And obviously the first step is to avoid blundering. Like this is the acute phase where he has to build up his defenses, try to find a way to get g6 in. And if he doesn't do that, then he fails the first challenge. If he does that, then kind of the real work begins. Very unpleasant.
Definitely. Gukesh in for a whole lot of suffering. There has been a second result. It was a peaceful outcome between Max Varmadam and Ju Wenjun. Shall we take a look at the final position before we take a look at the other games?
Sure. let's flip on over to that game. This was a very balanced game. It's not that not much happened, but not much happened in terms of either player having a big advantage. A great job by Ju and June of the Black Pieces, really shutting down Warmerdam from the very beginning. This was a Catalan where a lot of pieces were traded. Around here, I thought that maybe things would get sharp. Maybe Black would create a pass pawn, but instead they ended up kind of trading the last pair of minor pieces. And, okay, after Rook before Warmerdam offered a draw because it's just a completely even position.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Very level game there from two players. And let's go back to the bird's eye view and take a look at what is happening elsewhere. And I'm not gonna hide it, but I'm really dying to know how Nepo has continued against Donchenko.
Absolutely. We'll take a look as there have been some developments there. Also, Pragg has an extra pawn now in an endgame. The queens are off. Pragg has an ideal scenario where he can push, much like Geary, for a win. He's got an even bigger objective advantage, so we will keep an eye on that game. But right now, the most action is definitely happening on Nepo's board. Let's go there.
Okay.
So, after knight d5, we saw a move that I really did not expect. Queen jumps into f2. Just trying to chop away at White's kingside pawns, and Nepo very calmly responds with an excellent move, b3. Just saying, take me on g2.
Okay, I would need no encouragement. Come on, let's get that pawn off the board. What is Nepo's big idea? It's very sophisticated move. I can see it being awarded an exclamation point by the engine, but presumably it must be just simply just to overprotect a4 because I can't see anything else.
Yes,
Why
I'm
is it so good?
very much in the same boat. What is White's intended response to queen takes g2? First thought that came to my mind is queen drops back to g4 because, well, if the queens are traded, then the protected passer on a4 is going to begin to make its presence felt, and White's king will obviously be out of the woods. Can Black successfully avoid the queen trade? It's not that easy to do.
Queen f2.
Yes, queen f2. Okay, so you want this diagonal to escape.
Travel on the dark squares.
Can I snag or snack on the pawn on b4? Very scary. I mean, then I'm allowing rook fc8. Clearly, Nepo identified some very strong move here. Could it just be knight takes b4?
Yeah. It could
Apparently,
be.
it's just rook d2, forcing the queen away again. And again, this problem that if you play queen c5, you run into queen takes b4 with tempo. And potentially White might even sacrifice an exchange for 3 pass pawns on the queen side.
Okay.
And if the queen drops back to a7, then and only then, White finally picks up the pawn on b4. The battle continues. Black still has chances on the queen side, but it starts to seem like things are fizzling out, and White still has 3 pass pawns.
Yes. 2 pawns is not smelling. No, this is not good. Okay, let's go back. So b3. Maybe Black lost some momentum by going queen takes g2. And of course, one always must remember the whole purpose of what you're doing. So after, let's look at moves like rook. I can't quite make up my mind. Let's say rook c8.
Yeah, it's the eternal question, which rook to put on a particular square. I guess it was the other one. Okay. I guess I can block with rook d2.
Yeah, and is bishop h6 not sufficient for anything?
Yeah, this is very important, actually. Bishop h6 would be a huge resource were it not for f4.
Yeah. And after bishop takes pawn, Black's completely run out of steam.
Yeah, and at a minimum I can, well, at a minimum and at a maximum I could just swap off the queens. And again, this pawn on a4 exerts such a big influence over the course of the game because it ensures that almost all endgames are in white's favor, which means Danchenko is essentially fighting two enemies. He has to play the middle game, and he has to always, in most cases, avoid the trade of queens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Still a pawn down. Okay, so let's go back.
Yeah.
What else is there to do?
I mean, you could play rook a c8, but I'm not sure how that impacts the position. Rook a c8, also not good according to the computer because of rook d2. And black, again, starts to run out of meaningful squares. If the queen just has to passively retreat to c5, it is quite clear that white has beat back the attack. You still have to be very careful, but all of the business squares are controlled here. And white could even, queen e7 is a very strong move here. Continuing to use the queen trade as a weapon to force black's queen to more and more of an awkward square. And eventually white will capture on b4.
Yeah, and the knight on d5 is such an incredible defender. It guards the c3 squares. The rook on d2 is doing a great job. No, somehow or other, white's position is just tying together very nicely. And let's go back to the game position, because I'm really feeling that I sense that there should be some way that black can pose some problems to white.
The best move is, I actually think this is a very difficult move. And as usual, once I say it, well, of course, I mean, this move is obvious. Rook a to d8, according to the computer, and white is better, by the way. White has a stable advantage, but the way to keep it confined is to play rook a to d8. The reason this is such a difficult move is because your hand is just, your brain wants to put the rook on c8. You want to attack the pawn on c2, and to get the rook to the d file doesn't seem very meaningful because the knight is very well protected. But apparently the best move is rook a to d8.
Okay.
What do you make of that?
It was on my radar, but it also wasn't on my radar as well, if you see what I mean.
Exactly.
I dismissed it. I dismissed it. I was
okay.
like, yeah, okay, well, what is it doing? It's just chasing away the queen. Queen is going to retreat somewhere. I quite like g4.
Wow. This is another example of typical rook f to e8. Oh, wow. Now, apparently, the computer spots some crazy tactic. Rook takes d5. My goodness. Be still my beating heart. Okay, this makes sense. Queen e3 check.
And, well, this is awkward because the king has to run to d1.
It does, because king b1, queen c3 is just curtains. Queen a1 is unstoppable. And now we start entering the realm of computer play. Queen c3, threatening to pick off the rook on h1 with queen a1. And apparently it's a draw. White, for example, rook f1. Now black cuts off the king with rook to e8. White has to play this move, queen f4. And, wow, queen a1 check, queen c1, and queen back to c3. And apparently white has nothing better than to just repeat moves with queen d2. Just because of black's long-term attacking chances.
That's an unbelievable line. And I'm not sure I kind of 100% trust this perfect engine. Because I feel like even in that position, a human would be going, I'm going to play rook d3 and play on. Thank you very much.
Yes, rook d3 is very, very appealing here, just pushing the queen back. I guess black can continue to pose threats with queen e5. And this is another repetition, queen d2, queen a1.
Yes. Okay. That one I accept. But what a neat line. Hang on a second. So rook a d8, there is some danger. Okay, so this is the situation. Danchenko has 47 minutes on the clock. He has to find rook a d8. And if the queen carelessly drops back to g4, there is an incredible sacrifice. Rook takes knight. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, just kind of out of nowhere because it looks like white has stabilized. And it looks like with rook a d8, black is kind of saying, okay, I'm suing for peace. I am not really aiming for checkmate anymore. I'm just kind of going for a long-term play. But no, rook a d8 actually does set up this threat of rook takes d5, which in retrospect makes sense. You want to generate these dark squares for the queen, and white's biggest defender is the knight on d5.
Yeah. Well, then this means how does white keep their advantage? I mean, you have to put the queen... Maybe you have to put the queen somewhere where it can cover either e3 or c3. And what is quite nice is that if you're, again, careless and just so focused in the details, you don't see the bigger picture, a move like queen c7 is going to allow rook c8. And, well, you will come to regret some decisions.
Yep. Some doors close, other doors open. I mean, maybe queen b5 can also be considered. I would be very impressed if Danchenko plays rook a d8. Danchenko has played rook a d8. There's a reason that the players in the Tata Steel Masters are in the Tata Steel Masters. He's found rook a d8.
Okay.
Big move.
And now it is a big move. Okay. And now we have to find out what is the best square for the queen. So if you go queen b5, keep in contact with the knight, does that change anything? So
yeah, this is a big question.
Isn't there still the sacrifice of... There is. Yeah, you don't have to... So after queen b5, rook takes knight, you can capture with the queen, obviously. And I guess the point would be queen to e3 will be met by queen d2 check. And no checkmating idea for you.
Yeah, very nicely spotted. And also b4 is hanging, and I will take that pawn. It'll be scary, but black starts to run out of ideas here. Queen e5, queen takes b4. And again, the king escapes toward the center. Yes, very important detail. So after queen b5, black will have to find an alternate
queen b5,
idea.
any...
Who? I think...
Greedy with us, black.
Sorry, Yovi, you cut out.
You can get... Sorry, yeah, you can get... Yeah, you can get greedy with queen takes g2, or the another move that I was thinking is rook to c8.
I like queen takes g2 at this point. Now that white's pieces are... Well, white's queen in particular is misplaced on the queen side, maybe it's time to start gobbling up the pawns. And again, it's a completely wild position. 3-result game in this situation.
There's a trap. If you go queen takes b4, rook takes knight.
Whoops.
Will come in like a bolt from the blue.
Yeah, so many of these little zaps, little zips, and queen b5 is on the board. Very good. Lovely.
Played by... It's just unbelievably how fast these players make these excellent moves. They see everything so quickly. Queen b5.
Yes, this has been a very high level game from the very beginning. Really from the time that Nepo castled queenside and navigated the storm, and then Danchenko with rook a to d8, kind of on demand, finding a way to keep the fire burning. Anything can happen in this game. We're only on move 24. We could get a time scramble. We really could get a resolution at any moment. So absolutely a very interesting game to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
By the way, Van Forest Vidit is gonna end in a draw momentarily. They have liquidated. Okay. Van Forest was able to find a way to neutralize this f5 idea as we predicted, and we just have a 4-4 rook endgame. So that's going to be our third result of the day.
There were a lot of peaceful openings. Like yesterday, it felt like there was so much chaos on the board. Maybe one game that was quite tranquil. The rest of them wild. And here it feels like, okay, people are grinding. People are doing crazy things, such as Param Wei and this game, Nepomniachtchi against Danchenko. But someone who is looking like they are in full control was Pragnananda. You mentioned that he was a pawn-up against Ding. His position at some point looked like it was overwhelming.
It still looks incredibly nasty. Let me flip on that game. No, this is not the current position. I'm just going to refresh. Here we go. This is the current position. This is the current position. Bishop a2 was Pragg's last move, trying to shut down white's rook. Obviously, 2-result game, barring a huge blunder, black is completely in control. Up a pawn, and a dream scenario for Pragg.
Yeah. And just saw that the engine had awarded the bishop a2 as a mistake. It's a dubious move. Why is that? Is that because of knight to d1?
Yes. Well, knight d1 is clearly being kind of invited by Pragg. I think black has to respond with rook to b1. But, my first impression is that a trade of a bishop for one of white's knights is probably going to ease white's defensive task. Also, maybe the white should consider trading rooks and getting the knight to c3. Either way, it's going to be nasty. It's going to be unpleasant. But Ding has to essentially find the lesser evil. What is going to give him the most chances of some sort of a fortress?
Yeah. Well, Ding on the defensive there. But let's go back to where the fireworks are. And can we just check in on Wei Yi against Parham Magsudlu? We left it with Parham needing to make a decision between d4, d takes c4, and I can see that Parham opted to grab the pawn on c4. But what on earth is happening?
Yes, and I will just add that the Ding Pragg game is sort of the crowd favorite, but obviously this endgame is going to move slowly. It's unlikely that something cataclysmic happens in the foreseeable future. So we'll have time to delve more deeply into that endgame. It's possible that will be the last game remaining. Wrong game. Parham Magsudlu versus Wei Yi. There we go. This is the current position. So kind of along the lines that we had anticipated, where white has grabbed the rook on a8, and Parham isn't even making as big of an effort to win the knight back immediately. He is offering the knight a retreating square to c7, but I think going for some sort of a lightning attack against white's king with maybe knight takes f3 and knight d4.
Wow. But then he'll be a whole rook down, albeit one piece on c7 being trapped. But let's go and dive into those complications. I want to find out what is the heart of this position. Okay, so I like your idea. Knight c7, knight takes knight, bishop takes, and now the knight jumps in, and I'm like, okay, no biggie.
Yeah, this is the big question.
Yes. And now, first up, I can go queen f4 and hold on to my knight for one more move. And I see that's already been criticized.
I think black has e5.
Yeah.
And then once I pick up the knight, and we should point out that if black is able to pick up the knight, black has 2 pawns for the exchange. So at that point, black will just be dominating, not just positionally, but also from a material standpoint. Black will technically be up material. So Wei either has to try to cling to his knight, or as we discussed in that old knight d2 variation that we checked out last time, Wei has to try to garner at least 1 pawn back if he wants to have a material advantage. So if we go back, where should we look for a different option? Maybe in the initial after knight bc6?
Yeah, maybe don't cling on to the knight. I think that one can be rejected.
So here's a primitive idea. Let's start with knight takes e5. Trade the knight, simplify the position a little bit. It would be very nice if we had the move knight d2, but we don't have a knight to put on d2. b4 came to mind. Probably wrong. F4 is illegal.
Well, you can play queen c3.
Yes. Then I will take the knight.
And then b4.
I'll drop back to c7.
And
maybe then f4.
No follow through. Then f4, yes.
But then I have knight d3.
Okay.
So some move has to be found here.
Okay.
Yeah, queen c3. Wow. Queen c3, rook takes a8. And now the best move is actually prophylactic a4, preventing black from building the pawn chain. And on the next move, you're going to start surrounding the c4 pawn with b3. Another very difficult sequence.
Yeah, Adanya, A4 in my books is impossible to find. To switch to a positional mode when you're really all you're just thinking about is I just want to win the c4 pawn, I just want to activate the rooks, it's what we're taught. It's a nice idea though. Is it the only way for white to maintain an advantage?
So after knight bc6, this is the game position. The best move, according to the computer, is actually to offer this queen trade with queen e3 and to go for the endgame, where black, yes, still has 2 pawns for the exchange, but white has maybe the d4 square for his knight. So queen e3 trade, rook takes a8, and now rook fc1 is very unpleasant. Okay, and in the endgame, black will have a very hard time to keep his minor pieces stable. If black just kind of blindly pushes b5, I'm assuming that already a4 is very, very dangerous for black. Yeah, queen e3 is very deep move.
That is very deep. But instead of going b5, I mean, wouldn't black just be going bishop d3?
Entirely possible, and maybe here we can play primitivo. Knight takes e5, takes, and bishop takes d3.
Okay.
And my point is that the more pieces get traded, the more accentuated the influence of the extra exchange becomes. If black is left with only one minor piece, here maybe the rook infiltrates to c7, and white gets some winning chances. As you can see from the eval bar, even this is not a disaster for black. The knight and the pawn is very strong, but here white is in the driver's seat.
Yeah. It's not easy to hold on to the b7 pawn, because if you make moves like rook b8, then rook c1, threatening rook c8, checkmate is going to be very powerful. But queen e3, go on. What percentage do you give Wei Yi on finding that?
Man, it's so hard to say. I mean, I wouldn't say no way he finds it, especially because he's been thinking for 18 minutes, which tells me he's deep in the weeds. I would say at least 25% that he finds queen e3.
Okay.
If he doesn't like what he sees in the middle game, if he doesn't like what he sees after knight c7, the idea of going to an endgame is logical. You're up in exchange. You want to trade queens. It's just a matter of understanding that black has a hard time keeping his queenside construction stable, and that's kind of what's hard to see from a distance.
And how bad is trying to rescue the knight with knight c7?
Well, I think this knight f3, knight d4 idea is very, very unpleasant. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't go into it in time pressure. It's move 16. Can you believe it? Move 16.
That's incredible. And actually, the time situation is going to be very worrying. It's Wei Yi who is under 20 minutes, and it's just move 16. I hadn't really appreciated that, because we've seen the other games. I think they're on move 32. Some are kind of like, it's move 24. I was expecting that. 16. And it's just a crazy position. Queen e3. It's possible. I don't want to rule it out.
Yes.
But I think it's a very hard spot.
But because he's in time pressure, actually it raises the likelihood he plays queen e3, because it gives the position clarity. When the queens are swapped, it's easier to play faster. I think it's totally possible. We will see. I mean, we will update you as soon as a move is played. In addition, Gukesh's position is continually getting worse against Giri. I think we're just about to get a result in the Van Forest Vidit game, but I think probably the biggest action is happening on Giri's board. I think that is the game chat wants to see. Maybe we can catch the handshake. We can catch the handshake in Van Forest Vidit first.
Okay, and we've just did that. And there you see, it was a draw between Jordan van Foreest and Vidit. Does mean that Vidit is on 50%, having drawn all of his 4 games. Very solid start there for the Indian Grandmaster. He was never in any trouble whatsoever, despite having been surprised, just judging by his time management in the opening. He handled everything very well and even had the advantage, I would say, a small advantage for the time.
Yes, he was pressing. He did a good job. And he did a good job yesterday, too, in a slightly worse position against Nepo. Vidit maybe not getting exactly what he wants out of the opening, but a solid start to the tournament, getting his feet under him. And we will see how the Indian talent continues going into the tournament. 3 draws have been made. And let's see. I haven't forgotten the Yasser story. I will share it when the time is right. But is the time right to look at Giri's game or another break? What's on the horizon for us?
Yes. And okay, maybe we can go and check on the Giri Gukesh game because, as you mentioned, Gukesh's position is slipping downhill pretty fast. The bishop on d5 is good.
Yes. So since we last saw the game, Gukesh finally made a decision. He played after rook b5 the move rook d7, which was heavily criticized by the computer. Okay, queen b3 as we expected, and queen to e7. So this is the defensive setup that Gukesh has chosen for himself. Obviously, he wants to play g6, but the engine is not amused.
Yeah. Not quite sure why the engine is not amused. Gukesh's position still looks relatively solid, although on completely the passive side. But is there an intricacy that we are missing?
Wow, this is... I mean, it's one of those things where when you hear the eval, okay, it's almost +2, you almost start thinking a forced win. Let's start calculating. Rook b8, bishop f7, let's go. Bang, bang, bang. But no, the correct move is a very anticlimactic one. Speaking of anticlimactic, this would be the perfect time to share the Yasser story, and I'll be quick. The best move is queen back to b1. And the idea is to cover the retreating square for black's king, just a move that limits the scope of black's possibilities. And again, we're preventing g6 because of our old friend. Queen takes g6 check, and black is kind of out of moves. Black is almost in Zugzwang. I know it's crazy to say, but black has no good moves here.
Really? I cannot believe such a thing. So say I were to go king to... No, I cannot do that. Cannot move the bishop. I will move the rook. Rook to d8.
Move the rook. Rook to d8. Actually, that's reasonable. I was thinking the same thing. Okay, I go rook b7. Okay, Giri played a different move, though, so we should probably...
Okay, let's
get
quickly
back to
look
the
at
live
what
board.
Giri's played. Bishop to c6, attacking the rook.
Okay, this is also a very nasty move. And again, I wouldn't put too much stock into the engine evaluations here because, I mean, just because it's such an unpleasant position to defend, and it's very hard to be, you know, to maintain engine levels of precision when you're pressing a position like this. Bishop c6, trying to force the rook to compromise and allow white's rook entry to the 7th rank.
Mm-hmm. And, okay, so nothing for Gukesh to do other than How is actually black going to maintain? Oh, I guess he just has to go rook c7.
Yes.
You have to hold the 7th row.
But then you have to reckon with some like rook b8, rook e8 maneuvers. Ugh.
Yes. It's not a position to be proud of, but as long as you hold and do the job, it might be okay. But I mean, the thing is, though, if you do step away from the 7th row, then rook b7 is happening.
Yes, I don't think rook b7 can be allowed.
Exactly. So either you're going rook a7, rook c7, pick a random one. And
yeah,
I feel that, yes, the computer says it's like incredibly bad for Gukesh, but on a practical level, it might be within the realms of defense, because if the black king is allowed to get to h7, and as I mentioned before, you manage to get g6 in, some key squares are being covered.
Yes, this is exactly right. It's not... If black is able to play g6, I think Gukesh will become confident that I can hold this. If Anish can keep preventing g6, I think he will eventually find maybe the winning setup. I think what he wants is to drop his bishop back to e4 and to prevent g6 that way. And he's also putting pressure on Gukesh's clock, trying to force him to make as many decisions as possible. We're only on move 29, and 20 minutes is not a lot with which to work in this situation.
It's not a lot of time, and the heat is on. The pressure is rising for Gukesh as he has to find some accurate moves in order to hold this quite bad position. But we are going to go on a quick break. But before that, you are invited to compete in the brand new opening roulette arenas. Every Monday, test your rapid skills and develop your opening knowledge, starting with January's Queen's Gambit arenas. Prizes for top finishers include a coaching session with a Chessable author, Chessable credits, and diamond membership on chess.com. So head to go.chess.com/roulette or use !roulette in chat right now to learn how to play. We'll see you in the arena, and we're going to go on a quick break.
Tata. It's check.
Oh, it's check. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you say anything. Yeah, thanks. I thought Padana played extremely well, very, very solidly. Didn't make mistakes and made good positional moves all the time. The last time I was wiped out by a woman was by Nona Geprindashvili in 1966. She beat me.
She beat you.
Two wins and one draw.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm retiring.
And we are back, and we've had a calm beginning here in the cold, windy shores of Vike and Say, but the temperature is rising as the clock starts ticking down. And there we see on the camera world champion Ding Liren. He is suffering against the young prodigy that is Pragnananda. Ding Liren currently defending an in-game pawn down. There we can see the tension. Interesting enough, this could be perhaps almost a repeat of what happened last year in Tata, where Ding Liren played Pragnananda in round 4 with the white pieces and lost. That is very much playing on the world champion's mind.
Yeah, I mean, this has been an amazing display by Pragg, really from the opening onwards, neutralizing Ding's Ruy Lopez and then outplaying him in the middle game and converting his advantage into a healthy, sound extra pawn in the endgame. The rooks have been swapped. We anticipated this possibility. It's not entirely clear who this favors. Pragg has 2 more moves to make in 6 minutes to reach time control, which is crazy. Maksudlu Weyer move 15. This game is about to reach time control. And okay, Pragg is trying to get his bishop kind of back to home base, back to e6. I wouldn't pay too much heed to the eval bar kind of shifting, because as long as the nature of the position doesn't change, that doesn't really tell us much about the shift in Black's winning chances.
No, it certainly doesn't. One has to go beyond the piece arrangements and look at the pawn pushes and also the ability that Black has to create a passed pawn. So, for instance, is Black aiming at going d6, d5? Is Black aiming at going f6, g5 maybe? And what kind of piece trades will be in operation? Will a set of knights leaving the board, will that benefit White's defense? Will it benefit Pragg? Those are the questions that will be running through both of these players' minds.
The first step is to make time control. King f2, king f8 doesn't really change anything. Yeah, from Black's perspective, you have to decide, you clearly are going for some pawn break, because that's the only way to make progress. Which one? Are you trying to engineer d5? Or are you trying to engineer the riskier but potentially more rewarding f7, f5? And from White's perspective, White also has some pawn breaks. G2, G4 in certain cases is not out of the question. I don't think Ding Liren is going to rush this move unless he's desperate. He's very likely, I think, to position his other knight on c3, clamp down on the d5 square, and just kind of chill and wait for Pragg to put his cards on the table.
Yeah. But Pragg will have a lot of fun trying here because, yes, he will move the bishop out of the way, perhaps put it back on e6, anchoring the position. The Black king can also make a run for it, work its magic there on c5, and the knight can improve. And then Pragg can keep Ding guessing as to which pawn break he will go for. But this is very much a slow burner. Shall we go and check on the other remaining games?
Yes, I think we'll have plenty of opportunities to revisit this endgame after time control is made. Nothing is going to happen fast, and if there's a big pawn break, we will immediately get back to this game. But lots of developments on some of the other boards. Gukesh is still thinking after bishop c6, but look at Weyi versus Maksudlu. Lots of stuff happening there. And of course, Nepo versus Danchenko. Which one do we travel to?
Let's take a look at one of the sharpest games of the round. Jan against Alexander Danchenko. And what is this I see? There's a queen on h5, queen on c4. But one thing that has struck me consistently about this game is that Jan has taken all the risk, but handled it with such precision. We saw moves like queen b5 from him, now f4 attacking the queen. Really impressive stuff here.
Yes, absolutely. It felt at various points in this game that he is just on the verge of losing control, just one little inaccuracy away from either getting mated or getting under a devastating attack. But no, he's found a way to keep everything protected and keep all of his T's crossed and his I's dotted. And his eyes are now on the b4 pawn, which he has surrounded with his queen and his knight. He is no longer in imminent danger of getting checkmated. Of course, those are pretty famous last words, but I think the battle has almost shifted to a more strategic is the wrong word. It's still a very tactical position, but a slower paced tactical phase, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So, but will Donchenko, the long-term trumps are not in his favor. If this gets to an endgame, that is it. It's going to be game over. The pawn on b4 will be lost. White has a protected passed pawn on a4. And I feel like he must not let that pawn on b4 drop. If it falls, where is the counterplay?
Yeah.
So, and I'm thinking, okay, so he needs to take radical action.
Agreed, but
I don't see where.
Yeah,
that is the problem.
Push some buttons. Stuff needs to happen. It's
exactly.
Like the joke.
Okay, but he can go queen to f5, right?
Yeah, it's like the joke when my teacher told me that as a procrastinator, I'm not going to achieve anything as an adult. I said, just wait and see. Eventually something will manifest itself. Queen f5 I like. It's one of those slower, calm moves to get the queen into a better position. Okay, rook c8 has been played. Donchenko had took over my mouse and played a very concrete move.
Okay.
Which I like. He's sacking the b4 pawn, but he's forcing white to take it with the queen, which is the less desirable way to capture because that allows black inroads to white's position. So the big question, what is exactly he intending after queen takes b4?
That would be my question as well. What is it? Queen takes pawn?
Well, let's throw up the analysis board. Right. Queen takes b4. Okay, so there's something very nasty here to be found.
That sounded like you were setting a challenge. I was thinking rook takes c2, but then king takes rook. Death by diagonals. The rook comes to d3. Okay, let's put this up on the board.
Yeah, this is the first move you have to, but it works apparently. Rook takes c2, king takes c2. But here you have to be... I think rook c8 might be the move here, because if you start with a diagonal check, queen f5, yeah, this is very bad because white covers, and suddenly white has this beautiful spot on d2. So it's very easy to just blitz out the wrong check here. I think you actually have to start with the rook c8, which sounds paradoxical because you're allowing the king back to b1, except the king will get mated here. Queen f5, queen c2, and queen b2. Now it's dead by diagonal.
Yep.
And
so the king has to run to the hills and has to put itself on d2.
Yeah, but then at a minimum, I can pick up the knight and the attack rages on. Maybe knight c3 white has to play. No.
Oh.
Queen c4, I don't know. But this is already clearly not... Yeah, you're right. King d2, only move. But Donchenko would be thrilled to have this position.
Who plays this, though? The king goes to... Where's the king going to run to? To e2? e3?
Having said A, you must say B. Or you must say E.
I'm shocked, and I mean that in every sense of the word, that the evaluation bar is not in black's favor. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, crazy.
You have to get the queen out of dodge, because otherwise, if you go rook c3, queen takes rook, it's going to be an unpleasant surprise for black. But yeah, queen g2. I mean, this just looks awful for white.
It's one of those situations where white has to find, only move after only move in order to avoid getting checkmated, and there's a million different directions to cover. Rook e8, rook to c3, everything is being threatened. But okay, this is all dependent on Jan taking on b4, which is not forced. Not only is it not forced, he's very unlikely to do it, he just did it. Oh my gosh, we might see this.
Oh my
He's taken on
god.
before.
He has. And you can see it's
Uh-oh.
been awarded a question mark, and there is a shock coming Nepomniachtchi's way if Alexander Donchenko finds the incredible rook takes c2 check. I must admit, it was really tempted to take the pawn.
Yes, I mean,
don't think in
you.
my
This is
wildest dreams I imagined that rook takes c2 was working.
it comes out of nowhere. Again, it's this weird thing in this game where every time it seems like Black's attack is fizzling out, some new resource manifests itself. Okay, let's keep an eye on this because Donchenko is pausing to write down Nepo's move, and I know that people in the chat really dislike speculation about what something might mean, and for very good reason. But I have a good feeling he's going to spot rook takes c2. I think he reacted with some surprise to this move.
Well,
the big
that's
question is,
normally a
did Nepo see
telltale.
rook c2?
No, I don't think so. Like, why would you go into that position where the best line leaves your king out there?
He missed it.
In the open?
He it.
Yeah, I know. Exactly. But one of the big telltale signs that you've done something wrong is when your opponent comes back to the board, hesitates, writes down the moves, looks at you like am I going crazy? Did you not see what I just saw? and that's when the penny drops and you realize, my goodness me, I've just allowed a blinder.
Yeah,
rook
that's
takes
100% true.
C2.
Let's see it.
He's going to think about it. He's got 26 minutes. It's move 28. His eyes are in that direction. They are just focused on the c2 point.
Yes, he is probably holding himself back from playing this move with every fiber of his being, just being like, okay, we need double check. And the amazing thing is that somehow still equal, but man, will that be a difficult challenge for Nepo to find his path through the labyrinth. First of all, okay, all of that will be a moot point if Donchenko doesn't spot rook takes c2, but I would be shocked if he doesn't. I mean, it's just one of those things, once you consider it, you have to spot the follow-up rook c8. You have to realize, no, don't give the check with a queen, give the check with a rook. But once you do that, the rest is pretty easy to calculate.
Yeah. But it also fits in with the principles of attack, right? When you sacrifice a piece, you bring a new one into the party. And rook c8 does exactly that. So between queen f5 check, queen to e2, that's just checking with the same two pieces. And I think Yana spotted it too. Because when he made that move, queen takes pawn, I noticed his eyes darted down to c2 and he started thinking, oh, what could be happening there?
Yeah, this is... I could probably stare at this for another 30 minutes. I mean, just waiting for Donchenko, because the payoff will be worth it. The moment he plays rook takes c2 will make it worth all the time that we spent waiting for him to do it. I don't think he's going to take too much longer. Mm-hmm.
No. Shall we quickly run through the moves of rook takes c2?
Sure. Yeah, so the point is rook takes c2. Okay, I'll put it on the board. Rook takes c2. We can go back to our analysis scene because we don't know if he's going to take another 2 minutes or another 10 minutes, so he might as well. Yeah, rook takes c2, king takes c2, rook c8. Now, there's an important point I wanted to make here, which is that maybe Nepo saw this and was relying on the move knight to c3, which is not as stupid as it looks. If black plays bishop takes c3, this is bad. White plays queen takes c3 and gets a very nice two rook versus queen position. But the issue here is that black has actually queen e2, rook d2. Yeah,
yeah, and then you go rook takes. No. I wanted to get a situation where you go queen e2 and then you try to get queen e4 check.
I thought I spotted something here and then I forgot what it was. Or maybe this is what Nepo is relying on. Let's see if we can find the refutation. Clearly there is something, otherwise the eval bar wouldn't be reacting in this way. Queen e2, rook d2. We're looking for it. Queen e2 and
Well,
queen
you can play
e2.
bishop takes. Yeah, you can go bishop takes. No, you know.
I think maybe it's queen e2 check. No, crap, it's not queen e2 check.
Okay.
It's queen f3 immediately. I was gonna go queen e2, rook d2, and queen f3, but apparently the immediate queen f3 is stronger. Now white is unable to play rook d3 because he drops the rook on h1, and the threat of rook takes c3 becomes really, really devastating.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow, queen f3.
Queen f3.
Not an easy move.
No, not at all.
But findable. I mean, remember, he's been thinking about this now for longer than 6 minutes because he's probably considered this line previously as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, queen f3. And after that, black is in full control, right? Is there any rook? You can't go rook f1 because of queen e2 check.
Well, rook f1 already, rook takes c3 is coming in.
Yeah. That's the obvious point, yeah.
White is just busted here, I think, largely. But even queen e2 check at rook d2, queen f3 looks like a relatively risk-free continuation. So if Danchenko reaches this position in his calculations, he's going to find something that convinces him to go for this line. I feel pretty confidently in that.
There we still see Danchenko waiting. Is he getting ready to... No, he's reaching for the water bottle, keeping us on our toes. But he has to do something now. Like, can he make a quiet move? I say quiet, but I'm thinking queen f5.
Yes, of course. Like I think if he doesn't spot rook c2 or he thinks it's bad, he will resort to a move like queen f5. But then I think Nepo will win the game. Then I think Nepo will go rook d2. He will consolidate, and it's going to be a pretty unremarkable conversion. So this is the chance he has to capitalize on.
And can he make moves such as rook f to d8?
Definitely.
Invite everyone to the party. And then if the knight steps back, then either the queen comes to e2 or a sacrifice.
Yeah, rook takes c2 might still be possible. But rook f d8 can be met by, maybe knight stepping back to e3 to prevent rook takes c2. And then you can try to park the knight on c4, shut down the other rook.
Yeah. Neat defense there. So it's a one-time shot. Danchenko has to see that the moment is now. Rook takes c2.
This is very exciting. I mean, this is the tense moment that we've all been waiting for. We knew that something would happen in this game. Eventually, the dam would break. One side would blunder tactically. Now, again, to be clear, as far as we know, objectively, it's still a draw after rook takes c2. But with 20 minutes, Nepo will have his work very much cut out for him. What a huge upset this would be. Massive win if Danchenko could win with the black pieces against Nepo.
Yeah, and Danchenko starting off quite slowly, just half a point, losing to Wei Yi in the first round, and yesterday losing his game to Anish Giri. And it's on the board!
Let's watch the camera. There it is. He's taken... Okay, obviously Nepo recaptures immediately. Now, part 2, he has to find rook c8, which he will. Oh my gosh, it was worth the wait.
Yeah,
done it.
Let's let it rip, Alexander. Okay. Now, but Nepo is not...
Knight c3.
Oh, he plays knight c3. Did you see that? He didn't take any time. He didn't pause. And that is awarded a double question mark because queen f3. Oh my goodness.
Wow. And queen f3, I mean, again, rook takes c3 check is maybe a draw, but at that point, white will retain good winning chances. The fact that Danchenko is not taking on c3 immediately, very good sign. It means he knows to pause in this moment. He knows that rook takes c3 is not forced. Now it's a matter of sorting through the false positives and figuring out that you actually want a slow move, relatively speaking, a slow move to increase the pressure on the knight and to tie down, limit the mobility of white's rooks. And after queen f3, the attack is very likely going to be decisive, although the game will still not be over after queen f3.
Yeah. And shall we run through the variations one more time after queen f3, or shall we wait for Danchenko to make his move?
I think we can do it. I mean, I think we should show a couple of lines just to illustrate why queen f3 is so devastating. Okay, the first important idea is that if white tries to lift up the rook, which incidentally might be white's best move, to play rook d3 and to bite the bullet, black actually should throw in a check on g2. If white's rook blocks, then you take on h1 and c3 hangs. If white moves back with his king, queen takes h1 and then queen takes h2. And this is where the +2 evaluation comes from. Black is winning, but some work will still be required. This is the best that Nepo will be able to do if Danchenko finds queen f3.
And
it,
no, it just looked like Danchenko was gonna make a move, and the queen is coming in, and it's on the board.
Bang, bang, bang! And I just wanted to show one other line. If white ducks back to b1 of the king, here it seems like, wait a second, black can't play rook takes c3, but I think black can just play bishop takes c3, and there are too many squares for white to supervise. Queen e4, queen c2 is one mating pattern, and if you go up to e7, white has virtually no threats. I mean, okay, there's a million ways to win here. I think simple queen g2 ends the game immediately in a very simple fashion. Rook d8 check. Congratulations. You've taken the rook off the board. And how fitting would it be if this dragon bishop ultimately decides the game? Here, white cannot stop, checkmate, and give up and save the rook at the same time. Danchenko gets up from his chair. Nepo overlooked queen f3. What an amazing moment. Nepo is on the ropes.
He is certainly on the ropes. And calm, collected play there from the German Grandmaster. Queen f3. You have to overprotect the knight. You have to return material. Nothing to be done. This is where you need the rules of chess to change. And the rook on h1 to magically find itself on d3, and then everything would be great. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. Rook to d3, probably the only chance. Maybe we can look at that particular variation and see, does white have any chances of holding? It looks unpleasant, that's for sure. But white does have some passed pawns on the queen side to advance.
Yes, it's miserable, but white has some chances for sure. Now, you have to play rook d3. It's the only move. The question is how quickly will Jan accept the inevitable and go for it and start doing the work of trying to generate, miracle chances. So again, this very important intermezzo queen g2 check will be played by Danchenko. Let's say king b1, queen takes h1 check. I think we will see this position on the board. I don't know how white should cover the check. Maybe knight d1, yeah?
Can I ask, why is it important to go queen to g2? Why not just take the rook?
Well, here I think it's a pretty minor difference, but here you're giving white an extra tempo. Maybe white could use it to push a5 and at least try to generate some counterplay. Whereas here you're forcing white to make another concession by dropping the knight back, and after queen takes h2, another threat, queen c2 mate, another concession, rook d2. I mean, this is just a miserable situation. And a position like this, I mean, try saving this with however much time Nepo will have left by the time that he reaches this position. A million threats. Black has this very simple pawn push, whereas pushing the a pawn is much, much more difficult.
Yes. Nice maneuver there. Chess is timing, as they say. Queen f3.
Yes.
What to be done? Okay, can I'm struggling. I'll be honest. I am struggling completely to even think of a practical try.
Nepo is on the ropes.
E3.
Yeah, he's on the ropes. We will see if he can find some way to keep the game going. Your rook d3, he has to play. But in the meantime, a lot of the other games are heating up as well. There's not a lot of games left. Well, about half of them, 3 of them have ended in a draw. Okay, Ding Liren, Pragg, nothing has changed at all. Ding has been thinking for over 20 minutes. Amazing. It feels like we've watched a whole movie, and Ding is still pondering whether to put his knight on c3 or g3. The queens are swapped in Giri versus Gukesh. Good winning chances for Anish in that miserable endgame for black. I think Wei Yi versus Mike Sudlu might be the most exciting game other than Nepo Danchenko. What do you think?
Well, it's the game that is imbalanced, right? Black has a bishop and 2 pawns. White has a rook, but one of them is on d7. Let's head there.
Let's have a look. This has been perhaps our sharpest game of the round, along with Nepo Danchenko. It's quite clear from the very beginning that this was going to be topsy-turvy. And I think Wei Yi has managed to put some serious pressure on his opponent, despite his clock problems throughout the game. The last move was rook d4 to d7. And very important detail, if we rewind just a single move, before that, Parham found a beautiful tactical defense, bishop d3, which looks like a blunder. Looks like you're walking right into rook takes d3, but no. C takes d3. Look at this. Take, d2, and the e6 pawn holds the d5 square for the rook. And if you try to go the long way around, and after king e7, White is just not able to reach the d-file. Black promotes and wins the game.
Yeah.
So this is crucial defensive resource spotted by Parham.
Yes. And, Parham is known for those type of moves. But Wei Yi has spotted that and instead done something very smart, putting the rook on d7. I think that's a good move. Okay, one rook is not going to give checkmate, but it sure can cause black to panic and fear a few ghosts.
Yes, I would be panicking here, honestly, if I were black. Just because while White may not have an immediate threat, which is a surprising statement, but we already know that rook takes d3 is not a threat. It's one of those cases where it's hard to find a move. You could play king e8 and try to chase away the rook, but then the rook could slide over to b7. Maybe there you could drop the bishop back to e4 and keep chasing the rook. Then the rook could circle back to b4. So that's one option. But I wouldn't play rook c7, for example, and allow the king to be driven out into the center of the board. That seems like the path to getting checkmated.
Yeah, it does seem like that one is a bit treacherous. Well, okay, well, in that case, maybe black can just wait. Make a random waiting move, and I guess white will also do the same. It's difficult to activate the c1 rook. And we're going to see a situation where both sides just keeping calm in the face of extreme complications. I mean, do we... Okay, sorry, I was looking at other moves.
I mean, king e8, I think, is quite likely.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, rook b7 forced. I don't especially like rook to d4 because then the rook gets beaten around the bush. So rook b7.
King e8 has been played. Yeah, rook d4. Okay, rook b7, of course, played. This was Wei Yi's idea. Bishop
Okay,
e4,
now...
just like we discussed.
Yeah, but isn't rook b4?
But
But
wait a second, queen g5. Yeah, there's this very nasty idea out of nowhere. And suddenly the queen will aim at the rook. It'll aim at g2. You definitely don't want to play g3 if you can avoid it and make, long-term weaknesses. But I don't think you can avoid it, because after rook b4, queen g5, f3, black has the simple tactical shot. Bishop takes f3, deflection. The queen is overloaded. Excellent tactical vision by Maksudlu.
Totally. And how do you avoid that trick? Wherever you retreat the knight, unless you're playing queen to b4, which will be an interesting endgame. No, queen b4, you're just going to go bishop takes rook. My bad. What else are you going to do? You got to retreat the rook.
Yes, I think queen g5 was overlooked by Wei Yi. I don't think it's the end of the world. You have to bite the bullet and play g3, and then Parham will park his bishop on d5, completely stabilizing the situation. c4 will be safely defended, and if anyone is pushing for an advantage in that resulting position, it's certainly black, especially given that Wei Yi is playing a blitz game. At this point, he's got 6.5 minutes for 1,000 moves.
Yeah, it's difficult to handle, right? You have a bishop and 2 pawns, and also black is going to have a potential devastating attack on the light squares. I think Wei Yi is in huge trouble.
Yes, definitely not what he anticipated, having dealt with the initial difficulties of the position, but now he's jumped from the frying pan into the fire. But I think we have an interview, Yovi, don't we, as Wei Yi ponders where to put his rook.
Yeah, we do have an interview. Earlier on, Fiona caught up with Alireza Firouzja. Let's have a look at what he had to say.
Tomorrow's the first rest day. You're going into it on 3 out of 4. How satisfied are you overall so far?
Yeah, so far I cannot explain. I think I had short games than shorter games than other people even. So I think my energy is pretty good, and it's a long tournament. So it's good that I didn't play very long games in the beginning.
It is a very long tournament indeed. You're one of the best players in the world. How important is your physical shape? Do you exercise regularly?
Yeah, it's we don't play this kind of tournament so much because there is 13 rounds. It's too much, so it's too long and too much. Every year I tell the organizer to make it less, so they don't agree. So, but yeah, we have to deal with it. But of course, everybody will be tired, and then whatever you do, you will lack energy, I think. So, yeah, whoever be sharp until end will take the victory.
But do you, in general, not just in this tournament, but in general, do you stay in shape? Do you think it's important for your career?
Yeah, of course, you have to always do something with your body, because if you sit just 10 hours per day to work, it will not work. So, yeah, I try to always be active and do things here and there.
Do you have a favorite sport?
I like swimming a lot. It's for me, it's very comfortable and I like it.
And tomorrow is a rest day. Do you have any plans?
We are thinking what to do. Probably maybe visit Amsterdam, but we'll see.
Because you're here with the whole family, so a day trip.
Sure.
Great. Well, enjoy and congrats on a great start.
Thank you.
Yeah, Alireza Firouzja telling us it's a grueling event and the key to mental fitness is physical fitness. And tomorrow will be a much needed rest day for the players. But we go back to the critical game between Wei Yi and Parham Maksudlu. Parham did swing the queen over to g5, threatening checkmate, and Wei Yi promptly responding with g3. But Wei Yi, with less than 5 minutes on the clock, it's only move 27. And it's a difficult position on the board.
Extremely, because it's like you're playing with fire. You can get checkmated here very, very quickly. Black has all sorts of nasty constructions using these newly weakened light squares, nor is black particularly in a hurry. You might find Parham playing moves like h5 or maybe even f6 to limit the scope of white's queen, It's not clear how Wei Yi should arrange his pieces. I think he really would like a queen trade, so maybe queen e3 is a thought. He's about to make a move, it appears, but down to 4 minutes now.
Yeah, his time is ticking down. I was also wondering whether he could perhaps return some material. And we see him reaching for his rook to b1, Wei Yi deciding that perhaps the best form of defense is to go on the offense, setting up rook to b8, trading rooks, and maybe it's Black's king who will be in danger.
Yeah, absolutely. Rook b8 is a serious positional threat. Black could try to meet it with fight fire with fire, essentially, and play queen f5. But that doesn't really prevent rook b8. Can you prevent rook b8? I'm not sure.
I don't think you can. I'm wondering whether you need to as well. Because I was thinking the same idea. You put your queen on f5, you get ready to set up the battery on that long diagonal. And the king, the black king, as long as it stays on a light square, is pretty safe.
Exactly. The bishop is doing a phenomenal job of covering sort of all the important squares. Yeah, so maybe queen f5 can be considered. But wait, queen takes g7, queen f3, and suddenly the position gets very complicated again.
Yeah, but again, the king can hide on d7 because the queen and the bishop cover the b7 square. Oh, hang on a second. No. That is, again, you've got to be very accurate, right? I was wondering whether there could be any rook b7 tactics, but there isn't.
Yeah, once the queen lands on f3, this is very important. Yeah, black is also covering b7. f6, though, by Parham, which was the top engine move. And this is largely a prophylactic measure. You're also opening up new vistas for your king. Now rook b8 can be very effectively met by the trade, followed by king to f7, which is an even safer square. And okay.
It's very much game on. And now that there's been a weakening of the king side with f6, is it an idea to play moves like rook b7? Obviously, I want to refine that idea, maybe.
Yeah, at the right moment, I think rook b7 can be very effective because white's queen is also nicely positioned. It's blocking off a potential back rank check. Something tells me, though, that with 3.5 minutes, Wei Yi is going to try to seek as much clarity as possible. He wants a position where the price of a move is not that high. Of course, that is quite a lot to ask because the price of a move is very high in this position. But I personally would not be able to resist the temptation to play rook b8 in time pressure, gain another minute, swap a pair of rooks, lighten the load just a little bit.
Yeah, he doesn't have much time. He's now coming to the 3-minute mark. I don't know what he will do. I suspect that he might try to go rook b8, but maybe not immediately. Maybe wait for another moment.
Okay, now under 3 minutes is Wei Yi. He's spending most of his time here. He knows the next few decisions are really important. Eventually, he's going to start blitzing. He's not even made move 30.
Yeah. I'm thinking that he's going to offer a trade of queens. Queen e3. So then he can go rook to b8.
Yeah, the queen trade will lighten his load somewhat. I would argue that even in an endgame, black is the one pushing. Trade and king d7, for example, particularly if black can preserve the pair of rooks. If white can trade the queens and the rooks, probably then the worst will be behind him.
Well, tick-tock. It's
exactly.
ticking down now, under 2 minutes. And there's no comfortable, easy solution for Wei Yi.
Yes, the deafening sound of silence. And now he's spent 3 minutes on this move. But if you panic and you kind of default to some obvious move, it's going to be rook b8. But maybe he doesn't see what to do after the trade, and black plays king f7. There's a million mates, a lot of weak squares. Oh, this is going to take some heroics.
Maybe queen c2. Could you be looking at that move?
Queen c2 played. What a calm response to a very difficult situation. Now he's under 2 minutes. Threatening queen takes h7, trying to poke and prod, provoke more weakness, and the queen can redirect to a4. You called it, Yovi. The move f6 creates new squares for the king, but it also weakens the king. So it gives white more attacking prospects.
Yeah. And now Magsudlu. What should he do in this type of situation? He has 17 minutes. Should he speed up? Just keep the pressure on Wei, or should he use that time and allow Wei to kind of calm himself and give Wei the possibility to think?
I think that the top priority right now is to figure out how to stop the two threats, queen a4 and queen takes h7. Queen takes h7 is much less of a threat than queen a4, because if you allow the queen to get into d7, you lose. You could try to beat white to the punch and bring the king to f7 straight away, but then you have to have a response to queen takes h7, because in that position, c3 is going to run into checkmate with rook to b7. So Parham also cannot blitz this position. He might be out of the woods in terms of the objective evaluation, but it's still very possible to blunder.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just bearing in mind how difficult this position is. I was curious as to whether he should perhaps make moves like queen h5. I know that queen d7 is going to be really dangerous, but I was banking everything on queen f3, setting up this queen and bishop.
Yeah, it's another case of kind of both players are checkmating each other. Who will strike first? But I think it's safe to say Parham will spend some time on this position. Maybe gives us an opportunity to come back, first of all, to Giri versus Gukesh, and also to the Nepo game, which has had some developments. Let's switch back to the bird's eye view for a second. A lot of stuff going on here, going into the time control. Okay, so here we go. Yes, okay. Gukesh continues to suffer.
He is suffering, and now he's just lost a pawn for his troubles as well. So Anish doing excellently and with good chances of taking the sole lead. But let's go to the game between Nepomniachtchi and Donchenko.
Let's do it. And by the way, Ding versus Pragg is still essentially on the same position. Like we can take a rain check on that one, and that's awesome. The fact that the games are at different stages means that we can focus on what's interesting. Okay, Giri has an extra pawn in that opposite colored bishop endgame. That will also drag on. This is really the game to watch. Okay, so Donchenko did not... No, he did throw in that extra check on g2. He did everything properly. And it's not over. I want people watching to realize, I mean, it's not the case that he executes the sequence and Nepo resigns. It's not that kind of blunder. Yeah, probably this is already objectively winning, but it will take some serious conversion skills to defeat an incredibly resilient Nepo who is just going to curl up into a ball, get his knight around to b2, and just kind of ask Donchenko how he plans to deliver the crushing blow.
That is the question. So step one for me is, okay, I would set up the battery anyhow. And then there was a second plan that you mentioned, and that was just simply to advance the h-pawn. And I feel like you have to have two weaknesses for white to defend against, two plans. And let's go. Let it ride. Let it rip.
So you want queen f6, probably met with knight 2?
yeah, you have to do that. And now h5.
And also, I like h5 because it creates a Luft square for the king on h7. In many cases, rook d8 is a very nasty threat. So h5 gives the queen greater mobility. And for Nepo, again, pushing a5 is possible, but the pawn is not going to get anywhere past a5, which gives Danchenko just more time to push his own pawn.
Yeah. Yes. And it's really not appropriate for white to start pushing the a pawn because the queen on d2 is needed as a defender of the knight. She cannot be overstretched and be forced to defend pawns on a5.
Okay, he started with h5, perfectly reasonable, also great, keeping the flexibility, kind of keeping white guessing as to where he's going to put his queen. Of course, queen f6 is the likeliest spot, but I really like h5. It's actually the most precise move. Nepo with 8.5 minutes to make 5 very difficult moves until the time control. a5. Okay, you have to try. You have to use the assets at your disposal. The only asset at your disposal, well, they're your passed pawns. You have to push them.
Yes, I'm not a fan of that move because I feel like it breaks the defensive integrity of the position somewhat. So,
yeah, I mean,
like something that I would be afraid of is like rook c5. I guess that would provoke b4.
Yes, the thing is, I think white wants to play b4 and king b3, king a4. White can also hide amongst his pawns. So I think Danchenko has to hurry with queen f6 in order to prevent white from escaping the corner with his king.
Okay, queen f6.
Yes, I think the time is now to play that move. And then I was anticipating knight b2. I don't really see another move. Maybe you can try to get away with b4, but that just seems completely brazen. I mean, come on, queen a1, king b3. Maybe that's what you need to do, because Danchenko is also creeping into some time pressure.
Yes, but do you want to change the position so radically and allow a queen onto a1?
I don't want this position to begin with. Yeah, take me away from here.
Exactly, yeah, but queen f6. I think you have to go knight b2.
Yes, and then maybe quickly go h4.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with that. I was also looking at moves such as rook b8 to go rook b5. King h7 is also a nice safety first move. Just remove options of rook to d8 check if they should appear.
Exactly.
And Danchenko. He's just under 10 minutes, Danya.
Huge pressure. I mean, he senses he's very close to winning the game of his career. A black victory versus Nepo. Not something that a lot of players can boast about. Of course, you try to block these thoughts off, but they keep knocking and taking up valuable mental real estate. From Jan's perspective, you know, it's almost liberating to be on the losing side of a position like this, because you don't have much of a choice. In a weird way, it's harder to convert this than it is to defend, because white is by and large making only moves, at least for the time being. Black has to keep generating chances and keep making decisions. Don should go down to 9 minutes. Looks like he's close to making a move. Here he goes. King h7, your move.
Yes. I mean, yeah, it's quite easy for Nepo to play this, because first up, he just has to defend the king. And secondly, his pipe dream is just to get motoring with his pawns. So he's going to push his luck as much as he can. And like you say, as long as he just follows that path of the most resilience, it could be that Danchenko gets frustrated and starts making some inaccurate moves.
Especially if you get into a situation where you have to find some crazy mating sequence with the white king hiding on a4. this is maybe what Nepo wants to achieve before the time control is made. I think if Danchenko can make time control with essentially the same type of position, he probably wins. But looks like he has this under control. King H7, very calm, very mature reaction. I love that move. I think we're going to see B4 from Nepo. And maybe finally we will see the queen ducking back to F6.
B4. It's a plucky move if there ever was one. But okay, it's entirely fitting. The position is objectively lost for Nepomniachtchi. Why not just throw caution to the wind and see how far you can go? Knight B2, B4.
Yeah, I think those are the two candidate moves for Jan. He's deciding, okay, do we go gung-ho now with B4, or do you start with this preparatory move, Knight B2? Yes, hard to say what the most practically challenging defensive resource is here for Jan.
Well, I like the bolshiness of B4. I'll be honest with you. It's really provocative and is also frustrating for Danchenko on a practical level. He'll be like, okay, well, where is the immediate refutation? You cannot open your king like this. This breaks the rules of everything we've been taught. Knight B2 is a little bit more calmer, fits more with the principles of curling up into a ball and just waiting to see if your defenses hold. And yeah, Jan's time down to 6.5 minutes. They are on move 36. So it's not a massively serious time trouble, but this is a critical moment. The advantage could easily swing to the other side if Danchenko doesn't play it in the right way.
Yes, we've seen a lot of examples like this where you've got all the assets, but you overpress, you allow the pawns forward, you allow the king to hide, then you get frustrated and start making mistakes. There's plenty of work to be done here for Danchenko. The good news is he's spending the time that Jan is thinking to figure out, okay, do I want to play queen f6? Under what circumstances do I want to play queen f6? But as we see Hans Niemann there, Jaime Santos Latasa, taking a look at this fascinating game, capped off by the rook sacrifice on c2, which led to this winning position for Danchenko, but a winning position that he must still convert with some very careful play. We know that these top GMs, they don't die. You have to stab them again and again, like the final boss in a video game. They just keep coming back. You can chop their head off. You can chop their legs off. They're just going to keep fighting until the end.
Yeah. And one final question. Do you think...
F5.
Yes, I was going to say that. He took the words right out of my mouth. F5.
Throwing everything that he's got at Black's king. F5 and looking up at his opponent. Okay. So what is the idea? Well, obviously the idea is to open up Black's king, create weaknesses, create sources of counterplay, but of course Black is not obliged to react to this move. Let me mention the obligatory queen f6. Maybe now's the time.
Yeah. Well, yes, you have to do it one day, so why not do it now? But the big question that I was going to ask you is this pawn trade going to be beneficial for white or black? And the reason I'm asking it, because with the f4 pawn no longer on the board, that means black's pawns have the freedom to roll in an endgame with the queens off.
That's
and
true.
as we know, the bishop is such a fantastic long-range defender.
Yes, this is making it much more tempting for Black to go into these various endgames. But then it evolves into kind of a tempo for tempo struggle. And if you're Black, you kind of want to try to win more safely if possible.
That is true. But with the bishop will really assist in this tempo race.
Definitely. You can imagine, like, in some position, white playing a6 and Black just simply playing bishop to d4, boom, stopping everything, and then Black's pawns, wherever they are on the board, start rolling.
Exactly. It's one of the most unfair things in chess when that happens and you're like, well, I have a knight. And the slow piece is just jumping around, doing nothing. Okay, f5. I think now is the time to retreat the queen to f6, tie the knight down to b2. But we see Donchenko, he's not one to rush in this situation.
No, very composed so far, but it's only move 37 and now 7 minutes on his clock. And we know what this is all leading to. It's like the famous move 40 decision. You always have the most important decision on move 40 and you have the least amount of time to make it. My vote is for queen f6. We might see a trade on g6 finally, probably knight b2 by Nepo. And maybe that rook on c8 will activate up to c5. Yeah, I just feel like there are too many threats here. There's too much going on. There it is, queen f6. So far, so good for Donchenko. Trade on g6 instantly. Jan takes on g6. Recapture by Sasha. And knight b2 likely.
Knight b2 or b4? But yeah,
knight b2.
Of course the knight is going to defend its king. Woo. Okay, we are on move 39. There is no danger whatsoever that these players will lose on time. So shall we move over to an equally dramatic game between Wei Yi and Parham Maghsoodloo? Parham now under the 5-minute mark. Wei Yi still hovering under 2 minutes.
Yes, I think it's clear that Donchenko Nepo will reach the time control and there will be a conversion stage after the time control. Parham is on move 32. So if anything crazy happens, I'm keeping an eye on the other game. We will go there immediately. If Nepo blunders on move 40, we'll bring you up to speed. But look at this. Look at the tension. By the way, Anish Giri, as predicted, is converting that opposite colored bishop endgame. Nothing crazy is happening on that board. Gukesh is just slowly flickering out like a candle that's been burning for too long. But he will continue to fight. This is where the action is at.
Definitely. Let's head there and let's go to where the energy flows. And look at that. Parham now under 4 minutes.
Oh, look at this idea. Rook a5. Looks like he's walking right into queen f3, but queen d7 check, king g6. I'm not going to make the moves because we're about to see the moves on the board. And rook takes d5, chopping off the head of the beast. So Parham has to cover the d7 square. He does. Both players playing for the win, it seems. Rook d8 on the board.
Yeah, rook d8 covering d7. But Wei Yi's dreams are still in danger because black is threatening to come in with the queen to either f3 or h3. Maybe it's time to drop the queen back to d1.
Mm-hmm. Yes, try to just hunker down.
Trades.
Parham has given up his a-pawn. Wei Yi has this little pass pawn on a2, so if he can trade queens, suddenly Parham actually will be in danger in that ensuing endgame. So black is taking a lot of risk upon himself to generate winning chances. Wei Yi under a minute. Oh my gosh, it's only move 33. Buckle in, folks. We're in for a long time scramble.
Mm-hmm. And a dramatic one at that. Check. Where is the king going to run to?
G6. Gotta go. King G8 looks terrifying. I mean, walks right into all sorts of ladder mates. But maybe King G8. And there's no, I really doubt it. Really doubt it.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to see an infamous king run? King G6.
Check Queen's on C2. Nasty check. Very nasty check. Because if you cover with F5, then you create more weaknesses that white could attack. Who's attacking who, says Wei Yi.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, looks like he has this under control, actually. I think.
But if he just shuffles with the king to h6, Are we going to see some weird repetition? With the queen giving check on d2, king goes back to g6.
That's a great question. I think we might, and I think we're about to find out. King h6 on the board. Queen d2 check. So tempting. And g5 there, Yovi, just looks suicidal from Black's perspective. It opens up the 7th rank. I think Parham might have to step back to g6 in response to a check on d2.
Move 34. And Wei Yi now coming to the minute mark. What is he going to play? He's going to go queen d2.
Reaching for the queen. Okay, queen d2 is just so tempting. It's a safe move, and he's done it.
Do you think Wei Yi will be tempted to play for more? Do you think we will see moves such as rook to b7 if the king moves to g6?
Oh my god, that would just be... I would take my hat off, but,
but I don't know whether it's any good.
Take a point off of Wei's cross table because, all you have to do is allow queen f3 and you get mated. I feel like with a minute on the clock, maybe you should just sue for peace. But first of all, Parham, it's his turn. Queen g5 is not an option because that's actually a bad version of an already bad endgame because you'd have to recapture with the pawn. He's thinking about g5. Of course, this move has to be taken seriously. But man, g5, the queen can come back to c2 and then up to c3. You're making 1,000 targets for White's queen and rooks to attack. But
and you're just relying on the power of the battery as well. Because if you play any move like g5, once the queen attacks the h7 point, the rook on d8, you can forget about it having an active life. It has to go and defend the h-pawn. And then, no, it was sensible choice. King to g6.
Okay, now the same question goes to Wei. Does he go for something brazen? Does something brazen even exist here? Something like queen to e3. I don't know. Trying to cover the f3 square. Because queen h3 could be met with the move pawn f3. Eval bar is giving a small pull for White. But imagine trying to navigate this for the next 5 moves with under a minute. He might repeat once and then make the decision. Let's find out.
For him, it's on move 35. So even if he repeats one more time, he will still need to find some quick moves in order to make the time control. And he's ticking down to 36 seconds. Okay, that's
checking
twice.
h6. Okay. The time just keeps ticking on down every time. Every time.
But now it's decision time.
Yes, I mean, I would be shocked and very impressed if Wei goes for it because then you're taking on unfamiliar position, unfamiliar threats. Parham has 4 minutes. That's enough time to get your bearings, whereas a minute really is not. But here we go.
Less than 30 seconds for Wei Yi. I think the more time he uses, the more likely he is to go for that repetition.
Yeah. 15 seconds. Okay, you might as well take up the rest of your time. If you're making a draw, then, why
10.
not?
Well,
and
you don't want it to be a physical...
Yeah.
Yes, and the players repeat.
But still, 2-time repetition is still a small chance that he does something crazy. Move 38. He's close to the time control. If he's confident he can consolidate, he might go queen e3. He might go queen f4. 15 seconds.
13 seconds, taking it down.
Yes, he's going to go for it. Rook a3.
Oh.
Wow.
What a gutsy move there by Wei Yi. Rook a3, keeping the game alive.
Crazy. I was not expecting that at all. I was... I was just kind of saying it to say it, but okay, now suddenly Parham has to think again. He might have already been relaxing, thinking, okay, the game is over. There's no way my opponent goes for it. Now he has to figure out what to do because queen h3, it's the idea that we outlined, will be met with f3. Why is Wei going for it? What is his logic? He's saying, okay, yes, my light squares are weak, but if I can keep them contained, eventually I can set my A pawn in motion, and Black's king is going to be weak in the long run. Queen F5. Hitting the rook. Rook to E1? Yes.
Rook to E1 was forced because you didn't want to allow the battery with the queen on E4 and the bishop on D5.
I'm sure it's still a draw. I'm sure that there's some perpetual somewhere. There's some repetition. Parham clearly sees something that he likes.
Yeah, but the position is still really disgustingly complicated. Now the rook on D8 can join in the fray, can move to B8.
Exactly. Rook B8 is probably what I would play in a blitz game.
Yeah.
Trying to
You've
go
also got moves like H5 as well. Rook B8, improving the rook.
Yep. And setting up rook B1. Dingley Wren watching the game. G4, bang.
G4.
What a
Whoa,
move.
what a move.
Oh, and that forces the queen trade. Parham missed it. But it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. Queen G5. Okay, the queens get traded, and I still think Black is doing okay there, but obviously not what Parham wanted.
And Wei Yi, having made move 40, moves where we can see Parham smiling. Completely unexpected move, G4. Of course, the pawn is untouchable. If you take the pawn, the rook will slide over to the G3 square and pin the queen against the Black king.
Wow, rook A3 actually set that up. What an idea. And Parham just has to play queen G5. It's the only move. But he's just double checking, making sure. Queen B1. Wait, queen B1 is possible.
Queen B1 is certainly possible. And I think he's going for it.
Possible and probable. And also correct. Wow.
Oh, what a time scramble we had there. Crazy position. Both kings under fire. But the players have made move 40. And they do now get an 50-minute time bonus. Whew. Have to calm myself down there. I was completely on the edge of my seat. Maybe we can take a breather from this game and check out the bird's eye view and just do a status update on what is happening elsewhere.
Yeah, that was an amazing time scramble phase. Okay, Geary up 2 pawns. Great winning chances, but far from a guarantee that he will convert this against Gukesh. We can probably delve into this after the break. And of course, yeah, Nepo Danchenko, as predicted, have made time control. Danchenko found the best sequence. He's threatening rook f2. And Jan is really on the cusp. He's at death's door. He needs something insane to happen in order to avoid getting upset in a big way. And of course, Ding versus Pragg in that knight endgame now. With great drawing chances, I think, for Ding.
Well, we will find out because we are going to take a very short break now that all the players have made the time control and do have some extra time just to ponder and decide what they're going to do. But we are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be back in a few minutes.
Everyone loves playing chess, and everyone loves Chess Club. But there's also a time and a place for playing all your favorite games.
Hey, we're trying to have a lesson here. You need to get out of here.
Recently, more kids have been playing chess than ever in school. But sadly, we've learned that they may not always be playing chess at the most appropriate time.
Eh ben classe, aujourd'hui...
While it might be sometimes okay to grab a game between classes or if your teacher gives you permission and hasn't given you an assignment, it's not okay to be playing chess in school when you aren't supposed to. and chess should never come between you taking your studies seriously and cooperating with your fellow students and teachers. Chess over the board or on the phone is a great way to spend time with friends, but let's make sure that this school year we don't let too much chess happen in the classroom. Focus on your school, because chess.com will always be there when class is over.
Chess is cool! Respect your school!
All right, that was awesome, everybody. Great job.
Look what I did.
Danny, did you spell that? Yeah. Can we get some other letters, please?
What's wrong with it?
This is the 1 hour chess lesson you could take to make sure that you have all the starting tips, strategies, and basic understanding to really be ready. By owning the D file, White can do anything that he or she wants. If you don't understand what to do here, you might move the queen to safety on c6 and immediately lose the first lady to bishop to b5. King on the 6th, pawn on the 5th is a winning king and pawn ending where no matter what black does, we are going to be able to bring a new queen to the board. You can also skip the parts that maybe you already know how to move the pieces or the language and jump in at a level that's appropriate to you.
the heart of the Netherlands, where tradition meets innovation. The battleground is set. Welcome one and all to the Tata Steel Chess Tournament, the Wimbledon of chess. The stage is graced by the finest strategists, the sharpest minds, and the most formidable opponents from around the globe.
H5, we are in for a fight.
A mix of seasoned veterans and rising stars will make sure this edition of Tata Steel will be spectacular.
And checkmate. Nodirbek played a brilliant game. He is a monster.
World champion Dingley Ren makes a return to the board, after being absent in chess for over half a year. How will he fare against the defending champion Anish and those who have already secured their spot in the FIDE Candidates Tournament?
To beat Ding with the form that Ding has been displaying is absolutely impressive.
Under the watchful eye of thousands of chess fans visiting the venue daily, 14 chess maestros will vie for supremacy and glory. Who will best withstand the pressure and take home the coveted Tata Steel Chess Championship title? Let the games begin.
Now, the sun might have set already in Vaikensee, but it has not set on the chessboards. We still have 4 games remaining. Amongst them, we have German Grandmaster Alexander Donchenko, who is pushing for victory against Jan Pomniachtchi, one of the tournament favorites. But who is Alexander Donchenko? Well, he did finish in Tata Steel Masters. He competed in 2021. He came 14th. He was a last-minute replacement for Dubov in 2021. But he's here because he qualified by winning the Tata Steel Challengers last year. And also, to Donchenko's credit, he was the winner in 2019 Barcelona Open. Very strong, very underrated player, and he is pressing hard for a win against Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player, very experienced, but yet still young. And, it's very easy to dismiss players like that. Like, oh, he's just going to lose all the games. But as he's showing so far this tournament, he is far from a pushover. If anything, the underrated players are treating this as a huge opportunity to make their mark. And this is a big chance for Donchenko to score the upset of his career. Okay, so we made time control 2 moves ago. We're currently on move 42. As predicted, Nepo has, gone full Sparta, pawns on b4 and a5, and now trying to find relative safety for his king, I think on a4.
Well, he could. A4 is a pretty safe square, at least it has some pawns in front of it and a rook that can swing behind it so it can block some checks. But the big question is, will it get to A4? I mean, after all, the first move that one definitely is thinking about is whether the queen will jump forward to A1 and give a check. This is still difficult position for both sides.
Yes, I mean, quite a minefield to navigate for Black as well. I mean, you mentioned that it is possible to lose if you trade queens at the wrong moment and you accidentally let White's pawn slip through. Then yes, it becomes, a 3-result game. So if you're Black, you want to keep the queens on the board. You want to finish this off. Not necessarily with a pawn race, but probably with an attack against White's king. How do you do that? Well, queen a1 check is one possibility, but I actually think that's what Nepo is hoping for. Because queen a1 check, okay, maybe White plays king b3 and holds on for the time being.
Yeah, there's just so limited pieces on the board that it's not really easy to get at the king. I also was thinking that it could be possible to introduce a new piece into the attack, rook f1. But ideally, Black wants to coast the h-pawn to the destination and at the same time threaten some kind of checkmate ideas and do everything with as little risk as possible.
Yes, exactly. There's h3. Just sneak your pawn through and maybe look the other way so that your opponent doesn't notice. One move that keeps catching my eye, and I can't seem to take my mind off of it, is actually bishop g7 back to f8, which is an idea that has been in black's pocket for a while. Now, it looks like a very prosaic threat. It sets up this threat, rook takes a5 check, but it also is a surprisingly hard threat to meet, because if white pushes king a4 prematurely, black has a check on c6. So definitely bishop f8 is another candidate move to add to the collection.
Yeah. It's a very nice move. Definitely one to ponder over. Although my reaction would be, you can guess it, Danya. I see a check. I play a check.
Rook d7.
Yes,
Rook
of
d7.
course.
Yeah, shall we take a look?
Yes, let's dive in and find the best way for Donchenko to proceed.
Okay, so we've got bishop f8. We have queen a1 check. I don't know what we should start with. Yeah, bishop f8, rook d7 check. I probably will play king h8. Now the bishop also holds the h6 square.
Well, I can now trade off queens with queen to d4. Although I know it comes at the... No, I thought it was going to come at the cost of a pawn. And it does come at the cost of the pawn, because the rook swings over to h5, as you indicated. So, yeah, no, I cannot do that. It is what it is.
Yeah, also I can play rook takes a5 and then trampoline over to e5. So, it looks like white's king has so much space to maneuver with, but no matter where it goes, it steps onto a landmine, like king a2, queen e6. There's always some issue with like every king move.
Yeah, I was thinking of king a4 just to get your queen off this long diagonal.
Yep.
And queen c6.
There's two checks here, queen a1 and queen c6. Yes, probably.
Yeah, queen a1.
I'm not sure.
No, rook d7, I think, is one check too much. But then a step back, king b3.
Yep, and then I was thinking, I mean, at some point I can push h3. I don't know if that moment is now, but this is, I think, on a high level, should be black's plan. You're basically combining threats against white's king and then finding the right opportunity to keep pushing your passer. I would throw in another check, rook f3. No, apparently that is wrong. This is why Donchenko has 45 minutes on his clock, to avoid moves like this for whatever reason.
That's
why? I don't know.
I don't know either. Maybe because
knight c3.
No,
maybe.
I thought knight c3, but then bishop g7.
Yeah, exactly.
And
now,
hasn't Nepo seen that trick before?
Yes, and actually, a really important point. Whoa. Wait a minute. There's a really cool line. I was trying to calculate, okay, rook d3. No, it doesn't work. Rook takes d3, queen takes d3. And this is exactly the point. If black is able to get his pawn to h4, then this is winning. Because now, after the trade, you have this very typical scenario. h3, a6, h2, a7, h1, and black's newly promoted queen stops its counterpart from promoting. So this is yet another enemy that Nepo has to deal with. Okay, we can go back to the initial position.
Still no move from Donchenko. Oh, he has 43 minutes to think of a good way to attack, but we haven't had an answer to bishop f8. So bishop f8, maybe just step back with the king to a2.
Yeah, bishop f8, king a2. Very difficult position to process for both sides.
Yeah, but there's still kind of issues. I'm thinking queen e6 check.
Yes.
One step closer. And Also, what happens if black were just to go rook h5? And to say,
In this
you know
position.
what? Yeah, yes. You know what? I don't really care. You can't advance your pawns. I'm going to go rook h5, h3, h2. That will be a queen for me, please.
Exactly. Yes. Let's cut all the pretenses. I'm here to promote my pawn. Rook h5 looks great, honestly. It looks fantastic because the queen is okay. B5 is impossible. A6 is impossible. Black's heavy pieces are very nicely laterally protecting against the further progress of white's pawns. Right? In order to progress white's pawn, you have to play a move like rook d6, but then that it kind of exposes your backside, and then queen a1 check becomes a bigger problem. Maybe in response to rook h5, you have to try rook d6. I don't know.
Yeah, but then you have queen a1 check. That is one extra move for me, and then h3 coming your way.
Yeah.
I guess the best thing the only thing black needs to take care about is if by some miracle the knight gives itself up for the h pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, just maybe, those two pawns are far advanced enough to cause some damage in a rook versus rook and bishop ending.
Yeah, I mean, these types of positions, let's put aside the fact that you're almost beating Nepo, are hard to play because every candidate move looks about the same as every other candidate move. This position is very hard to calculate because there's just so much to look at on every move. So it's hard to calculate deeply. And it's hard to distinguish between the moves. Like everything looks winning. And so you just kind of like don't know what to choose because there's nothing forced. So Danchenko has to just keep his foot on the gas pedal, keep finding reasonable moves, and eventually keep his eyes peeled for a forcing continuation. But there is no forced win just yet. He still has some work to do on that front.
Yeah. Okay. Whilst Danchenko is taking a pause and considering his options, let's move to the bird's eye view and take a look at some of the other games and see how things have clarified after the time control.
Okay. Ding versus Pragg. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Ding versus Pragg. There's been some improvements there. Now, wow. We thought that Ding had good chances of holding a fortress. But now the pawns with e5, f5, h5. Maybe we can rewind and find out how we got to this particular position.
Yeah, so we have not missed that many moves, actually. The last time we checked was move 38. It's only move 35. So we saw Ding playing king. Yeah, still we saw king f2, king f8. And then very quickly there were a lot of transformations. Ding played knight d5, kind of inviting a transition to a knight endgame. Pragg says, thank you very much. I'm going for it. And then he pushes f5, which is, the only pawn break available, and f4 by Ding, trying to solve his problems with the nuclear option, trying to just trade as many pawns as possible. But Pragg reacts very calmly. King f7, just kind of saying, okay, you want to trade pawns? Let's trade pawns. And so they do. They trade both pairs of pawns. But as a result, black has a very nice pawn structure. Black has a very clear plan of improvement. And it looks borderline losing to me, but these types of endgames are extremely hard to assess.
Yeah. Somehow, one feels like one should be able to take back that pawn on h4 and just move it to h3 or somewhere that's a little less vulnerable. And we do see g3 bolstering that pawn. I'm really worried about situations for Ding if Pragnananda were to maneuver his knight to e4, get a king into g4, and then you can start to just target the g3 pawn. Because one of the bad things about knight and pawn endings, especially for the defender, is that you can't just lose time like you would be able to do with a bishop. You can't sit and wait. You have to give ground.
Yeah. I think Ding is losing. That would be my intuitive assessment. I think there are too many holes in white's position.
Yeah, my vibe is that as well. I just feel that with the king, if a black king manages to make its way to e4 into the center, there's just too many avenues to attack this g3 point. And
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I remember seeing a knight and pawn ending where, ironically enough, if the defender had their pawn on h2, it would have been a draw. But because the pawn was actually, ironically enough, on h4, there was too much space for the attacking knight and king to kind of work their magic and push the defender back.
Yeah, that's going to be Pragg's large-scale plan. King e6, I was a little bit surprised he didn't go knight f6, because it's very easy for white to stumble into a lost pawn endgame. This structure with the pawns on g3 and h4 and h5 is very undesirable for white, because even if, for example, the knights are traded on e4, this endgame, pawn endgame, will often be lost for white, because you are unable to create a pass pawn with g4. Okay, so Ding is going to have to bring his knight back, and then Pragg will move his knight forward, and the process begins.
Totally agree with that. The main thing for Pragg is that when he advances his pawns forward, that his knight is there just to back up the defense. So he must always be careful that white doesn't just sacrifice the knight for, say, 2 pawns and then allow an extra trade. It can happen. It's happened to me.
Yes, absolutely. Knight endgames are very tactical in general.
Yeah. And they always say that knight and pawn endings are very similar to king and pawn endings. The same rules that apply there apply in knight and pawn endings. Would you say that's fair?
I think it's a slightly over-trodden concept. I think knight endgames have their own tactics. The concept of even sacrificing a knight for pawns, for example, is a whole independent theme. But yes, one very important link is that knight endgames often become pawn endgames because, knights are very prone to getting traded with each other. And we see that here. Like if white steps away to e3, black will likely move forward to f6, and already black will be threatening a transition into a pawn endgame. I think Pragg is pretty confident that he can win this game. How is Ding what is going to be his defensive construction? Well, after knight e3, knight f6, maybe he's going to try to move his king forward to f3. But I don't know, black can push e4. I would be shocked if this is holdable for white, to be honest. The more I look at this, the more it just seems like it's only a matter of time before black breaks through.
Right. The big thing is, say you put your knight on e3, as you've indicated, and black manages to maneuver to e4. At some point, you're going to have to give. You can't wait completely. And if in any case, you can also put a knight on d6 and then just work your way around with the king towards the center.
Exactly. So, for example, let's try to forecast how this game is going to go. It's very hard to make predictions in these types of endgames because there's a lot of kind of equivalent moves. But for instance, after knight e3, we're talking about knight f6. Oops, sorry.
Mm-hmm. You can even go knight d6 immediately.
Yes. Yeah, either, many roads lead to Rome. And okay, let's say I play king f3. Let's say I try to hold like this. Or do you prefer to keep the knight on d6? Do you think that's better objectively?
No, actually, I could put the knight on g4. Let's put the knight on g4. And
yeah, knight g2. Lovely move.
Okay, it is a beautiful move.
Amazing knight.
And then you can centralize and just make sure that there's no.
Oh, this is just over.
There's no weird and wonderful moves like knight f4 check. There isn't. So
too many pawns.
Yep.
No hope. Yeah, and here there's literally no hope because black is just going king d4 and infiltrating around the side or pushing e4. Here white is too passive. White has to try to keep the knight, I think, more active. Maybe knight c4 is a better defensive resource, but all the same, I think king d5 How does this help? Maybe I can try to hold like this? No.
King comes up.
Yeah, I was thinking like king d4, I wanted to give this check and try to harass the black king. But this kind of defensive technique, it never works because the king can always like zigzag its way out of the checks, in my experience.
No, it totally is true. In fact, there's a nice pattern to remember that a king cannot be checked if you put it diagonal, like 2 squares diagonal to the knight. So, for instance, you could here in this particular situation, you can just put it on d5, d1, it won't get checked at all.
Yes, that's very true. In general, like keep that diagonal distance from the knight is very effective. I think here king c4 and king d3 is another way to zigzag out of the check. So this is what Ding has to avoid. He has to avoid this ideal construction, and I don't think that he's got the firepower to do anything about it. He's played knight e3. Okay, I think we're going to see knight f6, and I think we're going down this path unless we're missing something cataclysmic. This is a pretty straightforward conversion for Pragg.
Yeah. Well, looks like history might be repeating itself once more. Last year, Ding lost in round 4 against Praggnanandhaa with the white pieces. Looks like it's exactly the same scenario this year. And if Pragg wins it, it will be his first win of the tournament. But someone who's won a lot of games already, won 2, and is going for his third, is Anish Giri. What do we think about his position against Gukesh?
Yeah, he's definitely been having a good time, having fun for a very long time. But at some point, you have to stop having fun and start winning the game. And he is up 2 pawns in an opposite colored bishop endgame. Gukesh is trying to hold with some sort of a semi-fortress. Okay, let's flip onto the Giri Gukesh game. You can see Anish walking in the background of our Ding Pragg camera view. Okay, this is the current position. Yeah, lovely to have this as black. And take note, Gukesh has been worse for like an eternity. So Giri is just slowly tiring him out.
Yeah. Rook a7. What was Gukesh's last move? Maybe he can just repeat it.
King h6, rook a. Yeah, exactly. Where did the king come from? And can it go back there?
Yeah, no. Unfortunately, it came from g5. Actually, yeah, it came from g5.
You actually could get mated here. g5, rook h7, and f4 is a mate threat.
Okay. Yeah, well, that would be an end to the suffering. But okay, one doesn't want to suffer. One wants to hold on.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. What about what to do? You've got to give ground, right? At some point.
Well, I guess one important question is who benefits if the rooks are traded?
I think black benefits.
Black benefits.
It helps that the pawn on h5 is the wrong pawn, wrong corner pawn. So yeah.
Yeah, if the rooks are traded, black could just give up the bishop for whatever pass pawn white creates. So no rook trade for Giri. That's a good asset. At least that's something Gukesh could use in his advantage.
Mm-hmm. But okay, for the time being, he's yet to make a move. And okay. Yeah, I mean, the only moves that I can think of are random things like bishop g5, and it's just completely random. There's no thought process behind it whatsoever. Just passing the time and waiting for white to come up with a plan.
And exactly, and trying to avoid some freak blunder. You know, this is often how these types of games end, is with some, like, a player just keeps shuffling and shuffling and gets more and more tired, and then eventually just blunders some mating construction. And there's a lot of them, by the way. White can try to maneuver the bishop around to d3. Giri has a million different ways that he could try to set up his pieces. And against each one of them, Gukesh has to react by thinking. So Gary is waging a war on the board and on the clock, by the way, which sounds ridiculous, but is not as ridiculous when you consider that Gukesh has already been thinking for 8 minutes just in this position.
Just to find a move that survives. Oh.
Welcome to chess hell. This position is like the definition of torture if you're Gukesh.
Yeah. But I was given some hints as to how to handle this type of position psychologically, because most of us just feel this sense of depression here because we're just suffering. But if you see it as a challenge, if you say, okay, the result is a foregone conclusion, gonna lose anyhow, but can I manage to save this? Then it becomes a lot more exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, the feeling of saving an endgame like this, especially against a strong player, I would argue almost rivals the feeling of winning a game. You actually feel like you've won the most important game of saving what seemed like a hopeless position. So just motivating yourself by saying, like, I want to experience that feeling. And you want to see your opponent get increasingly more frustrated, because at some point your opponent stops having as much fun and starts getting frustrated themselves when they encounter difficulties in converting the position. So bishop g7. Okay, so Gukesh shuffles. And Giri will keep trying to find the winning arrangement of his rook and bishop.
Yeah. Well, I think this game will go on for a long time, which means that we can go and check up on another game that was just crazy before the time control. And I'd like to revisit that one and see what happened, because we left it when Parham had missed a blow by Wei Yi and then struck back with his own blow, queen to b1. Have things developed from there?
Things have somewhat settled down. The queens have been traded. So I'm going to rewind a little bit so we can see how this was reached. Only 4 moves have been made. I mean, of course, not a surprise. 50 minutes are added after move 40. So queen b1 was this lovely counter blow, but it was a counter blow out of desperation. It was clear that Parham was starting to lose his grip on the position. h4 by Wei Yi, really harassing this king on g6, provoking more weaknesses. Parham drops his queen back. Check. Then Wei Yi offers a queen trade. Parham says, well, at this point, he has almost no choice because the rook was coming to a7. And bishop e4, his last move, criticized heavily. Rook a7 check looks really nasty.
Yes, it does. Oh, the king will have to go on the defensive. Has to step back.
Which is terrible, terrible news, because any situation like this where the 7th rank is wide open, you're constantly worried about ladder mates, and white has a very simple plan. I would say neutralize the pawn, go rook c1, and essentially just start pushing your a-pawn. In some cases, you would even be happy to give away your remaining kingside pawns and just run the a-pawn up the board.
Yeah. Okay. While the players are thinking about this position, let's do a bit of a deep dive. So the king steps back to a random square. Let's just say f8 for the sake of
Yeah, let's take f8.
f8. Yeah, and then you go rook c1, rook c8 is forced.
Yeah, or some way to defend the pawn. I push.
Yeah.
No, maybe wait a minute. Let me go rook c3 just to blockade the pawn first.
Yes. That I will let you have that one.
Like my mama taught me. Yeah.
And then the next question is bishop f3.
Yeah, now I could flirt with some ideas like h6, but my animal brain wants to go a4 and just run the pawn up the board.
Okay, I will take said pawn on g4.
Yeah, so let's say I just push. What is going to happen here?
And I keep
gobbling?
going. Yep.
So do I. A6. Ah, but here you can stop the pawn from f3, I think.
Yep.
Nicely done. And it's not convincing. I mean, maybe I should throw in another prophylactic move like either e4 or king f2. But then the bishop can navigate around the obstacles to a different square on this diagonal.
But if you step to...
Yeah, king f2.
I also have to say that the king, by going to f8, it did allow possibilities of white actually playing h6. So it might make more sense to eliminate that possibility and all the way back to this particular question, go back to g8.
Oh, so in the... Okay, he went to e8.
He went to e8.
E8. He sacrifices the pawn on... No, but this is... But this to me makes very little sense because if I do the same thing I just did, right? Rook c1, rook c8, rook c3, you're going to have to defend the g7 pawn by burning another tempo with king f8. No, this seems like tilt from Parham. This just seems like a frustration move.
Mm.
Yeah, and rook c1 already played by Wei Yi's. Like, thank you very much. This is a disaster unfolding for Parham.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook c1 played. No, but...
No, his idea
collapsing.
is to get... Yeah, he is, but his idea must be that he wants to get the pawn to c2. So, okay, yes, have the rook c8 forced.
Bishop d3, though. He's played bishop d3.
Oh, okay. Well, Well, my own explanation was to put the rook on c8 and then go king to f8, and then get a pawn to c2. But bishop d3.
Doesn't feel like this substantively changes any of White's schemes. Okay, rook c3 anyway. The bishop is just a harmless obstacle on White's path to victory. So Wei Yi does exactly the same thing. He says, I'm going to blockade the pawn, and then if given the opportunity, I can eat on g7. If not, he can start pushing. No, it's winning for White for sure.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, you're going to have to go king f8. And it's sad news for Magsudlu. It was such an interesting, complicated game.
Mm-hmm.
And somewhere in the time scramble, this g4 blow, it seemed to have really taken Magsudlu by surprise. And playing queen b1 was nice, but maybe queen b6. Yeah, went wrong somewhere afterwards. It's a pity, though, because I felt like both sides were playing great chess. It was accurate. And then that's the kind of games you want it to be a draw. But okay, it looks like White is going to be the victor in that particular encounter. And shall we move down to Jan against Alexander Donchenko?
Let's do it. Let's see if Jan has been able to garner any practical chances. And yeah, frustrating so far for Parham. This will likely be his second loss in a row and his third loss of the tournament. And he's playing, as always, very enterprising chess, fighting chess. But I think this declining of repetition, Rook G6 style from Wei Yi, caught him by surprise. He wasn't able to, he recovered in terms of the time. His time was added, but that's not the only axis on which you have to recover from such an unexpected turn. Mentally, you have to re-prepare yourself for battle, and he kind of wasn't able to do that. All credit to Wei Yi, finding just divine play in unbelievable time pressure. He had under 5 minutes, it seemed, on move like 25. And not only the decision to decline the draw, but also the lead up to that and the follow-up. Amazing play. And
Absolutely.
All that remains is a straightforward conversion. Okay, off we go to Nepomniachtchi versus Donchenko. This is the current position.
Well, just before we take a deep dive into this particular
Yes.
game, I think it's time for us to take
Okay.
a short pause,
I won't
and
complain.
we will be back with more analysis of this particular game. So don't go anywhere. See you in a few.
Do you do shitty push-ups?
No, I'll be fine.
So I could like drop down and do 10 on move 1?
Well,
That's
yeah,
right.
we start the clock and then you just decide when you want to do that.
All right.
Wait, are we?
Look at the form.
He's going.
Look at the
How many
shoes.
did you do?
We got a clown with the shoes.
How many did you do?
Get the shoes.
Wait, what does that mean?
Go, Levy.
What's up?
What's up? I'm fit as bro. What you got this way? Oh, he's got game too. Oh man, I gotta take off my shirt. I gotta take off my.
Take that clock count out.
All right.
We need an arbiter for the count.
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
We should have
Okay, there you go. Okay, good.
It's actually not. 5-3 is a big format, I feel like.
Okay, now we're tied. We're tied. Okay. Oh, he's trying to get a lead. He's at 31.
In that late night
Yo, these pieces are crazy, man. That's okay. I'm not trying to do
All right,
that.
so that was a really good lesson for me. That little pattern.
This is how you learn.
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, we made 3 move the push-ups.
Right?
I can't imagine
Queen
chess
d5
boxing.
check was fine, but taking the rook
Yeah.
was stupid. But if I took the
Sounds
knight and
tough.
blocked the check,
Right.
Our bishops are staying.
More push-ups, less time.
I take queen d6.
it's a pretty even position.
No.
So I'm gonna like go here and here.
Oh, damn, the sneak attack. Taking the lead on the push-ups? Going to 60?
Am I off?
60!
Ooh,
60!
Strong, yes.
Oh, I have to play faster.
The 3 minute is 1.
Yeah, he could just do that though. It was a cool move. But it was a bad move. No.
All right, I got it for 3 minutes.
At least I did my push-ups. What a tragic way to end the game.
So we've got the
long enough break.
Yeah.
We are back with the final portion of our coverage of round 4 of the Tata Steel Chess. And there we can see on the camera, reigning world champion Ding Liren. He's facing off against Pragnananda. But, well, Ding had a mounting challenge to survive in a difficult ending. And incidentally, when we check the track record of these two, they've only played each other once before. That was last year in round 4, where Ding had the white pieces against Pragnananda. Pragnananda won that game, and it looks like history will be repeating itself once more as we go back to the playing hall, and we can see that Ding is on the verge of resignation.
Unbelievable. I mean, 2 victories in consecutive years in the same round against the same opponent who now happens to be the world champion in incredibly smooth fashion. Pragg just doesn't seem to stop winning. And this is the current position. Pragg has just traded pawns on f4, which may seem counterproductive until you look at the sorry state of Ding's knight on f1, which is the deciding factor. And TB, by the way, I always say doesn't stand for tuberculosis. It stands for table base. It's a table base win. Pragg knows this. He's going to play king f5. And either Ding will be forced to acquiesce to a trade of knights, or he will have to allow Black's king to infiltrate g4. Once he loses a second pawn, well, then the game will be over. It's hopeless. Virtually hopeless.
It is, and you can see it there from Ding. He mentioned it yesterday, and I did wonder when he brought it up himself during an interview, was this moment just playing on his mind, that he was facing the exact same circumstances. And I found it quite funny, actually. Like, he opened in the same way. He played e4, which is not something that Ding is necessarily well known for. He's more of a d4 player, and c4. And the game kind of followed a similar traction. It was a closed, locked position. And then in the end game, it was Pragnananda that just powered through. But what a performance, though, from the teenager.
Yeah, Pragg is incredible. And there were not rumors is the wrong word, but some people were saying that the mood is that, he's going to hit 2740, he's overrated, and he's going to drop, and he's showing that all of that is a load of malarkey. He has very much embraced his role as a top player. He continues to climb. He continues to polish all aspects of his play. I mean, this was an incredibly mature Karpovian display of technique. Of course, a pretty shocking mistake from Ding. With all that being said, to allow this c4 move in the early middle game, after which Pragg never looked back, and Ding really never got off the ground. Amazing.
Yeah, and you can see it all there in the world champion's face. Yeah. It's hopeless. He knows it's hopeless. It's happening again. And Ding yesterday had a brilliant victory against Gukesh, but today he will fall at the hands of Pragnananda. Yeah, on the subject of Pragnananda's rise, I always knew that he was going to be one of the world's best. That for me was undoubtable, but I never dreamt that in 2024 he will be playing the candidates. That for me was completely shocking.
Yeah, I agree completely, and he's not only playing, but I think he's got a shot. And if he wins the candidates, then he will challenge Ding Liren, with whom he will now have a 2-0 track record. So, I mean, this candidates is going to be absolutely epic. Candidates tournaments are inherently unpredictable because the margins are so thin. Everybody's approximately the same strength. But this candidates tournament is going to be absolutely, I think, the Wild West.
I couldn't agree more. For the first time, we have 3 Indians playing in the candidates: Vidit, Gukesh, Pragnananda. We have Abbasov from Azerbaijan, who, of course, got in on account of his incredible performance at the World Cup. And then, of course, Nepomniachtchi and many other strong players, Fabiano Caruana. I cannot call it. Everyone, there's too much of a layer of unpredictability.
That's exactly the thing. I mean, all it takes is for someone to have a standout. I mean, Nepo might win for a third time in a row. King f3 by Ding will be met with king f5 by Pragg. And then Zugzwang will happen shortly thereafter.
And I was looking at the table base. Basically, black has 2 moves and they both win. It doesn't really matter. And can you guess what it involves? Just stepping forward, defending the F pawn, and everyone will do that one. Yeah. I'm expecting king f5. Yeah.
King f5, knight h2, I think is forced, only move. And then I was thinking knight g3. Tying white down further, forcing more concessions, and black keeps stepping forward with his king until white is pushed away from f3. It's a very straightforward process. There's not much to avoid here.
Okay. Shall we quickly... No, Pragananda will be making a move. I just thought maybe we should just show the technique.
Yeah, we can do that. I mean, we can definitely show the technique because it's not a time scramble in 23 minutes. So basically, as far as I can understand, king f5. Okay, so let's say knight h2. Otherwise, the king gets to g4. And is knight g3, do you think, the most accurate way to win?
It is certainly a way to win. I will consult the databases. It looks good. Knight is completely caged. You have to step back with the king to g2.
No, king e4.
Yeah, my only move I can make is knight f3.
Yes, maybe king f2 actually can be tried here.
Yeah.
How does black...
There's really not that much to be done.
Oh, but look at this construction. Knight. Huh. There's an amazing idea, but it's totally not worth it. But I just want to put it on the board. Knight h1. King g2. King e3. And if king takes h1, king f2.
King f2.
Zugzwang.
Very nice.
Is that the best? I mean, maybe it's the winning line. I don't know. Pragg plays king f5. I'm sure there's a simpler way to do it.
That is one construction. But we have, king f5.
King g2 by Ding. Aha, setting a little trap. If king g4, then he wants a check on h2. King takes h4, king f3 will fork the knight and the pawn. So Pragg needs to be a little bit patient here.
Yeah. And maybe we can show that trap.
Absolutely. So if king g4, knight h2 check, and if you take on h4, I mean, maybe... No, it's still... Okay, king f3, and it's a draw.
It's a draw.
Yeah, because you lose the f pawn. Of course, even if you blunder this, you can step back to f5 and you're still winning, I think. But Pragg was not born yesterday. He will not play king g4. What will he play? Yes, this is like the final hurdle that you need to cross.
I guess he can just wait.
So just some knight move?
Yeah, also he can wait with the king and try to... Can he do some triangulation?
Ah, that's smart. So like king e6?
Yeah.
And if king f3, then you go step up to e5.
Yes.
Okay, but what if I keep shuffling?
Yeah, king e5.
King g2.
And I feel like here I have to actually shuffle with the knight, don't I?
Yes, I think actually the key might be, first of all, this is not as easy as I thought it was, but maybe the knight needs to come to f5, not the king.
Yeah, let's try that one.
Maybe you need to go like this, knight d6. Let's say white plays knight d2.
Yeah, knight f5.
Knight
f3 check. And now the king steps forward.
But then I go king f2.
And now I try to work my magic around the board with king to d3.
You want to go this way. And if
Yeah.
I check you?
Oh, look at that. I have to I drew it.
I mean, it's very easy to make a. I think you have to maybe go knight d4 and then circle back around to g4. So the point is you keep the knight here to keep white's king at bay. So yeah, it's actually, you need kind of some zigzagging maneuvers to win this game. And if white's, no, now it's winning, because now, let's say white plays knight d2 check, you step back to f5. Okay, now king g4, king takes h4 is unstoppable.
Okay.
But is this the only win? Like, is the only way to win to leave the f5 square vacant for the knight? Can we check the table base?
I will check the table base. Okay, so it did say king f5 was a win and king g2. And the problem with the table base is they suggest all manner of random moves, but I will go for one with the knight. The knight coming to c5. And then say just a random move, king to g1.
Maybe get the knight around somewhere to like,
Put knight h2. And king.
Maybe knight c5. Maybe you can get the black knight to e5. So I like the look of knight c5.
King g2. I'm having to play ahead into the future. So knight e5. Yes, it's a win. Yeah, you can get it to knight e5 and it's a win. And king f2. I think the key is to get the king to e4.
Mm-hmm.
And from there, you can and it's important not to make moves such as king to d3. That old chestnut. King to g2 and king to e4.
Okay, he's about to make a move. I think knight c5 is a good starting point. He's got knight d6, which is another way to get the knight around. He's trying to get the knight to e5 to prevent white from continually shuffling the king to f3. Once the knight gets to e5, I think one of two things happens. Either white has to allow the black king to capture the h-pawn, which is losing, or if white's king defends from h3, then black's king goes the other way and infiltrates via e4. I think this might be the key to victory.
Yeah. But one thing that's very important is that black mustn't get too tempted to kind of go on an adventure with the king. Say, if the knight is on f3, king to d3 seems to be a drawing try for black, because the king suddenly becomes just too far away.
Correct. But Pragg has plenty of time. He's got 18 minutes to figure all of this out. Once the knight comes to e5, it feels like the last line of defense will have been broken. Great job by Ding to spot this trick with king g4, knight h2 check. I mean, this is what we talked about. These GMs just don't die. They will always find the last resource and force you to prove your accuracy up until the very end. But, I mean, Pragg is not going to let this out of his grasp after 5 hours of extremely hard work to get it this far.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And Pragg can take his time and just work out the winning plan on an incremental basis. So whilst this game will still continue, and you talked about top grandmasters being escape artists, I'd love to head over to the game Jan Nepomniachtchi Donchenko, because according to the evaluation bar, it is now level.
No way. That's insane. First of all, I will say that Wei Yi Barham is about to end any second now. There's nothing exciting there. It's just completely winning for white. But at some point, we're going to get a result in that game. Not worth spending our time on that board. In my opinion, let's go over to the Nepo game.
Well, do we not want to see the handshake that will be coming?
It's hard to say when it'll be coming. That's the problem.
Does it not come after rook c7?
It probably does. Should we give it a shot?
Wait, let's give it a shot. Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the Wei Parham game. We'll take a gamble. Maybe it's not that simple. Yeah, rook G to C7 is what we were thinking.
Yeah. Is it not so easy?
Yeah, rook G C7. If the rooks are traded and black pushes C2, then white finally sets the A pawn in motion. I mean, maybe black has some counterplay, but it's nothing significant.
I also thought that maybe the white king could mind the C pawn. And then the rook has the freedom to assist the A pawn.
Yeah. That's very true. The king could zigzag around, and that's why black has to try to play F5 at some point. No, but I think actually a couple more accurate moves are required before Parham throws in the towel.
Okay, so maybe we won't get a resignation then. In that case, let's make a beeline for the Nepomniachtchi-Donchenko game. Because according to the evaluation bar, Donchenko has spoiled the victory.
Unbelievable. Look at this. I mean, Jan has made all sorts of progress in the last couple of moves. He's gotten his pawns where he wants them. He has set up something resembling a pretty watertight defensive cocoon. And Donchenko has just kind of floundered about with his heavy pieces without creating any concrete threats.
Yeah. And not only that, isn't white maybe threatening to go A6?
Yes, yes, absolutely. I mean, the white could play for a win here. 16 minutes left for Donchenko.
Yeah.
Unreal. Parham can't believe it.
Well, Parham's had enough of his game, so...
Yeah, he's like... He's not walking around because he's happy. He's walking around because he's just waiting for a way to find the relatively obvious winning moves.
Queen C4, and there you can see given an exclamation point by the engine supporting an advance of the A pawn. Also, if the white king needs to, it can do a runner. I'm just saying if it needs to.
Yes, B5 is not such an unsafe square. I wouldn't exactly call it safe, but I wouldn't also call it unsafe because it's surrounded by white's pieces, and a lot of the checks can be blocked either with knight d5 or queen c6. And the black h-pawn is now almost a weakness. Insane. How did this happen? How did Donchenko make so little progress in the last couple of moves?
Okay, well, let's go there and find out. Let's do a rewind. So we left it, and we were looking at moves. I remember it was move 42. White had just gone king a3. And you came up with the idea of bishop f8. Yeah, bishop f8. And I wanted rook h5 because I'm not a subtle person.
He played rook f4, which is a weird move. It doesn't... Okay, he maybe was trying to set up bishop f8, but it allowed Jan's knight to get active. Rook f2. Jan calmly drops back. Rook f1, queen d2. Queen e6, still not a bad move. I think queen a2. And here, apparently, a big mistake by Donchenko, just in the last move. The correct move was to drop the queen back to c8, keeping white's queen at bay. Instead, he went forward to e1, allowing Jan's queen to claim the sort of prime location on c4, where it's doing everything at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And that potentially turns the tables.
And how to move on from this. Yeah, there's just no coordination now in the black position.
Yeah, it's hard to find a move. Queen
Like,
a1
for
check.
instance,
King b3, yeah.
if you go king b3, no problemo. And I'm being serious. Like, if you try to kind of go rook f5, then a6 is coming. Don't see
Exactly.
anything wrong with that. And the queen on e1 is now tied to the defense of h4. You can't defend h4 with g5. Or you can, but you have to have nerves of steel there.
Yes, it's very exposing. Like g5, if you have to push g5, it's a panic move. And this is where panic, by the way, is starting to set in. Or Danchenko, where he starts to realize, not only might I have let the win slip, I might have let my whole advantage slip. And now you're just like playing a one-on-one game with Nepo, who's got 30 minutes on his clock. You've got 10 minutes. It's like the entire narrative is flipped. And Jan, you can just tell, is feeling amazing right now.
Yeah,
and
the
so
memento
relieved.
has certainly changed. There's one other move that I can see, which was queen to f2.
Mm-hmm. Trying to coordinate
Trying to cheat
heavy
tricks.
pieces.
Yes. Mainly centered around some checks.
Very cagey move. Maybe I can go for your advice and make a run for it with king a4 in response.
Yeah, that was what I was afraid of.
I mean, if you can find a way to push h3, that would be very, very nice. But
how?
I'm at a loss. Danchenko has been thinking now for 5 minutes. I do not see a move that I like here for black. And again, just for newer players who are watching might be wondering, like, how is this not mate? Okay, queen a1 check is just that. It's just a check. White can slide the king to b3. And this knight on c3 is an incredible defender. I mean, it's performed heroics for most of the last part of the game, holding off black's entire army. And remember, once black's queen moves away, h4 is going to hang with check.
Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, he's got queen c1 check.
There is one option I did want to look at, which was what would happen. I just wanted to show what's going to happen. Say, for instance, black took the knight with the bishop.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, I don't think that works because of queen takes h4.
Yeah, now queen takes h4 is the
It's
answer to
huge
almost
threat.
everything. But let's see where Jan goes for with his king. Probably to b3, I would guess.
Yeah. But if you go to b3, Danchenko's plan is to go rook f4. And finally, at least the queen on c4 is no longer as bothersome.
Yes, and it's still very scary for white. I mean, just because the evaluation may have changed does not mean that Nepo can't lose this game. I mean, very possible to blunder once again and you're back to square zero. So a big decision here for Jan. Where to go with his king? Yes, probably king b3 is best because king a4, rook f4 looks even less pleasant. Yes, king b3 on the board. And I think you called it. I think rook f4 is Danchenko's response, kicking away the queen with tempo. And life goes on.
Life does go on, but it's not as happy as it once was.
Yes.
Rook f1. What would you do? Queen c7?
Probably queen c7, yeah. Trying to pin the bishop, make contact with the rook, limit the mobility of black's pieces as much as possible.
Yeah.
And queen c7 will also threaten rook d7. And suddenly black's king, which has been so safe for so long, finally starts showing some cracks.
Yeah. And still, black is completely helpless, cannot advance the pawn. And look at this knight on c3. I just want to admire its qualities. It just controls some critical checking squares. b1.
Rook f. Yeah, no, you have to defend this pawn because if you give up this pawn, then you're actually losing. 10 minutes left for Danchenko. Insane. Now he's in time pressure.
Yeah. And difficult position as well. The momentum has definitely flown into Jan's direction. So I'm just... Rook f4. What's he playing? Rook f4,
done
yes.
it. I loved your suggestion, queen c7. I think it's a nice square for the queen out of the way, but also contributing actively to the defense. And I'm very curious what Danchenko's intended response is to queen c7.
You know, the move that I'm tempted to play, king h6.
Yes. Have to unpin the bishop. I mean, rook d7 becomes a very serious threat.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And what's funny is that after queen c7, king h6, there's a crazy line. And I'm trying to get a grip on what happens. I think it ends in a draw. The line goes queen c7, king h6, unpinning the king. And if white still tries rook d7, trying to deliver some sort of nasty check on h7, black can force a very interesting pawn endgame with rook to f3. Now rook takes g7, rook takes c3. We trade everything, and we've been here before. We've seen this type of position, except it was black to play, and black can play h3 and win. Now it's white to play. White plays a6. White does the same thing that previously black did. White pushes a6 and promotes first and stops black's pawn from promoting. So this actually loses for black. Probably instead of rook takes c3 check, black can make a draw here by delivering some sort of weird perpetual. Queen b1 maybe. And I'm not sure that the white king can escape all of the checks.
But it just goes to show the position very complicated.
Absolutely.
And well, what do you think? Do you think that Danchenko will recognize that his moment has passed? Or do you think that he's still there in the mindset of, this is a win, it's only him that's putting pressure?
No, I think he knows. He knows, and he doesn't even have time to react to this. And queen c7 is on the board. And again, his clock is ticking. He just needs to calculate and focus on not losing this game, which for the first time in a long time has become... White now has a decisive threat, which is a big kind of watershed moment. Finally, white is the one who has a threat, rook d7. Now it's black who has to react to it. King h6, I think, has to be found by Danchenko. He has an only move.
It's the only move that I can see as well. Just so that if the bishop needs to be captured, it won't be captured with check. I approve of that move. I think it's safety first. But can white, instead of just going for the bishop, make some weird moves like a6? Because after all, there is no check.
Yes, absolutely. a6 is possible. But our old friend, bishop f8, actually becomes, I think, a serious problem for white after king h6. Suddenly, white's king is kind of boxed in laterally, and it's boxed in from behind by the queen. So king h6 also creates the threat of bishop f8, which may necessitate this forcing line rook d7.
Rook d7. Oh, but what an escape for Nepomniachtchi if he finds this. But first of all, king h6 has to be played by Danchenko. There are no other moves. There's no way to trade off pieces. It's an unpleasant pin that the bishop is in. Oof.
Yes, rook d7, the threat. No way to stop the threat other than to take the sting out of it. And then he still has to find this rook f3, queen b1 sequence that I had shown earlier with very likely perpetual check. That is the reason that I think eval bar is showing zeros, is that line. But if king h6 is not found, this will be an absolute heartbreak for Danchenko. I think a draw will still be a palatable, semi-palatable result.
Do you know, I just peeked and I just saw that there are only 2 lines that secure a draw for Danchenko. It is Danchenko now who is fighting. Rook f8 will lose, but the saving moves are king h6, as you highlighted. Another try is to go rook f2 with the same idea of just checking the king
Ah.
until the end.
Yes, but I was somehow rook f2. I forgot that after the king comes to a4, black's queen probably has to do some sort of weird zigzag, queen a1, queen f1, but then you're already hanging by a thread.
Exactly.
You're running the risk that white's king escapes perpetual. Big moment.
Yeah. Anything else? Donchenko is in huge trouble. Whew. So much drama in this round.
Every round.
We got players performing miracle escapes. Nepomniachtchi, it looked like he was playing an accurate game, and then one mistake, and everything turned. And now Nepomniachtchi just able to secure a draw with Queen C7. And it's Donchenko who just made that one big mistake. It's an unbelievable game. It just goes to show how at times you have to be so accurate with chess.
Yes, and how difficult it is to beat someone like Nepo. Even when he has an off day, he makes an uncharacteristic tactical blunder. Yes, very bad. You start writing the narratives, but these players, they are able to recover mentally so fast. And there's a very good reason that they're in the Super Grandmaster Club. And other players are not. Donchenko, sip of water, trying to calm himself down. He's down to 5 minutes. By the way, Pragg still struggling to convert that endgame against Ding. That game has still not ended. So I'm keeping an eye on it. But we should probably wait for Donchenko's move. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I have to say that endgame that Ding and Pragg are playing, it is a win, but I think it's only that plan that we highlighted, putting that knight on f5 and the king going to e4.
Okay, so Pragg is kind of struggling to find the winning construction. Imagine if he spoils that endgame. How crazy that would be, but it's possible. He's running short of time too. 4 minutes now for Donchenko. What a nerve-wracking moment. All of a sudden, it seemed like we just made time control. Everything is chill. Let's all relax. Nope. Suddenly, we're back in the thick of things. And two players have to find on-demand ideas in order to, well, in Donchenko's case, to salvage half a point. In Pragg's case, to complete the winning effort against Ding.
It could be the theme of the round, fortresses and defenses, because I'm also seeing that Anish is also maneuvering around in order to make headway. But we are a critical moment in this particular position. Donchenko now under 4 minutes. And, well, he is balancing on that proverbial knife edge. Has to find king h6. Perhaps he's calculating what will happen after rook f2, which is slightly more complicated and involves the queen dancing around the board to give checks. Will Nepo save it? Will Donchenko find king h6? I think he will find it, but I think not without burning some time on the clock. I think he's going to get down to two minutes. Rook f2 played.
Yeah, he's gone for the other drawing move. Yeah, and I think this should be enough, as you indicated, with this threat of rook b2 check, and then queen basically pursues the white king across the board. Nepo, impossible to read as usual. He's got plenty of time. He can spend all the time in the world calculating these complications.
It's 26 minutes.
Yeah. So I want to show... Yeah,
Yeah, no, I was just curious as to whether Nepo can go wrong. I mean, rook d7 actually makes a lot of sense and is the most instinctive move. But if he doesn't do that, will the advantage pass to Donchenko?
Yeah, so for example, if he plays a6 here and tries to win, which looks brazen to me, a6 looks like it must lose somehow, but he might get tempted in Donchenko's time pressure to throw something like this in. Absolutely.
But then you're looking at queen c2. which looks
Oh
very
god.
scary if you ask me.
Oh god. That's forcing king c4. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
and then 2 is possible. No, I don't think Nepo's going to do anything that crazy. And just to quickly illustrate what the actual drawing line is, as far as I can tell, and then maybe we can also revisit the Pragg game, where Pragg is really struggling. I think the drawing line is rook to d7, rook to b2 check, king to a4 is forced, check on a1, king b5, check on f1. This check can be hard to see from a distance. Maybe this is what Danchenko is focused on trying to find. And the problem for white is that if you sneak forward, you walk into a very nasty check. Either queen c4 or you blunder the b pawn with check. So I think you just have to go back to a4 in this case, and we will get a repetition of moves. I think this is quite likely, actually.
Yeah. I also think that this is going to occur on the board. But Nepo is an ambitious player. Danchenko, he is one of the lower rated players. It's someone that Nepo would think, well, I would like to beat him. Can he make any other move? Maybe rook d4. Give the king a hiding post on c4.
Wow. Rook d4, also hitting the pawn on h4. Although my worry is also that, I mean, black is actually not in such a big hurry. All of a sudden, he can play g5. And I think Danchenko has just enough time to figure out basic tactical ideas.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jan, he's a gambler, but he shouldn't press his luck. Yeah, rook d7 on the board.
Rook d7.
Okay, very good. Rook b2 check is what we're expecting.
It's
Also,
only
wait,
move.
queen only move. Yeah, because queen c2, king a3 allows the king to zigzag out of the checks. Amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, looks
Well,
like Pragg has found the right idea, by the way. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I also wonder, could Danchenko be ambitious and try for queen h6?
But then white plays a6.
And okay, the a pawn decides the game. I was wondering whether h3.
It's interesting, but I think with this amount of time, if the question is does Danchenko see this perpetual queen a1, queen f1? Because this pattern is easy once you put it on the board, but to see it from a distance can be tricky. And he's down to 2.5 minutes. Crazy. Where did those 50 minutes go?
He used them up, Tanya. They're simply gone from the board. They've gone from time. And yeah, the question though is, will Danchenko accept that the position is now drawn? He's been winning for such a long time. And there we see time ticking down to 2 minutes.
Okay,
Queen
c2.
c2.
Is this also a perpetual? King a3. Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Where is this? Where is the draw? Queen c1. Okay, I think Danchenko sees a different draw. What happens if white plays king a4?
Well, if you go king a4, aside from panicking,
Okay, I don't think there's anything cataclysmic. Maybe it's just queen c2 and then queen f5.
mm-hmm. But then the king will run up again. Maybe even a
Yes.
knight will jump in.
That is true. But it feels like Danchenko is relying on the fact that he will try to get his queen to protect the bishop and then very quickly push h3. Okay, Jan is obviously thinking about it. He's not playing king b3. He's going for it.
King a4.
Jan is going for it.
I told you he was a gambler. And it's
Yes.
tempting. Danchenko only has 2.5 minutes on the clock. And now we can expect king King b5.
Having said A, you have to go king b5 because now if you go back to b3, you allow a rook check on b2. No, you have to go king b5. This game is going to go on. Jan is playing for the win. Amazing.
And yeah, it is amazing, but fortune does favor the brave, as they say. But the big question is, what are you going to do after king b5, queen f1 check? And then keep on checking as much as you can.
King b6. There's only one way to go, forward. But maybe not too much far forward, because you could also get checkmated very easily. No, actually, king b5, queen f1. Yeah, this queen f1 is a very nasty check.
Yeah. And if you go forward, I think the rook comes in and rook comes to f6, and there are enough checks to make white's king unpleasant.
Exactly. One way to get checkmated and to lose the game would be, I'm going to put this on the board really quickly. Jan's going to take a little bit of time here to play king b5. But after king b5, queen f1, if you play king b6, rook f6 check. And now if you play king b7 and you get two into the concept, you lose. Queen a6, rook f8, and just really quickly rook d8 trade, and suddenly the bishop is unpinned. Bang! And white loses the queen. So how exactly do you evade this pattern? Queen f1 check on the board. If you block, queen c4, still rook f5, very unpleasant.
Yep. Yeah, because of the runaway h-pawn. Once the queens get traded off, it is only black who has the chances to win the endgame. Maybe you just step back with the king and say, draw.
Yeah, this is maybe the last jumping off point for Jan. If he takes the plunge and does something like king b6 or queen c4, this might be the last opportunity right here to say, all right, I'm not going to press my luck too far. And I think this is what Danchenko is praying for. I think Danchenko must be exhausted at this point, just hoping for a peaceful resolution of some kind.
So wait 1 second. King b6. So just to run through that line again. King b6,
rook f6,
rook f6, and you cannot step onto the 7th rank because of queen a6. So that means you have to go to c5.
Yes.
And is the king... I mean, it looks like the king is a complete maniac out there in the middle of the board, but will it be checkmated?
Probably not, which begs the question, can you play king c5 here? Intending to block the check on f5 with knight d5, and you might get a queen trade and a pawn race for dessert. I mean, at that point, black could force the queens off the board, but white's pawns seem to be better positioned. If Jan doesn't see a forced win for black, I think that he will take every opportunity to keep this game going.
Well, Danchenko has just under 4 minutes. It's tempting.
Extremely.
There will be no added time bonus whatsoever. So if there's no risk, but king c5, it's the kind of move that you play and you're literally shaking, because you know that if it's a mistake, you've done some miscalculation, that's it. You're going to go in the books as like, can you believe that they played this ridiculous looking king move?
Yes, then the game arc begins to resemble Maksudlu Abdusatorov from yesterday. So Nepo better think long and hard about this. And even Jan, who he likes to play fast in these situations and take the gamble, even Jan is slowing down, making sure that he's not blundering any mate. He knows that a draw is available, a good result given what he was just facing. What will he do? Will he take the gamble? Maybe we can take this opportunity to quickly check into Ding versus Pragg, but I'm not pushing it. Maybe we can look at the bird's eye view first.
Yeah, let's head there, because it certainly looks like Pragg has made some progress. His king is on g4.
Yes, he's about to pick up a second pawn, isn't he?
He is about to pick up the second pawn unless there's some tricks that I'm not seeing, which I don't think there is. King takes h4, king f3. The king will just step back to g5.
Yes. Also, Wei Yi. That's it. Okay, I think we might get the handshake in Wei Yi's game first. If I had to make a prediction, Gukesh is in the same position they've been on for the last 3 hours. We haven't missed anything there. A pawn has shifted from f2 to f3.
Yep.
Okay, there's Jan on camera in the middle, trying to make that decision. We can stay on the bird's eye view and see like which game breaks first. It's just impossible to say. Okay, Jan, king a4. Not gonna do it, it appears. Or is he faking him out? Is he faking him out?
Queen a1 played quickly. King b5. Queen f1.
No, it's
Moment
too
of
scary.
truth.
It's too scary. It's too scary.
Who can blame him? Who would want to play with their king right out there in the middle of the board? But what a save, though, from Nepomniachtchi. It's been an absolutely fantastic game. You know, such a great opening, a real scrap. And it all went wrong, but he saved it.
He's still thinking about going king c5. There's one more chance. But again, by his reaction on the previous move, it seems like he is all but ready to go home, go for a much-deserved dinner. Wei Yi up in the top right, winning his game as well. Impossible to say which game will conclude first. Will Wei Yi win his game? Will Pragg win his game? Or will this game end in a draw? Probably the chat wants to see the handshake in Pragg versus Ding, but let's just give this another minute.
Yeah. And Parham, well, he's trying one last attempt. One last stand. There we're waiting for Nepomniachtchi to take a decision.
Yes. Okay, let's go to... And I don't know what to do. I mean, it's impossible to say which game is going to end first. And chat is going to be unhappy with us. Whichever game we flip onto, it's why aren't you on the other game? You know, that's the problem.
Yeah, of course. But okay, I suspect that things will end. And the Wei Yi against Parham.
Can we go there for a second? Wei Yi versus Parham? Yes.
King e1. Beautiful move. The whole idea is to meet the g-pawn advance with king f2 and then play a7 and rook takes c2, just decoying the bishop from the guard over a8.
This one's settled. That's it. This is resigns in this position because amazing. Everything is held. G2, there's king f2. Otherwise, white just pre-moves a7 and rook takes c2.
Exactly.
No,
it's over.
Parham is not thinking about the position. He's thinking about all the opportunities he missed in this game. He will resign in this position.
Yeah. There we see him look up.
He is just... We are waiting for the moment. Waiting for the moment. Yes.
We are desperately trying to catch the handshake.
It's for the content. The content is golden.
Yeah, it's a toss-up between this game and Nepomniachtchi against Donchenko.
Yeah, but I think if Nepomniachtchi plays king c5, then our decision is vindicated. Either way, let's see. Parham just needs to accept the hopelessness of the situation. Yes.
Yeah, knowing Parham, he might try his luck with king f8, though.
hoping for
I don't even know what is hoping. Yeah, rook g7 or something. Yeah.
Jan is still thinking, by the way. So this is peak entertainment right here.
Okay.
King d8.
We have a move. King d8.
Okay,
But
rook
now the
c3
rook comes to
instantly.
c3. And
Yes, come on.
a7 and rook takes c2 is unstoppable. I think we're on the verge of seeing resignation there from Param Maksudlu.
Yes. There are no moves to be made. A
Oh!
monkey could do it.
Well, Napoleon actually just retreated the king. And
Yes.
I think I think both games are going to finish at the same time.
At the same
Daniel.
time. This one just ended.
Exactly.
And let's go to the other one. Let's go to the other one. And this one just is a draw. Parham is just not resigning in a dead loss position for some reason until 5 seconds from now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Damn it. New countdown.
Yes.
And then the Pragg
Exactly.
game. The Pragg game is also close to ending. He's about to finish converting. There it is.
You go. We catch the
I was 5
handshake.
seconds off.
Wei Yi, he wins the first decisive encounter of round 4. What a round it's been. Full of fighting chess. But let's dash over to Ding Liren against Pragnananda, where Ding, well, he's playing with 2 pawns deficit. It's just a question of time before this game is over.
Yes, this is a fairly well-known theoretical endgame. It's knight and f and h versus knight. It is a win. It is a win. By the way, if you replace the knights with rooks, that is, in most cases, a draw. Rook, it's a difficult draw, but it's a draw. This is winning. You just need to be very careful about when you push your pawns. I think you can just go f3 and king f4. Pragg is down to 6 minutes. Has to keep his nerves in check. Couple moves away. I think just f3 check, Yovi. f3 check is straightforward and strong.
It looks really simple, right? Advance your pawn.
On the board.
Step forward with the king to f4. Keep on creeping up the board.
Yes. G1. Just don't go... Well, I mean, probably you can go h3, but don't do it prematurely. There's no need to push the pawns without necessity. You always have time for h3, so bring up your king first. Yes, king f4. Yeah.
Yeah, there's just really nothing to be done for Ding. All he can do is just shuffle his king from side to side.
Black is infiltrating. King e3, king g3. Too many things to keep track of. King f1. Okay.
I think he's hoping to meet king g3 with knight h1. Check.
I would go knight e4 here. I think knight e4 will trigger resignation.
Yeah, because the king is going to step forward, right? After knight e4, the last thing you want to be playing is a move like knight h1.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if you don't do a move like that, the king e3 is coming, king g3 is also making an appearance, and knight e4. Pragnananda, precise until the end, and we get a handshake. Pragnananda wins with the black pieces against the reigning world champion, Ding Liren. What a performance from the youngster, in full control from start to finish. After he got in that tactical blow, c4, strategically, he just simply outplayed the world champion.
Well said. Another notch in Pragg's already very, very impressive resume. A resume that obviously will continue to grow. And what a game. What a positional display of dominance by Pragg. Of course, there were drawing chances in that endgame. Maybe it was objectively a draw, but Pragg never took his foot off the gas pedal. His time usage was amazing. He was patient. He was methodical. Parham still sitting at the board, still coming to terms with a very rough start to this tournament. And it's a tale of opposite emotions. This is chess. And Nepo and Donchiko still at their boards, analyzing their fascinating draw.
What a tussle it was between Nepomniachtchi and Donchenko, full of life and spirit. And you have to feel there for Para Magsudlu. He's been playing a lot of fighting, aggressive, sharp chess, and he's been on the verge of getting so many victories. He was winning yesterday against Abdusattorov. Today, he had a good chances against Wei Yi, but the score does not reflect that. It's a cruel mistress. He's just on 0.5 point out of 4. But tomorrow, it will be a free day. He will have a time to reset, to recuperate, just to change things up a little bit. And there we see in the background, Param get up and leave the playing hall.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. He just has not gotten lucky, and today was especially frustrating. He had Wei at some point what seemed to be on the ropes. It wasn't really on the ropes. All credit to Wei. He was ultra precise. He went for it, and then he capitalized when Parham started losing control of the game. Another insane round. We still have a game going. His game has been in this ending for an eternity, but finally I think Anish is making some progress here, whittling down Black's clock and maybe Gukesh's resistance as well.
Yes, he has made some progress. He's got the king to e4, pawns on e3 and f3, but there isn't a clear plan of action.
Rook b4 check by Gukesh.
What is Anish's plan, by the way? Like, king can step up to f5, and then rook, presumably rook to b3, attacking a pawn. And yes, the position and the evaluation bar is saying it's completely won. But what is White's idea?
Well, there is this idea of sacking the rook on g7 and taking on e5, and then you have three passed pawns for the rook, but that's hard to engineer. Gukesh is trying to prevent this from happening.
Yeah, because after, say, king f5, then rook b3 will happen. And so
Exactly.
that idea is not possible. Are there ideas of some mating net, for instance? I mean, I would be very tempted to still advance the king to f5, but bring in ideas of rook a6 to the table.
Yeah, I was going to mention this idea is very annoying, but it doesn't necessarily create a super dangerous threat if Black's rook is on a dark square. So rook b3, okay, king f5. Okay, it says it's a mistake, but the eval bar has not actually changed, so I don't know if I believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b5, rook b3, I think has to be tried.
Right. And the white king has to step backwards one more time. So I do wonder whether it's actually possible in some scenarios to play rook a6, move the bishop out of the way, and then go h6. Just give up the h-pawn in order to draw the king into some mating net.
Yeah, I was trying to set something like that up as well. In some cases, you might even want to sack the e3 pawn and, like maneuver the bishop, as I'm showing with the arrows, around to e4. Mm-hmm. The important pawn, the money pawn, is the h-pawn. But it's how exactly to do that is hard to determine. Hard to determine.
Like for instance, if Gukesh plays rook b5, rook a6 could be a very real shot. Rook a6, and then obviously you're threatening bishop e8.
Yes, very true. But I think that's why rook b3 might be the most... If something tells me there's a forced win after rook b3 that maybe it is bishop f7 and rook a6 check and getting the bishop around to e4. Maybe that's it. Also,
Okay.
Okay, rook b3 played. Rook a6. Rook a6, rook takes e3, and king g4 sets up this massive threat of the bishop dropping back and forcing black to give up the bishop to avoid getting mated. Yeah, maybe that's the key. Maybe it's rook a6 that will finally... Yes, I think rook a6 is the winning move.
Okay. And Gukesh, less than 10 minutes. Anish, 13 minutes and ticking down. Will he find rook a6? Maybe we can, whilst Anish is contemplating what to do, maybe we can actually show it.
Yes, definitely. Okay, he's about to play rook a6.
He's about to rook a6.
I think the players will probably demonstrate this. Rook takes e3 will happen because Gukesh has nothing else to do. Okay, rook b8, but this is the last dying breath, I think. I mean, bishop f7 and king g5 might be the winning construction. And finally, you're able to push that pawn through to h6. This was the move that black was trying to prevent for the past 30 moves, was trying to prevent this h-pawn from reaching h6.
And he'll get there anyway. King. Okay. Anish sitting there and thinking. So maybe whilst Anish is contemplating what to do, maybe we can show the lines as to what would have happened after rook takes e3. Oh no, he's about to make a move. Yeah.
Bishop f7 check. Okay, we'll stay with the game for now. Yeah, let's go to this scene just in case we get a moment. Okay, bishop f7 and king g5 is being executed. But as he's doing that, I can show if rook takes e3 would have happened, the king steps back to g4, and this move is absolutely devastating. It sets up the threat of bishop e4. Black has to play bishop f8, and now, okay, there's a million ways to win. Yeah, but probably the simplest is just to step back with a bishop, push h6, push h7, and at a minimum, you can force black to give up the bishop for the h-pawn. Black's rook is completely useless. It's boxed in by this construction, which is why Gukesh eschewed rook takes e3, tries to keep his rook involved in the defense, but it's not going to help. It's only going to prolong the agony. I'm going to go back to the live board. I think we're about to see king g5 by Anish.
There's nothing more simpler than that. King g5 followed by h6, as you've highlighted. There's not even any stalemating opportunities for black. He has too many pieces. And with this victory, Anish will move into sole lead with 3.5 out of 4. Whereas for Gukesh, it started so well. You know, he beat Wei Yi in a great encounter on game 2, but he lost to Ding, and today he will be losing to Anish Giri. No one wants to lose before the rest day. It just gives you an extra day to stew on your bad mood.
That's so true. There's no time that you sleep worse than after, especially if you've lost a couple, going into the rest day. You have to take the time to recuperate, but you just kind of want to wallow in bed and, not think about it. But the tournament is, well, just getting started is probably the wrong way to put it, but we're less than a third of the way through, which is kind of mind-blowing.
The great thing about 3 days is that once you do have a bad start, you can just go, right, new tournament has begun after the rest day, and you do get that extra time. I know Gukesh is there with his second Gaevsky, and this will give him just that extra time to recover, change things up. Because usually when you're playing in these type of events and there's no free day, you get stuck into a rhythm, and it's very difficult to break out of that.
Yes, and especially the way that Gukesh lost yesterday. We thought that he had maybe some chances to steal the game in the early middle game, but then kind of collapsed in the complications. And today, a position that maybe he could have drawn with accurate defense, but it was never easy. It was a very smooth positional effort by Giri. And Anish got exactly what he was looking for, kind of a drawn-out strategic battle. And he seems to be converting it fairly seamlessly. Okay, Anish has hesitated for like the 6th time. I think he wants to play King G5, but maybe just a little bit worried to blow this at the last second.
Yeah, but there is nothing to spoil in this particular position. His pieces are so impressively placed. He's 2 pawns up. Very little can go wrong. He's just simply taking his time. And Anish, once again, great start in Tata Steel. It's like playing in front of the home ground inspires him. He always overperforms here in Tata Steel.
Yes, he's just a stalwart at this tournament. He is so solid. He has the right kind of style and the right kind of stamina to win a tournament like Tata Steel. And, okay, just kind of waiting for the final moves to be made here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we don't have a time control after move 60. These kind of games make you realize that was overkill. I'm glad that got booted.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of these very long time controls. I just think it's too demanding from the players. It's this is a seriously high level event. There would have been preparation beforehand. Then you put as much effort as possible into playing a very long game. And on top of that, you're exhausted when you get back, and then it all starts again. So I'm of the opinion that the classical time control should actually be 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move, and that's it.
Yes, I agree completely. That is King G5 on the board. Of course, there's pros and cons to a longer time control, but this is a happy medium. Bishop F8, Gukesh trying to reactivate his bishop.
Yes. Okay. What are we expecting? Bishop G6? I thought he might try rook to E6. Because I'm greedy and I just want to go for pawns.
Okay, now maybe you can start with the rook A7 just to fully limit the scope of the bishop. You could also push H6. Okay, there he goes. Rook E6, okay, also good. Just going after another pawn. Why not? Let's take everything that black has.
Exactly. Why be 2 pawns up if you can be 3?
When you can be 3, exactly.
Exactly. Put it in the bank.
Yes, I think this might be resign time.
Exactly. I mean, how do you defend that pawn? You cannot do that. If the rook comes to b5, white will simply pin the bishop against the king, and the bishop is not salvageable.
Exactly. King G7, you just push the king back with H6. There it is, resigns. Great positional game by Giri. Another tough loss for Gukesh, and he will have to take the rest day to recover and come back stronger. He has 1 win under his belt, but today and yesterday, 2 brutal days for Gukesh and the hometown hero. So far, so good for Anish.
For Anish, it is excellent. 3.5 points out of 4, taking the sole lead. And that means going into tomorrow's free day, well, the players have everything to play for. So let's check out today's results. It's been, once again, a thrilling day of chess, full of tension, full of surprises, and full of suspense. And there we can see there were two players who scored decisive results. Wei Yi taking down a luckless Para Maksudlu in one of today's games of the day. Then Ding Liren losing to Pragnananda. And finally, it was Anish Giri that secured the third decisive result, beating Gukesh. It's been a tournament, no, not a tournament, a tale of two halves in this particular day. First up, we had the calm, easy draws, and then everything just broke loose. We had wild scrambles, we had tension. And Daniel, how have you found today?
It was an amazing day. Finally, white won more games than black. But there were two stages today. There was the pre-time control stage, and like you said, a lot of the games ended peacefully. And then we had that incredible rook takes c2 blow by Donchenko. But then the stage after the time control was made was just as entertaining. It was just as full of thrills and so many emotions today. Another exciting round that really shows why this tournament is so looked forward to by the players, the fans, and of course the commentators.
Yeah. And do you think Anish is on track for a back-to-back win of Tata Steel? He is defending champion.
Entirely possible if he continues to demonstrate this kind of form. He's playing with such confidence, and he's unstoppable in the first third of the tournament. But again, we start with this, we end with this. It's a marathon. All of the players will be well rested after the rest day tomorrow and displaying their highest level chess on Thursday. So Anish will have an X on his back and more challenging games ahead.
Yeah, the other players are not going to like the fact that there is a sole leader. So let's take a look at Thursday's matches. And there are once again some mouth-watering pairings. We have Ju Wenjun. She will be taking on Alireza Firouzja. Then we have Vidit Gujarati. He is playing Max Varmadam. And Alexander Donchenko had one of the most exciting draws today. On Thursday, he will face Jordan Van Foreest. Gukesh faces off against Pragnananda. Yanapomniachi. My computer screen has just gone blurry. Pragnananda faces off Anish Giri, and then Para Maksudlu. Perhaps he can turn his luck around by facing Ding Liren. And then finally, we have Nodirbek Abdusatorov facing off against Wei Yi, who won today. That is all happening on Thursday, because tomorrow it is a free day. It's a rest day for both the commentators and the players. And Dania, it's been a pleasure. What have you made of it?
Likewise, Yovi, always a great pleasure to commentate with you. Today was a longer round, but it was no less entertaining from start to finish. So many interesting games, mistakes, emotions, time scrambles. You have a little bit of everything in Tata Steel, and I think it was a great round to get us into the rest day.
Yeah, you said it. You have a little bit of everything in Tata Steel. It is the year's first Super Grandmaster tournament. Anything can and will happen. This is just the beginning. So don't go anywhere, because on Thursday, all the action will resume. Thank you all for watching, and goodbye.